Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Interstellar Recruit. And then the brave spaceship flew through the asteroid belt, dodging space rocks bigger than houses. Max Carter made whooshing sounds, guiding the toy spacecraft over his sisters' heads. Rose and Zoe giggled from their shared bed, their matching teddy bears clutched tight against their chests. "More, Max," Rose pleaded, her brown eyes sparkling in the glow of their dollar store nightlight. "Tomorrow, Munchkins." Max tucked the worn quilt, one of the few things they had left from Mom, around their tiny shoulders. At 18, he'd become their entire world after the accident, just as they'd become his. The nightlight flickered. Another bill he'd have to juggle this month. The next evening, Max's fingers traced the worn edges of the Star Defender arcade cabinet, dust coating his fingertips. The shuttered arcade's musty air wrapped around him like a forgotten memory, broken only by the soft whimpers of his 3-year-old, sisters sleeping in their double stroller. Rose clutched her toy spaceship while Zoe huddled close to her, their matching brown curls tangled together. "Just 5 more minutes," he whispered, though they couldn't hear him. 5 minutes to pretend he wasn't drowning in responsibilities. 5 minutes to lose himself in this relic he'd spent weeks restoring, its antiquated graphics flickering to life under his touch. The screen crackled with static as he reached level 50, impossibly harder than any game he'd played before. The final boss emerged from hyperspace, a crystalline entity that shifted and pulsed with impossible geometry. Max's hands flew across the controls, executing maneuvers he didn't even know he knew. Each blast from his ship struck with surgical precision, exploiting weaknesses that revealed themselves like a complex puzzle. 3 lives left. His palms sweated. 2 lives. The entity's attacks intensified, filling the screen with deadly patterns. 1 life. Max held his breath, time slowing as he input the final sequence. Up, down, lateral thrust, plasma burst, each movement flowing into the next like a dance he'd rehearsed his entire life. The boss shattered, its crystalline form exploding in a cascade of light that seemed to leap from the screen, filling the arcade with impossible radiance. When the glare faded, Max found himself staring at 2 figures who definitely hadn't been there before. The woman wore a uniform unlike any military branch he'd seen, its fabric seeming to absorb and reflect light in subtle patterns. But it was her companion that made Max step back, a tall, elegant being whose silver skin rippled like liquid mercury. "Congratulations, Max Carter," the woman said, authority resonating in every word. "I'm Commander Varric, and this is Dr. Elon Vero. That wasn't just a game you mastered, it was a recruitment tool for the Interstellar Defense Force." Max laughed, but the sound died in his throat as Commander Varric raised her hand. The air between them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by stars, a hologram so perfect he could have sworn he felt the void's cold embrace. The image shifted to a beautiful world with crystal spires reaching toward twin suns. "The colony of New Eden," Varric said, her expression darkening as the scene changed to smoking ruins. Bodies lay scattered across blackened ground, the crystal spires reduced to shards. "This was the rogue faction's work. We need pilots like you, Max, people who can see patterns others miss, who can make impossible decisions under pressure. Your sisters," Dr. Vero said, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality. "Rose and Zoe. They deserve more than a life of struggle in this town. Join us, and they'll have opportunities beyond anything Earth can offer." Max looked at his sleeping sisters. Rose stirred. The toy spaceship clutched against her chest. She blinked awake, eyes widening at Dr. Vero's silvery form. Without a word, she pressed the spaceship into Max's hands. "Take it," she whispered, "for ventures." Zoe woke too, clinging to his shirt. "You promised to stay." Max hugged them both, breathing in their baby shampoo scent. "I know, sweetie, but I'm doing this for you. Where you're going, there'll be other kids to play with, and doctors to make you strong, and teachers to show you all the amazing things I know you can do." He stood, the toy spaceship cold in his hands, and faced Commander Varric. "When do we leave?" She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Now." The arcade's fluorescent lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness they vanished, leaving behind only the soft hum of an ancient game cabinet and the dreams of a better tomorrow. Max's stomach lurched as reality reassembled itself around him. The arcade's musty air gave way to something crisp and metallic, tingling in his lungs. Through the dizziness, he made out a vast chamber with walls that seemed to breathe, their surface rippling with patterns of light. "Neural recalibration complete," Dr. Vero announced, his silver skin pulsing in sync with the walls. "First transport is always unsettling for humans." Max clutched Rosa's toy spaceship tighter, his knuckles white. Outside a towering window, a massive gas giant swirled with storms larger than Earth, its rings catching starlight like scattered diamonds. 3 moons hung in formation, each hosting what looked like cities beneath crystalline domes. "Welcome to the Interstellar Defense Force Academy," Commander Varric said, striding toward a group of figures waiting near a curved doorway. Some were clearly human, but others... Max blinked hard. One appeared to be made entirely of shifting geometric patterns, while another floated in a containment field of swirling mist. A cadet with iridescent scales covering her face approached. "I'm Zira," she said, her voice carrying an undertone like wind. Chimes. "I've been assigned as your orientation partner," she gestured at his wrinkled t-shirt and jeans. "First stop, requisitions. Can't have you looking like a level 1 human sim." Max followed her through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past training rooms where cadets practiced with weapons that defied physics. In one chamber, a group floated in zero gravity, their movements synchronized to holographic threats that sparked and snarled. "How do you handle all—" Max waved his hand vaguely. "This?" Zira's scales shifted to a deeper blue. "You mean the cultural integration? The technology gap? The fact that everything you thought you knew about the universe just got thrown out the airlock?" She smiled, revealing teeth like opals. "You adapt, or you wash out." The requisitions officer, a being composed of crystalline threads that wove themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, scanned Max with a beam of purple light. Moments later, a uniform materialized around him, replacing his clothes. The fabric felt alive, adjusting its temperature and fit with each movement. "Neural responsive plasfiber," Zira explained. "It'll help regulate your body during training. Speaking of which..." She led him to a massive simulator bay where dozens of pods hung suspended in anti-gravity fields. Each contained a pilot interface that looked eerily similar to Star Defender's controls. "Cadets!" A sharp voice cut through the air. A tall figure with close-cropped black hair and eyes like burning coals strode toward them. The other cadets snapped to attention. "Senior Cadet Kale Dravik," Zira whispered. "Top of every combat class. His parents were killed in the New Eden attack." Kyle stopped in front of Max, looking him up and down with barely concealed disdain. "So this is the Earthling who beat the recruitment sim. Let's see what you can do in a real neural interface." Before Max could protest, Kale keyed a sequence into a nearby console. One of the pods descended, its canopy iris opening with an organic whir. "Standard combat trial," Kale announced. "Unless you're not ready to leave the arcade." Max glanced at Rose's spaceship, now clipped to his uniform. The toy that had once seemed so advanced now looked impossibly primitive in this chamber of living metal and quantum computers. But it reminded him why he was here, what he was fighting for. He climbed into the pod. The neural interface wrapped around his head like a cool embrace, and suddenly he was floating in space, surrounded by stars that looked more real than reality. A squadron of enemy ships emerged from quantum space, their hulls crackling with weapons that could shred reality itself. Max's hands found the controls, familiar yet enhanced, responding to his thoughts as much as his touch. The maneuvers that had worked in Star Defender translated perfectly to three-dimensional space. He wove through the enemy formation, exploiting patterns in their attack algorithms that felt like a language he'd always known how to read. The simulation ended with all enemy ships neutralized. Max emerged from the pod to find the chamber silent, every cadet staring at him. Even Kale looked shaken. "Impossible," Kale muttered. "Those were instructor-level combat routines. You shouldn't have—" He stalked away, leaving the sentence unfinished. Zira's scales had shifted to a bright gold. "I've never seen anyone fly like that," she said. "It's like you weren't just predicting their movements. You were reading the code itself. In Star Defender, I always felt like the game was teaching me something." Max watched Kale disappear through a doorway, like every level was building towards some bigger pattern. "It was," a new voice said. Max turned to find Dr. Vero emerging from shadows that hadn't been there a moment before. The recruitment sim wasn't just testing your combat skills. It was teaching you to perceive quantum space, to see the underlying patterns of reality itself. The xenotechnologist's silver skin rippled with complex equations. The rogue faction has developed quantum phase weapons that can unravel the fabric of space-time. We needed pilots who could sense their attack patterns before they manifest. Out of millions of candidates, you showed the highest neural synchronization we've ever recorded. "Is that why they're so interested in Earth?" Max asked. "Looking for pilots?" Dr. Vero's expression shifted like mercury. "Among other things, the rogue faction believes humanity's chaotic nature makes them perfect weapons. They've been abducting humans, experimenting with ways to weaponize their quantum perception. Those who survive the process—" He shuddered, his form momentarily losing cohesion. A distant alarm blared. Commander Varick's voice echoed through hidden speakers. "All cadets to battle stations. Rogue faction vessels detected in nearby space. This is not a drill." Max felt the Academy's massive engines rumble to life as the gas giant storms reflected the light of approaching ships. The real test was about to begin. Red emergency lights pulsed through the Academy's living walls as cadets scrambled to their stations. Max ran alongside Zira toward the simulator bay, but Dr. Vero's silver form materialized in their path. "Not the simulators," he said, his skin rippling with urgent patterns. "Real ships. Now." Max's stomach dropped as they sprinted to a massive hangar he hadn't seen before. Sleek fighters hung in anti-gravity cradles, their quantum drives humming with barely contained power. Each bore scars from previous battles, telling stories of survival in the void. "Rogue Faction's signature confirmed," Commander Varick's voice echoed. "They're using stolen Academy ships. Cadet Dravik, take Alpha Squadron and—" "Belay that!" Kale's voice cut through the comm. He was already climbing into his fighter, his movements sharp with rage. "They're using the same attack pattern as New Eden. This is personal." Before anyone could stop him, Kale's fighter screamed out of the hangar. 5 other cadets followed, their ships forming up in a standard combat array. "Zira, get to your ship," Dr. Vero ordered. "Max." His silver features twisted with concern. "You've never flown a real quantum fighter. The neural load could..." "Could what?" Max was already heading for the nearest ship. Kill me? Like they killed Cale's parents. Like they'll kill my sisters if we fail. He pulled himself into the cockpit, and the neural interface wrapped around his mind like a cold knife. Pain lanced through his skull as the fighter's quantum-enhanced senses became his own. Space itself seemed to whisper to him, showing him paths and patterns hidden in the void. Through the neural link, he felt Cale's squadron engage the enemy. The rogue faction ships moved like hunting predators, their quantum weapons, leaving tears in reality that made Max's upgraded senses scream. "Cale, wait!" Zira's fighter rocketed past Max's. "It's a trap. They're herding us toward." Reality shattered. A massive rogue faction carrier phased into existence, its hull bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist. Kyle's squadron scattered, but 2 cadets weren't fast enough. Their ships vanished in bursts of quantum fire that left spreading cracks in space-time. "Fall back," Commander Varric ordered. "All cadets, emergency retreat. The carrier's weapons will tear the Academy apart." But Max saw something in the patterns, a flaw in the carrier's quantum field. The same kind of weakness he'd exploited in the Star Defender boss, hidden in plain sight. If he could get close enough. "Kyle," he called through the neural link, "I need your help." "I don't need help from an Earthling who—" "Your parents," Max cut him off. "Tell me about them. Not how they died, how they lived." A moment of startled silence. Then, they were researchers, quantum theorists. They believed there was a pattern to everything in the universe, even chaos, even death. Like this pattern? Max transmitted the weakness he'd spotted, sharing the intuition through their neural link. "Your parents were right, Cale. Everything has a pattern, even revenge." Cale's fighter swung around, falling into formation with Max's. "What's the plan? Remember Star Defender, level 47, the mirror maneuver? That's suicide in real space. The quantum backwash alone would—" Cale stopped. Through the neural link, Max felt him smile. "Would create one hell of a chain reaction. Zira, you in?" "Always." Her fighter took position on Max's other wing. "Though I still think that game was rigged." Max gripped Rose's toy spaceship with one hand as he guided his fighter toward the carrier. The neural interface sang with possibilities, showing him exactly where they needed to hit. Now! The 3 fighters split apart, their quantum drives leaving precisely calculated wake patterns. The carrier's weapons tracked them, but the overlapping quantum fields created a resonance effect that turned its own technology against it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfold around them. "Pull up!" Max screamed as the carrier's quantum core began to overload. "Get clear of the—" Space exploded. The blast threw Max's fighter into a wild spin. Warning lights flashed as the neural interface overloaded, sending lightning bolts of pain through his mind. His last thought before losing consciousness was of Rose and Zoe, and whether they'd be proud of their big brother. He woke in the Academy's medical bay, his head feeling like it had been torn apart and reassembled. Zira sat beside him, her scales a relieved shade of blue. Kyle stood by the window, watching the gas giant storms. "The carrier," Max croaked. "Destroyed," Cale said without turning, "along with their whole attack force. The quantum backwash will make that sector of space unnavigable for months." He finally faced Max. "It was a good plan. Your sisters would be proud." Dr. Vero materialized from the shadows, his silver form dimmer than usual. "The neural overload nearly killed you. No human has ever handled that level of quantum synchronization before." He paused. "The rogue faction will be back, and now they know exactly what you can do." "Good." Max sat up despite the pain, clutching Rose's toy spaceship. "Because now I know what they can do too, and I can see the patterns in their chaos." Through the window, the gas giant storms swirled like battle plans waiting to be decoded. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Max wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future where his sisters could look up at the stars and see hope instead of darkness. And he was no longer fighting alone. The Academy's medical bay hummed with quiet activity in the days following the battle. Max spent hours watching the gas giant storms through the transparent walls, their patterns now as readable to him as his sister's bedtime stories had once been. The neural overload had left him with a persistent awareness of quantum space. Reality seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision, showing him glimpses of possible futures and parallel moments. "Your brain chemistry has been permanently altered," Dr. Vero explained, his silver form reflecting the storm's colours. "The level of quantum synchronization you achieved, it should have been impossible, yet here you are, rewriting our understanding of human potential." Max turned the toy spaceship over in his hands, its plastic surface now scored with marks from the battle. And the other cadets, the ones who didn't make it, being honoured in the memorial garden. Commander Varric entered, her uniform bearing new marks of rank. Their sacrifice saved countless lives. The rogue faction's carrier wasn't just planning to attack the Academy. We found evidence they were targeting Earth next. Your actions prevented that. The door slid open again as Kale walked in, moving stiffly from his own injuries. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something more complex, respect tinged with uncertainty. He carried a sleek metal case. "The Defense Council reviewed the battle recordings," he said, placing the case on Max's bed. "They've never seen anyone navigate quantum space like that. They're calling it the Carter Maneuver now." He opened the case, revealing a commander's insignia. "They're promoting you to squad leader, if you want it." "Youngest in Academy history," Zira added, her scales shifting through proud colours as she entered. "Though some of us think you're still just lucky." Max smiled, remembering their first meeting just days ago, before the battle, before he'd understood what he was truly capable of. Luck had nothing to do with it. Star Defender taught me to see patterns, but you and Kale taught me how to use them. We succeeded because we worked together. Speaking of working together, Commander Varric activated a holographic display. The quantum backwash from the carrier's destruction revealed something interesting. Hidden transmissions, encoded in the fabric of space-time itself. The rogue faction isn't just a splinter group. They have supporters within the Defense Force. The implications hung heavy in the air. Max thought of his sisters, safe in the Academy's family centre but still vulnerable to an enemy that could strike from within. "There's more," Dr. Vero said, his form rippling with concern. "The neural scanning technology they used in their human experiments? It bears remarkable similarities to the Star Defender interface. Someone with intimate knowledge of our recruitment program helped them develop it." "A traitor," Kale's fists clenched. "Someone who watched New Eden burn and did nothing." "We need to find them," Zira said, "before they help the rogue faction rebuild." Max stood despite the lingering pain, picking up the commander's insignia. Its weight felt right in his hand, like the arcade controls had that first day, a key to unlocking something larger than himself. "Then let's get to work," he said. "But first, I need to see my sisters." The family centre occupied one of the Academy's upper levels, its windows offering a view of all 3 moons. Max found Rose and Zoe in a classroom where other children, human and alien alike, learned to manipulate holographic building blocks with thought alone. "Max," they ran to him, their small arms wrapping around his legs. "We saw you in the sky. You were so bright." He knelt to hug them properly, noticing how they'd already changed in the short time since their arrival. Rose's drawings now featured impossible colours that shifted as you watched them. Zoe spoke with growing confidence, her shyness giving way to curiosity about her alien classmates. "Are you staying?" Zoe asked, hope in her voice. Max showed them his new insignia. "I have to protect people, remember? Like in our stories. But I'll always come back." Rose touched the scored surface of her toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. Did it help? With ventures? More than you know, Munchkin, he smiled, remembering how that simple toy had anchored him during the chaos of battle. It reminded me what I was fighting for. Later, standing with his newfound team, Max watched a supply ship depart for Earth. Somewhere down there, in a shuttered arcade, an ancient game cabinet still hummed with power, waiting for the next recruit who could see patterns in the chaos. "Ready for your first official briefing, Commander?" Zira asked, her scales matching the gas giant's swirling colours. Max nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities settle alongside his hopes for the future. The rogue faction was still out there, planning their next move. The traitor within the defence force had yet to be uncovered, but he was no longer the overwhelmed teenager from that small town. He was a defender of something greater, a protector of not just his sisters, but of all the families who looked to the stars with hope instead of fear. And he had a feeling their greatest adventures were just beginning. 3 months after the carrier's destruction, Max stood before the Academy's memorial garden, watching quantum roses bloom and fade in impossible colours. Each flower represented a fallen cadet, their patterns echoing the unique neural signatures of those lost in battle. Through his enhanced perception, he could almost hear them whispering stories of sacrifice and courage. "The Council's confirmed it," Cale said, approaching with a datapad that flickered with classified reports. "The traitor was Administrator Adams." The arcade owner? Max's mind raced back to those first days, seeing new patterns in old memories. He wasn't just maintaining the Star Defender cabinet. He was identifying potential recruits for the rogue faction, Zira finished, her scales dark with anger. "Testing them before we could. The cabinet you found wasn't the only one." The implications chilled Max. How many others had played that game, unknowingly auditioning for the wrong side? How many had disappeared, their quantum potential twisted into weapons? "We'll find them," he promised, touching the commander's insignia that now felt like a part of him. "Every lost recruit, every hidden cabinet, we'll bring them home." A soft chime echoed through the garden, shift change at the family centre. Right on schedule, Rose and Zoe burst through the doors, their small forms flickering with the static charge of their morning quantum mechanics class. At 5 years old, they were already showing signs of their own unique abilities. "Max," Rose ran to him, her drawings floating in her wake, artistic interpretations of quantum space that even Dr. Vero found fascinating. "Look what I made!" She held up her hands and reality rippled between them. A tiny galaxy spiraled into being, each star pulsing with possibility. Max remembered when such sights would have seemed impossible. Now they were just part of his sister's childhood. "Beautiful, Munchkin." He ruffled her hair as Zoe showed off her own creation, a miniature quantum computer built from spare parts and sheer imagination. "Ready for your big day?" Today marked their first authorized visit to Earth since everything began. The Council had finally deemed it safe enough for a brief return, though Max knew the rogue faction was still out there, regrouping in the shadows between realities. They gathered in the teleportation chamber, Max, his sisters, Cale, and Zira. Commander Varric supervised the coordinates herself, her uniform now bearing the marks of full admiral. "Remember," she said, "Earth's quantum awareness is growing. More people are beginning to see the patterns, even if they don't understand them yet. Be careful." "We always are," Max replied, thinking of how much had changed. He was no longer the overwhelmed teenager who'd stumbled into this world. His sisters were no longer the helpless children who needed his protection. They were all part of something larger now, a future where humanity was awakening to its true potential. Reality shifted, and they materialized in the old arcade. Dust still coated the machines, undisturbed since that fateful night. The Star Defender cabinet stood silent, its screen dark. Rose approached it slowly, trailing quantum sparkles. This is where it started? One beginning, Max said, watching as Zoe examined the cabinet with eyes that could see through space and time. There are others out there. More games, more recruits, more patterns waiting to be discovered. Through the grimy windows, he could see their small town transforming. Quantum technology was subtly reshaping the world, though most humans wouldn't notice for years to come. The rogue faction had failed to prevent Earth's integration into the larger universe, but the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Cale ran a scanner over the cabinet. No active quantum signature, it's just a machine now. It was never just a machine, Max corrected, touching Rose's old toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. It was a key, a test, a message saying we're not alone in the universe, and we're more than we think we are. Zira's scales shifted thoughtfully. The Council wants to mass-produce a new version, something to help identify potential recruits before the rogue faction finds them. No, Max's voice was firm. No more hidden tests. It's time for humanity to know the truth, to make their own choices. Through his quantum-enhanced senses, he could see the patterns of possibility spreading from this moment, billions of humans beginning to awaken to their potential, for better or worse. The Defense Force would need to adapt, to become guides rather than guardians. What do we do now? Zoe asked, her small hand finding his. Max smiled, seeing endless patterns of possibility stretching before them. Now, we help write the next chapter, together. Rose's galaxy still sparkled between her hands, each tiny star a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The universe was vast, full of wonders and dangers they had yet to imagine, but they would face it as they had faced everything else, as a family, bound not just by blood but by their shared journey into a reality larger than their dreams. The old arcade cabinet stood as a silent witness to their past, while quantum roses bloomed unseen in the memorial garden light years away. Somewhere between those points in space and time, Max Carter had stopped being just another small-town kid trying to survive. He had become something else, a bridge between worlds, a protector of possibilities, a keeper of patterns that might reshape the very fabric of existence. And his greatest adventure was just beginning. The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players, politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognized General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase, imposing figure. with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognized him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out, from behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a run-down bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous expose that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish." A long pause. "Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone." Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research. Projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology." Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. "Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open." Nathan offered a wry smile. "Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlisle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical." Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between 2 men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. "I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find." Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire. but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. "We'll need to start at the beginning," Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. "From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies." Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. "So they've been shaping our world for centuries?" Rafe nodded. "Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire." Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. "That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting?" Tyler took a breath. "From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance." Rafe's gaze hardened. "And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative." "Likely," Tyler said. "They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance." Nathan exhaled. "They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it." The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments. Hard to reach. No prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge. Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it. Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys. Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. That's the story of my life. Always out of my league. Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. Basement exit, Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. They're professionals, Rafe whispered. Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick. Tyler's pulse hammered. We can't outrun them if they have vehicles. Nathan's expression hardened. We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next. Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. Don't get yourself killed. Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. Keep low, Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All 3 were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires, with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the Reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realize the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. "We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse-engineered from them. The Overseer's Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder." Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet." Helena nodded gravely. "And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die." A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. "What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control." Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house." "That doesn't surprise me," Helena said. "Carlyle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long." She gestured to the equipment. "I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical." Tyler nodded. "Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device." Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlyle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan." Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible." The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. "This is a direct intercept from one of Carlyle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no." Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. "One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities." Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. "They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler." Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. "If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends." An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. "We stop it at the source," Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. "If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses." Helena gathered her disruptor components. "Let's do it. But we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility." Rafe turned to Ashley. "We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar." "I can handle that," Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works." They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organized, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday, they had a plan. Risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. "That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me." Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No, it's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes," she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now," Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlyle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time." They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its tail lights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. 2 armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. This will give us a short window. She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary. They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this. Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. They know we're here, Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. Too many guards, Ashley panted. We need a diversion. Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running. That might be our only shot, Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful, you don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed." A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows, a tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence, ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The Overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. "We have no choice. Do it." She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release, up there!" She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the Overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow, and then the overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red, and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it, but the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, It might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale. Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission. Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer. No time, Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes. Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. I'll do it. Rafe shook his head fiercely. No, we came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way. But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. I started this, Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risk your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good. Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage. Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. He's done. There's no saving him. They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. Tyler, Rafe said softly. Thank you. Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this. As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The Overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval, an ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralized or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. Spacetime's architect. John Duncan's fingers traced the delicate equations sprawled across his office whiteboard at MIT, each variable and constant flowing into the next like tributaries joining a mighty river. The soft hum of quantum processors filled the evening air as simulations ran endlessly in the background, testing and retesting his calculations. He paused, pressing his forehead against the cool surface of the board. Behind him, Boston's skyline glittered through the window, its buildings crowned with the telltale blue glow of zero-point energy reactors, a sight that would have seemed impossible just a decade ago in 2084. "You're doing it again, Johnny," a familiar voice called from the doorway, "getting lost in those numbers like your old man used to." John turned to find Mira Blackwood leaning against the doorframe, her NASA credentials reflecting the harsh fluorescent light. Her expression carried the same mixture of concern and amusement it always did when she caught him working late. "The simulation's almost done," he said, gesturing to the holographic display that filled half his office. "I think I've finally found it, Mira. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity. It's beautiful." Mira crossed the room, her eyes scanning the equations. Despite her expertise in aerospace engineering, even she struggled to follow the complexity of John's work. "Your grandfather would say you're thinking too much with your head and not enough with your heart." The mention of his grandfather sent John's mind drifting back to those summer months spent in the wilderness. He could almost smell the pine needles, feel the rough bark beneath his fingers as Chaska taught him to track, to survive, to become one with the land. The old man's words echoed in his memory. "The universe speaks to us in many languages, grandson. Numbers are just one of them." John's hand unconsciously moved to the medicine pouch he wore, beneath his shirt, a gift from Chaska on his 18th birthday. Inside was a single eagle feather and a small piece of red pipestone from the quarries sacred to the Sioux. Even here, in the heart of MIT's advanced physics complex, he kept that connection to his heritage. The quantum processor chimed, pulling him back to the present. The simulation was complete. "My God," Mira whispered, staring at the results floating before them. "John, is this—" He nodded, his heart racing. "The unification theory. But it's more than that, Mira. These equations don't just describe space-time. They show us how to manipulate it." The holographic display showed a three-dimensional representation of his calculations, a perfect marriage of quantum fields and gravitational forces. What had started as a simple attempt to reconcile Einstein's work with quantum mechanics had evolved into something far more profound. "The Duncan equation," Mira said softly, testing the words. "They'll remember this moment, you know, the day physics changed forever." John barely heard her. His mind was already racing ahead, seeing the implications unfold like a cosmic flower blooming. With this equation, humanity could harness vacuum energy, stabilize negative mass fields, and potentially achieve faster-than-light travel. It was the key to the stars themselves. But something else nagged at him, a warning that seemed to come from deep in his bones. His grandfather had taught him that every gift from the universe came with responsibility, with the need for wisdom in its use. The equations before him held power beyond imagining, power that could reshape reality itself. The office door hissed open again, and Dr. Malcolm Duncan strode in, his silver hair dishevelled and his eyes bright with excitement. "The monitoring system flagged your results," he said, barely containing his enthusiasm. "Show me." As John began explaining his breakthrough to his father, he couldn't shake the feeling that he stood at a crossroads. In bridging the gap between quantum mechanics and general relativity, he had also bridged the two worlds that defined him, the rational scientific realm of his father and the spiritual intuitive wisdom of his grandfather. The sun set over Boston, casting long shadows through the office windows. In the gathering darkness, the equations glowed like ancient runes, holding secrets that would change the course of human history. John Duncan, the man who walked between worlds, had unlocked the fundamental language of the universe itself, and somewhere, in the back of his mind, he heard his grandfather's voice, carrying a warning. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The Grand Lecture Hall at ITMO University in St. Petersburg hummed with anticipation. Holographic displays flickered in the air, showing John's equation from multiple angles as he addressed the assembled crowd of the world's leading physicists and military officials. "The implications are clear," John said, his voice carrying through the ancient hall. "We're not just describing space-time anymore. We're learning to speak its language, to reshape its very fabric." He gestured to the elegant mathematics floating before him, each symbol pulsing with soft blue light. In the front row, Dr. Elena Petrov leaned forward, her eyes sharp and calculating. Behind her stern expression, John caught a glimpse of something else, concern, perhaps even fear. She understood, more than most, what his equation truly meant. The questions came rapid fire after his presentation. John handled them all with practiced ease, even as he noticed General Vasily Orlov in the back of the hall speaking quietly into his neural comm unit. The general's cybernetic augmentations glinted in the low light, standard issue for Russian military command. "Dr. Duncan," Eleanor stood, her voice cutting through the excited murmur of the crowd. "Have you considered the implications if your equation fell into the wrong hands? The potential for weaponization?" The hall fell silent. John touched the medicine pouch beneath his shirt, drawing strength from it as his grandfather had taught him. "Knowledge itself is neutral, Dr. Petrov. It's how we choose to use it that matters. My equation could give us clean energy, faster than light travel, a path to the stars themselves. Or yes, it could be weaponized. That choice belongs to all of us." Later, in his hotel room overlooking the Neva River, John stood at the window watching autonomous drones patrol the night sky. The city had changed since his last visit. More neural interface stations, more security checkpoints, more signs of a world racing toward a technological singularity it might not be ready for. His tablet chimed with an incoming message from Mira. "Pentagon's going crazy over your presentation. Half the physics community is calling you the new Einstein. The other half thinks you're going to destroy the universe. Miss you, dinosaur. Come home soon." John smiled at her use of their old joke about his refusal to get neural implants. He preferred to rely on his natural abilities, a choice that made him increasingly rare in academic circles. His grandfather's teachings about maintaining connection to one's true self had always resonated more deeply than the promise of technological enhancement. The attack came without warning. The room's smart systems went dark first, plunging him into total darkness. John's body reacted before his mind could process what was happening, muscle memory from countless hours of training with his grandfather taking over. He dropped and rolled as the window exploded inward, fragments of smart glass raining down where he had stood moments before. Dark figures poured through the breach, their movement betraying military training. Their combat suits absorbed light, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye. But John didn't need to see them. He could feel their presence, sense their movement through the air as Chaska had taught him. He managed to disable two before a third caught him with some kind of neural disruptor. The world spun, his consciousness fragmenting like light through a prism. As darkness claimed him, John heard General Orlov's voice. Carefully with him. His mind is what we need. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was his tablet, still displaying Mira's message. Below it, a single line of his equation glowed in the darkness, the mathematical expression for bending space itself. He awoke to the cold. Even before opening his eyes, John knew he was no longer in St. Petersburg. The air held a different quality, thinner, sharper, with a distinct bite of Siberian winter. His grandfather had taught him to read the air this way, to let it tell its story. "Ah, Dr. Duncan, welcome back to consciousness." General Orlov's voice carried the artificial warmth of someone used to interrogations. "I apologize for the theatrical nature of your arrival, but we have much to discuss about your remarkable equation." John opened his eyes to find himself in a sterile white room. Through a reinforced window he could see snow-covered forests stretching to the horizon. Somewhere in Siberia then, far from any help. "Your equation is brilliant," Orlov continued, "but incomplete. You've held back crucial elements in your publication. We need the full theory." "The equation published is complete," John replied, his voice rough. "The rest is just engineering." Orlov's cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on him. "We both know that's not true. You've discovered something profound about the nature of reality itself. Something that could give Russia the advantage it needs in this new technological Cold War." As Orlov spoke, John's mind was already racing, cataloguing details about his surroundings, the vibration of heavy machinery far below them, the slight hesitation in the guards' movements suggesting they were receiving orders through neural implants, the way the snowflakes fell outside telling him wind patterns and temperature, all the things his grandfather had taught him to observe, to read like a story written in the world itself. The same instincts that had helped him unlock the mysteries of space-time would now need to help him survive. "You have two choices, Dr. Duncan," Orlov said, his artificial smile never wavering. "Cooperate and help us understand every aspect of your discovery, or—" He let the threat hang unspoken in the air. John met his gaze steadily, feeling the weight of the medicine pouch against his chest. He thought of his grandfather's words. Sometimes the greatest strength is in knowing when to bend like the river around the stone. Outside, the Siberian winter howled, and somewhere in the vast white expanse destiny waited. 3 weeks of interrogation had taught John the facility's rhythms, the guard rotation, patterns, the slight power fluctuation when the quantum containment field cycled, the blind spots in the neural-linked surveillance system, but most importantly he had learned patience, just as his grandfather had taught him during those long hunting trips in his youth. "The deer does not choose when to run," Chaska had said. "It waits for the moment to present itself." That moment came during a midnight power transition, when the facility's quantum cores switched from primary to secondary systems. In the brief second of darkness, John was already moving. The guard's neural implants would be momentarily offline, their enhanced reactions dulled to merely human speeds. He had prepared carefully, studying the facility's layout through careful observation and the subtle hints dropped by Elena Petrov during her visits. She had never openly helped him, but her careful positioning during their conversations had told him everything he needed to know about the building structure. The first guard went down silently, a precise strike to the neural port at the base of his skull, a weakness in all augmented soldiers. The second barely had time to reach for his weapon before John was on him, using the close-quarters combat techniques that had been drilled into him since childhood. In the wild, there is no room for hesitation, his grandfather's voice echoed in his memory. Act with certainty, or do not act at all. The facility's alarms began to scream as John raced through the corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold floor. He had timed it perfectly. The night shift was at its minimum strength, and the brutal Siberian winter outside would make them think twice about a prolonged pursuit. He found what he needed in a storage room, basic cold weather gear, enough to give him a fighting chance against the elements. The rest he would have to acquire the way his grandfather had taught him, from the land itself. The outer door's quantum lock took precious seconds to hack, using a bypass sequence he had derived from his own equations. As it finally slid open, the bitter Siberian wind hit him like a physical blow. Behind him, he could hear the heavy boots of the security response team. John didn't hesitate. He plunged into the darkness, letting the snow swallow him whole. The first night was the hardest. The temperature dropped well below freezing, and the facility's searchlights painted the snow-covered landscape in harsh relief. Drones buzzed overhead, their thermal scanners searching for any sign of human heat signatures. But John had learned from the best. He packed himself into a snow cave, using the thermal properties of snow itself to mask his body heat, a trick learned during those long winters with Chaska. As he huddled in the darkness, he recited his grandfather's teachings like a mantra. The cold is not your enemy. It is simply another language of the earth. Learn to speak it, and it will shelter you. Dawn brought new challenges. The facility had deployed their elite Spetsnaz hunters, men and women trained in Arctic warfare and equipped with the latest tracking technology. Their neural implants would allow them to process environmental data in real time, making them formidable predators. But John had advantages they couldn't match. Where they relied on technology, he read the wind and snow directly. Where their augmented vision searched for heat signatures, he looked for the subtle signs of animal movement that would lead him to food and shelter. He moved at night when possible, navigating by the stars as his ancestors had done for countless generations. During the day, he became a ghost, using every trick Chaska had taught him to move without leaving traces. He fashioned snares from available materials, caught small game, and used every part as the old ways demanded. Weeks turned into months. Spring came, bringing new challenges and opportunities. The melting snow made tracking easier for his pursuers, but also provided him with more resources. He learned the patterns of the land, the movements of the animals, the subtle changes in weather that could mean the difference between life and death. The isolation should have broken him. Instead, it crystallized something in his mind. During the long nights in makeshift shelters, he found himself working through his equations, seeing them in a new light. The mathematical language he had discovered to describe space-time began to mirror the natural patterns he observed in his survival. All things are connected, Chaska had told him. The path of the eagle in the sky follows the same laws as the atoms in your body. Learn to see the patterns, and you will never truly be lost. One night, sheltering in a cave while a spring storm raged outside, John had an epiphany. His equations weren't just describing space-time, they were describing the fundamental patterns of reality itself. The same principles that governed quantum fields also governed the flow of rivers, the growth of plants, the migration of animals. He began scratching calculations into the cave wall with a piece of charcoal, the mathematics flowing from him in a burst of inspiration. This was what had been missing from his original equation, the understanding that came not from pure intellect, but from direct communion with the natural world. 6 months into his escape, he encountered his first major setback. A drone sweep caught him in the open, and within hours the hunters were closing in. He found himself trapped between a rushing river and advancing search parties, their neural interfaces giving them perfect coordination in the fading light. In that moment, John remembered one of his grandfather's most important lessons. Sometimes survival means letting go of your fears and trusting the river to carry you. He dived into the icy waters, letting the current take him. The hunters would expect him to fight against it to try to reach the nearest shore. Instead, he surrendered to the flow, letting it carry him far beyond their search perimeter. As autumn painted the Siberian landscape in brilliant colours, John had become something more than either the scientist or the survivalist he had been. He was both and neither, a man who had learned to see the universe in its totality, from the quantum scale to the cosmic, from the mathematical to the spiritual. The pursuing forces had decreased over time, but they hadn't given up. Orloff was still out there, driven by the desire to control the power of the Duncan equation. But John had learned patience. He knew that, like all things in nature, his journey would reach its conclusion when the time was right. On a clear night, as the aurora borealis danced overhead, John looked up at the stars and smiled. In his head, the equations that could bend space itself had evolved, informed by months of living in harmony with the natural world. He knew now that he had only begun to understand the true implications of his discovery. The border with Mongolia was still weeks away, but John Duncan was no longer running. He was following the path that the universe itself had laid out for him, one step at a time. The lights of Ulaanbaatar appeared on the horizon like stars emerging at dusk. After 13 months in the wilderness, the sight of civilization was almost jarring to John. He stood on a ridge overlooking the Mongolian capital, his clothes worn and weather-beaten, his beard long and wild. The medicine pouch still hung around his neck, the one piece of his old life that had stayed with him through everything. During his final push to the Mongolian border, he had evaded 3 separate drone sweeps and a last-ditch attempt by Orloff's forces to intercept him. But the skills honed over months of survival had served him well. As his grandfather always said, "The hunter who chases 2 deer catches neither." The Russians had spread their forces too, thin, trying to predict his movements with technology rather than understanding. The US Embassy rose from the city centre, its quantum shielding creating a subtle distortion in the air around it. Inside those walls waited safety, contact with home, and a return to his old life. Yet John hesitated. "You look troubled, my friend," came a voice behind him. John turned to find an elderly Mongolian herder approaching, leading a horse. The man's eyes held the same wisdom John had often seen in his grandfather's. "The path forward isn't always as clear as the path that led here," John replied. The old man nodded. "The eagle must return to earth to feed, but it never forgets the sky." He offered John a ride into the city, an act of kindness that brought tears to his eyes. The embassy's security system scanned him thoroughly as he entered, their quantum sensors probing for any signs of technological tampering or coercion. The staff's eyes widened as they confirmed his identity, John Duncan, the physicist who had vanished in Russia over a year ago. Within hours he was cleaned up, debriefed, and speaking with familiar faces through secure quantum channels. Mira's hologram appeared before him, her hand instinctively reaching out before remembering the limitation of the technology. "You crazy dinosaur," she said, her voice breaking. "We thought, when we lost contact—" "I had good teachers," John replied, touching the medicine pouch, "both scientific and spiritual." His father's call was more complex. Malcolm Duncan had aged years in the months of his son's absence, his hair now completely white. "Your equation," he said without preamble. "During your captivity, I've been working on it. There's something we missed, isn't there? Something about the fundamental nature of reality itself." John smiled. "The mathematics was only part of it, Dad. Out there, surviving in the wilderness, I learned to see the patterns that connect everything. The equations don't just describe reality. They reveal its underlying harmony." Back at MIT 2 weeks later, John stood in his old office. now cluttered with a year's worth of papers analysing his work. The academic world had not stood still in his absence. Teams worldwide had been exploring the implications of the Duncan equation, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible, but they were all missing the crucial insight he had gained in the wilds of Siberia. The equation wasn't just about manipulating space-time, it was about understanding humanity's place within it. Late that night, after the quantum processors had been shut down and the labs had emptied, John began to write. His fingers flew across the holographic interface as he poured out everything he had learned. The mathematics flowed naturally now, informed by both his scientific knowledge and the deep wisdom he had gained from his time in the wilderness. The new version of his equation was both simpler and more profound. It showed how vacuum energy could be harnessed not through brute force, but through harmony with the natural fluctuations of space-time itself. The path to faster-than-light travel wasn't about conquering physics, it was about understanding our place within it. As he worked, he felt the presence of both his teachers with him. His father's rigorous scientific training helped him structure the mathematics, while his grandfather's spiritual wisdom guided him in seeing the larger patterns. For the first time, the two sides of his heritage were in perfect balance. Mira found him there at dawn, surrounded by floating equations that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "You've done it, haven't you?" she asked, studying the elegant mathematics before her. "You found the key to actual faster-than-light travel." John nodded, but his expression was troubled. "The question isn't whether we can do it, Mira. It's whether we're ready for what we'll find out there." Reports were already coming in about various governments and corporations racing to weaponize different aspects of his original equation. Russia, China, the United States, they all saw it as a tool for dominance rather than understanding. But John had learned something essential during his year in the wilderness. True power came not from control, but from harmony. The same principles that had helped him survive in Siberia would now guide humanity's first steps to the stars. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Every journey changes the traveller. The question is, are you ready to become what the journey needs you to be?" Looking at the completed equation floating before him, John Duncan knew that his greatest journey was just beginning. The experimental deep space vessel Horizon hung in Neptune's orbit like a strange metallic arrow, its modular design unlike anything humanity had built before. The ship's distinctive profile was dominated by the massive toroidal quantum containment rings that encircled its central hull, designed to channel and stabilize exotic matter flow. The experimental craft's crystalline navigation array glinted in the distant sunlight, creating prismatic distortions through its quantum shielding. In the ship's engineered heart, a spherical chamber specifically designed to handle the intense space-time distortions of a warp field, John Duncan made final adjustments to the experimental warp core, the culmination of his revised equation. "Final diagnostics are green," Mira reported from her station, her voice tight with anticipation. She had insisted on being here for this moment, despite the risks. The containment fields are holding steady. Through the reinforced viewport, Neptune's blue disk dominated the view, a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The station had been built in secret over the past year, funded by a coalition of independent scientists and researchers who shared John's vision of exploration over exploitation. "Dr. Duncan," Elena Petrov's voice came through the quantum comm. She had defected from Russia 6 months ago, bringing with her crucial insights into how Orlov planned to weaponize the original equation. The vacuum energy readings are approaching optimal levels. John studied the holographic displays surrounding him, each one showing a different aspect of the experiment. The mathematics was elegant, beautiful in its simplicity, but more than that, it was right. He could feel it in the same way he had learned to feel the changing weather during his year in the wilderness. Your grandfather would be proud, his father's voice crackled through the comm from Earth. Malcolm Duncan had undergone a profound change since his son's return, finally embracing the wisdom that existed beyond pure science. He always said you would find your own path. John touched the medicine pouch that still hung around his neck. Inside, along with the eagle feather and pipestone, he had added a small piece of Siberian pine bark, a reminder of the lessons learned during his year of survival. "Beginning final power-up sequence," he announced, his fingers dancing across the control interface. "Initiating vacuum energy extraction." The warp core hummed to life, its crystalline structure pulsing with an inner light that seemed to bend reality around it. This was the crucial moment. Either his revised equation would work, creating a stable warp field, or... Warning klaxons suddenly blared through the station. "Multiple ships dropping out of stealth," Mira shouted. "Russian, Chinese and American signatures. They must have tracked our quantum signatures." John's hands remained steady on the controls. He had known this moment might come. The world's powers had been searching for him ever since he disappeared from MIT 6 months ago, each hoping to claim his discovery for themselves. "They're demanding we shut down the experiment," Elena reported, her voice grim. "Orlov is leading the Russian contingent personally." Through the viewport, John could see the ships approaching, sleek predators swimming through the void. Even now they were preparing to fire the weapons he had helped them create, each nation willing to risk everything to control the power of his equation. "John," Mira said softly, using his first name for the first time in years. "We're out of time." He looked at the warp core, its light now filling the engineering chamber with impossible colours. The equation that powered it was more than just mathematics. It was a key to understanding humanity's place in the cosmos. But that same equation, in the wrong hands, could tear reality itself apart. "Dad," he said into the comm, "do you remember what you told me when I first started studying physics? About how the greatest discoveries often require the greatest sacrifices?" There was a long pause before Malcolm replied, "I remember, son. I also remember what your grandfather told you about, following the path that the universe itself provides." John smiled. Everything had led to this moment. His dual heritage, his year in the wilderness, the insights gained from both science and survival. He understood now why the equation had come to him and what he had to do with it. "Mira, Eleanor," he said calmly, "initiate emergency protocol Duncan Alpha. Get to the escape pods." "John, no." Mira started to protest, but he cut her off. "The universe is vast," he said, his fingers flying across the controls as he input the final calculations. "And humanity isn't ready for this power. Not yet. But someday." The warp core's light had become almost blinding now, the vacuum energy readings off the scale. John could feel reality beginning to bend around him, just as his equations had predicted. "Son," his father's voice broke, "don't—" "I love you, Dad," John said. "Tell grandfather. Tell him I finally understand what he meant about the eagle in the sky." With a final keystroke, he locked out all external control of the system. The approaching ships were too late. The warp field was already forming, wrapping around the space vessel horizon like a cocoon of distorted space-time. Through the viewport, John watched Mira and Elena's escape pods streak away toward the safety of the other modules. On his screens, he could see Orlov's ships desperately trying to lock weapons on his position, but the warp field was already affecting their targeting systems. In his final moments before activation, John Duncan thought of everything that had led him here. The mathematics that had opened the door to the impossible. The survival skills that had kept him alive in Siberia. The wisdom of two traditions, scientific and spiritual, finally working in harmony. "The journey begins," he whispered. The warp core's crystalline matrix began to pulse with increasing frequency, its modified geometry, based on Harold White's breakthrough research, reducing the massive energy requirements by orders of magnitude. The quantum vacuum energy extractors activated, drawing power from the zero-point field itself, while the Casimir effect generators created precise negative energy densities in the containment channels. Streams of stabilized exotic matter, John's solution to the negative mass problem, swirled through the carefully calibrated fields. Their negative energy signatures began warping local space-time, creating the impossible geometries predicted by his unified equation. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity that had eluded physicists for generations. John watched in awe as space itself began to fold. Through the viewport, the stars stretched and distorted as the warp field intensified. The core's antimatter injection system engaged, providing the carefully calculated energy burst needed to amplify the quantum vacuum fluctuations. The modified bubble geometry took shape, requiring barely a fraction of the theoretical Jupiter mass, energy that had once been thought necessary. The quantum gravity sensors showed the impossible, microscopic space-time distortions scaling up to macroscopic levels, proving his theories about vacuum energy interaction with curved space-time. Reality rippled as field strength readings exceeded anything humanity had achieved before, yet remained perfectly controlled within the parameters of his equations. With a silent flash of light that rippled through subspace, the warp bubble fully formed, its stability maintained by the continuous quantum-level manipulations his breakthrough had made possible. For a brief moment, John saw the universe as his equations described it, not just as mathematics, but as a unified dance of quantum fields and gravitational forces, proving that FTL travel wasn't just theoretical but achievable through the precise manipulation of nature's fundamental forces. Then the bubble collapsed inward, taking the space vessel horizon with it into a realm where Einstein's limitations held no power over the quantum reality beneath. When the light faded, nothing remained but a rapidly dissipating quantum signature and a mystery that would haunt humanity for generations. The first human-made warp drive had worked exactly as designed, representing humanity's first step beyond the light barrier through the perfect union of theoretical physics and technological innovation. Years later, long after the Neptune station had been converted into humanity's first faster-than-light research facility, a signal would be detected from deep space. It contained no words, no images, just a simple mathematical sequence, an elegant proof that built upon the Duncan equation, showing humanity the next step on its journey to the stars. And in that message, those who knew how to look would find something else. The wisdom that true power comes not from conquering the universe, but from learning to live in harmony with it. For John Duncan, the man who had bridged worlds had become something new. Humanity's first explorer of the infinite, guided by both the precision of physics and the wisdom of his ancestors, forever walking the path between the known and the unknown. The eagle had found its sky at last. The celestial guardian. Daniel Cole's fingers traced the edge of his daughter's crib, the smooth wood worn familiar after countless midnight vigils. Sarah's tiny chest rose and fell in the dim glow of her constellation nightlight, stars and planets dancing across her ceiling in slow, hypnotic circles. He smiled, remembering his own childhood dreams of soaring through those stars. "She's finally down." Rebecca's whisper came from the doorway, accompanied by the rich aroma of fresh coffee. "Like an angel," he murmured, carefully backing away from the crib, "though I'm pretty sure she's going to be a pilot. Did you see how she was moving her arms during story time? Banking and rolling through the clouds." Rebecca's laugh was soft and knowing. "Like father, like daughter." She handed him a steaming mug, the ceramic warm against his palms. Speaking of which, when's your next flight? Saturday morning. Clear skies predicted. Daniel followed her into their modest living room, where the walls told their story through carefully arranged photographs. Their wedding day, the opening of Cole's Corner Bistro, Sarah's first moments in the hospital, a life built on solid ground. But tucked between the family photos, less noticeable but no less important, was a single shot of Daniel in the cockpit of a Cessna 172, his first solo flight. The grin on his younger face held a wild joy that sometimes felt like it belonged to another person entirely. He settled into his favourite armchair, the leather creaking familiar beneath him. Through the bay window, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of amber and deep purple. A commercial airliner crawled across the horizon, its lights blinking steadily against the gathering dusk. "Sometimes I wonder," he said, more to himself than Rebecca, "what would have happened if I'd stuck with the Air Force track?" "And given up your dream of owning the bistro?" Rebecca curled up on the couch, tucking her feet beneath her. "The place that brought us together? Where you proposed?" Daniel smiled, but his eyes remained on the distant plain until it disappeared behind the neighbour's oak tree. "You're right. This is the life I chose. The right life." He took a sip of coffee, letting its warmth chase away the whispers of what if. The doorbell rang. Rebecca frowned. "Are we expecting anyone?" "No deliveries today." Daniel set down his mug and stood, years of restaurant ownership making him automatically straighten his shirt. Probably someone who missed the bistro's closing time. The bell rang again, more insistent this time. Something about its urgency made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Through the frosted glass panels flanking his front door, he could make out several tall figures in what looked like formal wear. Their postures were rigid, military straight. Daniel opened the door to find 3 people in dark suits, their faces set in identical expressions of carefully neutral urgency. The woman in the centre held up a badge that gleamed in his porch light. "Mr. Daniel Cole?" Her voice was clipped, professional. "I'm Dr. Evelyn Carter. We need you to come with us immediately." "Excuse me?" Daniel's hand tightened on the doorknob. "It's 8 o'clock at night and I have no idea who you are." "This is a matter of national security," said one of the men, his tone making it clear he wasn't used to people questioning him. "We have the necessary authorization." "Authorization for what?" Rebecca appeared at Daniel's shoulder, her presence warm and grounding. Dr. Carter's expression softened slightly as she looked between them. "Mr. Cole, what I'm about to show you will change everything you think you know about your life, about who you are." She pulled out a small device that looked like a cross between a smartphone and a medical scanner. "May we come in?" Daniel started to refuse to close the door on this strange interruption to his quiet evening. But then the device in Dr. Carter's hand lit up with an otherworldly blue glow, and a soft harmonic tone filled the air. A tone that resonated in his bones, calling to something deep and forgotten within him. His daughter's mobile of stars and planets chose that moment to spin faster, its projected lights swirling across the ceiling in impossible patterns. And Daniel Cole, restaurateur and weekend pilot, felt the ground shift beneath his carefully ordered world. The device on Dr. Carter's palm cast fractals of blue light across Daniel's living room walls, turning the familiar space alien and strange. Rebecca's hand found his, squeezing tight as the 3 agents filed in with practiced efficiency. One positioned himself near the hallway leading to Sarah's room, and Daniel felt his jaw clench. "First," Dr. Carter said, her voice softer than it had been at the door, "I need to confirm something." She adjusted a dial on her device, and the harmonic tone shifted, becoming a low pulse that made Daniel's teeth ache. "Try to stay still, Mr. Cole." A beam of light swept over him from head to toe. Where it touched his skin, he felt a bizarre tingling, as if every cell in his body was answering a question he couldn't hear. The device chimed, and Dr. Carter's eyes widened. It's even stronger than we predicted. She turned the screen toward her colleagues, and Daniel caught a glimpse of scrolling data and a rotating DNA helix rendered in that same ethereal blue. Would someone please explain what's going on? Rebecca's voice held a tremor that Daniel hadn't heard since Sarah's difficult birth. Your husband, Dr. Carter said, still studying her readings, has a unique genetic marker, one we've only seen in one other place. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. In the pilot's seat of a vessel that wasn't built on Earth. Daniel barked out a laugh, but it died in his throat when none of the agents smiled. You're serious? Quite. Dr. Carter nodded to one of her colleagues, who produced a tablet and pulled up what looked like surveillance footage. This was recorded 3 days ago at a secure facility in Nevada. The video showed a cavernous underground hangar, its scale made clear by the tiny figures of scientists and military personnel scattered around its perimeter. But what dominated the frame made Daniel's pilot-trained eyes reject what they were seeing. It was sleek and lethal, its hull composed of what looked like liquid metal that rippled even when stationary. No visible seams, no rivets, no signs of human manufacturing at all. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a fighter jet, but something about its proportions made Daniel's mind struggle to process its dimensions. We recovered it in 1986, Dr. Carter explained. It was completely inert. Every attempt to access its systems failed, until this week. She tapped her device. When we developed this scanner and detected a very specific genetic sequence required for activation, a sequence that appears in less than 1/10,000,000% of the human population. The video shifted to show a team of researchers approaching the craft. The moment their instruments touched its surface, the hull became utterly still, lifeless. My God, Daniel whispered. No one on Earth can fly that ship, Dr. Carter said. Except you. Rebecca's grip on his hand became painful. This is insane. Danny's a restaurant owner, a weekend pilot. You can't just walk in here and... Actually, the agent by the hallway interrupted, we can. He produced a document bearing the presidential seal. This is a matter of national security. Mr. Cole's unique capability makes him essential to the program. Essential? Rebecca's voice rose. He's essential here. We have a business, a baby. A soft cry from down the hall silenced them all. Sarah was awake. I'll get her, Rebecca said quickly, but Dr. Carter held up a hand. Mrs. Cole, please. There's more you both need to see. The device pulsed again, but this time the tone it emitted was different. Deeper, almost musical. Miles away in that underground hangar something answered. Daniel felt it in his marrow, a resonance that bypassed his ears entirely. His vision blurred, and for a moment he could have sworn he saw ghostly contrails stretching from his fingers, reaching toward. The coffee mug slipped from his other hand, shattering on the hardwood floor. Sarah's cries grew louder. What did you do to him? Rebecca demanded, but her voice seemed to come from very far away. We didn't do anything, Dr. Carter said. The ship did. It's calling its pilot home. Daniel stared at his trembling hands, watching threads of blue energy dance beneath his skin like lightning in high clouds. The sensation was terrifying, exhilarating, and somehow deeply familiar, as if he was remembering something from a dream, or waking up from one. How long, he managed to ask. The situation is urgent, Dr. Carter replied. We need to begin immediately. Rebecca was already shaking her head. No way. Danny, please. But Daniel wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on the family photos on the wall, the carefully curated evidence of his ordinary life. In the fading light, his reflection was superimposed over them, a man split between two worlds, the grounding force of family and the infinite call of stars. Sarah's cries reached a fever pitch, and in their frequency Daniel heard an echo of that otherworldly tone. his daughter dreaming of flight while the universe itself reached for her father. "I have to know," he said softly. Rebecca covered her mouth, tears spilling over. She knew that tone. It was the same one he'd used years ago, standing in an empty storefront describing his vision for Cole's Corner Bistro. Once Daniel's curiosity and passion locked onto something, the gravitational pull was unstoppable. Dr. Carter checked her device one final time. "Pack light, Mr. Cole. Where we're going, most of what you need will be provided." She paused. "Though I suggest you take a moment to say goodbye to your daughter. This won't be an easy transition." Daniel turned towards Sarah's room, his feet feeling strangely heavy. With each step down the hallway, that resonance in his bones grew stronger, like a compass needle finding true north. Behind him, he heard Rebecca ask in a broken whisper, "How long will you keep him?" Dr. Carter's response followed him into the nursery. "That depends entirely on what happens when he meets the ship, and whether humanity is ready for what comes next." The desert night pressed against the helicopter's windows, broken only by the rhythmic pulse of anti-collision lights. Daniel sat rigid in his seat, the military-grade headset doing little to muffle the rotor wash. His go-bag, hastily packed with trembling hands, sat at his feet like a reminder of all he'd left behind. Sarah's tears still burned in his memory. Her tiny fingers had gripped his shirt as if she knew, somehow, that this goodbye was different. Rebecca's farewell had been worse, a quiet devastation in her eyes that cut deeper than anger ever could. 5 minutes to sight, the pilot announced, his voice crackling through the headset. Dr. Carter, seated across from Daniel, noticed his white-knuckled grip on the armrest. "The resonance effects will intensify as we get closer," she said. "Try to breathe through it." She wasn't wrong. The humming in his bones had grown stronger with each mile, like a tuning fork being struck with increasing force. Now it was a constant vibration that made his vision blur at the edges. The helicopter banked, and suddenly the ground below was alive with floodlights, illuminating a sprawling complex half buried in the Nevada desert. Military vehicles dotted the perimeter, their presence dwarfed by the massive hangar doors yawning open at the facility's heart. They touched, down on a marked landing pad, and Daniel's world tilted. The resonance peaked, sending waves of something that wasn't quite sound and wasn't quite electricity coursing through his nervous system. His feet moved of their own accord the moment they hit the tarmac, drawn forward by an invisible tide. "This way," Dr. Carter guided him toward a reinforced elevator. Armed guards snapped to attention as they passed, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. The elevator plunged down, through layers of concrete and security checkpoints, each deeper level increasing the pressure in Daniel's skull. And then the doors opened, and time seemed to stop. The hangar was larger than it had appeared in the video, its scale emphasized by the dozens of technicians and military personnel that looked like ants around their target. Banks of computers and monitoring equipment lined the walls, countless cables snaking across the floor toward the center of the chamber. But Daniel saw none of it. His entire world had narrowed to the ship. It hung suspended in a cradle of scaffolding, its liquid metal surface catching the harsh industrial lights and transforming them into something ethereal. As he watched, ripples of movement passed across its hull like mercury in zero gravity. The craft had no visible cockpit, no weapons, no engines, just smooth organic curves that suggested motion even in stillness. "Magnificent, isn't it?" Dr. Carter's voice seemed to come from very far away. 17 years I've studied it, and I still can't tell you how it works, what it's made of, or even its true shape. It seems to shift depending on who's looking at it and from what angle. Daniel took a step forward, then another. The resonance was overwhelming now, but it had changed from an uncomfortable vibration to something almost musical. Each step brought new harmonies, new frequencies that spoke to him in a language that bypassed his ears entirely. The crowd of technicians parted, before him their chatter falling silent. In his peripheral vision, he saw them reaching for instruments, taking readings, documenting every moment. But their scientific curiosity felt trivial compared to the pull of the ship. 3 steps from the craft, the surface began to change. The liquid metal rippled more intensely, patterns of light racing across its skin like neural impulses. A seam appeared where none had existed before, widening into an oval portal that irised open with organic precision. "My God," someone whispered. "It's never done that before." Daniel reached out, his hand trembling not with fear but with a strange anticipation. The moment his fingers touched the hull, a shock of recognition blazed through his system. The metal was cool but not cold, vibrating with a life of its own, and it was happy. There was no other word for it. The ship was joyful, like a dog greeting its long-lost master. The metal flowed around his hand, not wet but not quite solid either, drawing him forward with gentle insistence. He stepped through the portal, ducking his head instinctively, though there was plenty of clearance. The interior was both more and less alien than he'd expected. There was a seat, or something that would become a seat, and displays that flickered to life as he entered. But everything was formed from the same liquid metal as the hull, constantly shifting and adjusting. "Mr. Cole," Dr. Carter called from outside, "please wait for the safety briefing before—" The portal sealed behind him with a liquid whisper, cutting off her words. In the sudden silence, Daniel felt his heart should have been hammering with panic. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over him. He belonged here, had always belonged here. The seat reached for him, reforming itself to match his exact proportions as he settled into it. Displays solidified from the flowing walls, showing him information in symbols that should have been incomprehensible but somehow made perfect sense. A harness grew around him, secure but not confining, its touch almost gentle. And then the ship spoke to him, not in words but in sensations, images, and that ever-present harmonic resonance. It showed him stars he'd never seen, worlds he couldn't imagine, and possibilities that made his pilot's heart soar. But underneath it all was a warning, urgent and clear. They're coming. The ship's systems surged to life, panels brightening, energy thrumming through its structure. Outside he heard shouts of alarm, the chaos of an unprepared facility facing an unprecedented event. Daniel's hands found controls that materialized beneath them, perfectly shaped for his grip. The ship responded to his touch like an extension of his own body, eager and ready. "They're coming," the ship insisted, "and now, finally, we can prepare." Through the sealed portal, Daniel heard Dr. Carter's voice, tight with concern. "Get the General down here now. It's happening. God help us. It's actually happening." The ship hummed its agreement, and in that moment Daniel Cole, husband, father, restaurant owner, weekend pilot, felt the last tethers of his ordinary life begin to slip away. And somewhere, in the vast darkness between stars, something began moving toward Earth. Sweat burned Daniel's eyes as he gripped the neural interface controls, his muscles screaming from the sustained G-forces. The simulation chamber's massive screens wrapped around him in a seamless dome, currently showing him tumbling through a hyper-real rendition of low Earth orbit. "Again," General Holloway's voice crackled through his headset. "This time, try not to tear your ship apart." 6 weeks of training, and Daniel still couldn't match what he'd done in those first moments of connection. The ship, his ship, sat silent in its hangar below, refusing to respond to anyone else, waiting for him to prove himself worthy of their first encounter. "Initiating Run 17, Doctor," Carter announced from her monitoring station. Loading combat parameters. The simulation reset. Virtual stars wheeled above him as targeting markers appeared, representing incoming hostile craft. The neural interface hummed against his temples, trying to replicate his connection with the actual ship. Remember, Dr. Carter coached, don't think like a human pilot. The ship doesn't operate on our physics. Feel the space between. Multiple warnings blared as 3 targets dove at him from different vectors. Daniel's hands moved instinctively, but the simulator's response felt sluggish, artificial, not like the liquid grace of his ship. The simulation dissolved in a flash of red light. Pilot deceased floated in accusing letters before him. Damn it! Daniel ripped off the neural interface. This isn't working. These controls are wrong. The response time is wrong. Holloway strode into the simulator, his face hard. Wrong compared to what? 10 minutes of gut instinct in an alien craft we barely understand. The simulator is built on 17 years of research. The ship doesn't think in straight lines, Daniel insisted, gesturing at the conventional control setup. It flows like water. Dr. Carter appeared at the general's shoulder, her expression thoughtful. Like mercury. She turned to Holloway. Sir, I think it's time. Absolutely not. He's nowhere near ready for what? Daniel stood, his legs shaky from the simulation's artificial G-forces. To actually fly my ship. Your ship? Holloway's eyebrows shot up. Yes, my ship. The one that chose me. The one that's been teaching me every night in my dreams, showing me things your simulators can't begin to replicate. Silence fell in the chamber. Dr. Carter's eyes widened. You're having ship dreams. Why didn't you report this? Because they were private, sacred. Because in those dreams, he soared through star-studded darkness with liquid metal flowing around him like a second skin. Because the ship showed him wonders and horrors that his conscious mind could barely process. And because in those dreams, he could feel himself changing. Show them, the ship whispered in his mind, its voice growing stronger each day. Show them what we can do. Daniel held up his hand. In the harsh fluorescent light, threads of silver traced beneath his skin like mercury in his veins. Dr. Carter gasped and reached for her scanner. It's not just teaching me to fly, Daniel said quietly. It's preparing me. Because what's coming, what I've seen... He swallowed hard. We don't have time for simulators. Holloway's hand moved to his sidearm, but Dr. Carter stepped between them. General, please, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. True integration. Integration? Holloway gestured at Daniel's silvered skin. Carter, he's being infected by alien technology. For all we know. Warning klaxons cut him off. Red emergency lights began strobing throughout the facility. Multiple contacts, a technician's voice blared over the intercom. Massive gravitational distortions at the edge of the solar system. Sir, they match the ship's energy signature. Daniel closed his eyes and saw them. Vast shapes moving through the void, ancient and terrible and hungry. The ship's memories of its former masters became his own. Their arrogance, their cruelty, their rage at losing their prize vessel to an insignificant species. How long? Holloway demanded. At current velocity, 72 hours until they reach Earth orbit. Daniel opened his eyes, now threaded with silver light. I told you we didn't have time. Dr. Carter's scanner whirred. His genetic structure, it's accelerating. The changes we projected would take months are happening in real time. You can either lock me up, Daniel said to Holloway, or you can let me show you what this ship can really do. Because right now, I'm the only thing standing between Earth and extinction. The general studied him for a long moment, decades of military training warring with the impossible reality before him. Finally he nodded to Dr. Carter. Get him to the hangar, full combat loadout. As they rushed through the facility's corridors, Daniel felt the ship's eagerness building like electricity before a storm. His skin rippled with liquid silver patterns, his movements becoming more fluid, less human. "Daniel," Dr. Carter caught his arm before they reached the hangar. "What aren't you telling us? What did you see in those dreams?" He met her gaze, letting her see the alien light in his eyes. "I saw why the ship chose me, why it had to be someone who understood both what it means to fly and what it means to have something worth protecting." The hangar doors parted, revealing his ship pulsing with anticipation. As he approached, its surface began to flow like quicksilver, reaching for him with tendrils of living metal. "The ship isn't just a weapon," he said, stepping into its embrace. "It's a key, and I'm about to unlock something that will change humanity forever." The liquid metal closed around him like a chrysalis, and Daniel Cole began his final transformation from accidental pilot to Earth's first line of defense. Behind him, he heard Dr. Carter's quiet voice. "May God help us all." Above, through layers of rock and steel, the stars waited, and among them, ancient eyes turned toward Earth, drawn by the signal they had been hunting for millennia. The real flight was about to begin. Dawn painted the desert in shades of fire as Daniel stood before his ship, its surface reflecting the sunrise in impossible colours. The liquid metal rippled with anticipation, matching his own nervous energy. Around them, the hangar buzzed with pre-flight activity. Though technicians gave the craft a wide berth, they'd learned the hard way that it didn't tolerate anyone else's touch. "Remember," General Holloway's voice crackled through Daniel's earpiece, "this is a controlled test. Basic maneuvering only. No showing off." Daniel smiled, silver threads shimmering beneath his skin. The ship had other ideas. "Final systems check," Dr. Carter called from her monitoring station. "Quantum field stable. Gravitic sensors online. Daniel, your biosignatures are, well, they're unlike anything we've ever seen." He knew. The changes were accelerating. This morning he'd caught his reflection shifting like quicksilver, his eyes holding stars that hadn't been there yesterday. But there was no time to worry about that now. Their visitors were less than 48 hours out. The ship's portal irised open, welcoming him home. The moment he stepped inside, the connection bloomed. Neural pathways lighting up like solar flares, ship and pilot becoming one fluid system. The cockpit formed around him, displays crystallizing from liquid metal. "Control, we're ready." His voice resonated with harmonics that weren't quite human. "Remember your flight plan," Holloway insisted. "Low altitude, military airspace only." The ship surged to life, lifting from its cradle with liquid grace. Daniel felt every system as if they were his own organs, his own muscles. Power thrummed through neural circuits that bridged human and machine. They rose through the opening hangar doors into the dawn sky, leaving gravity behind like a half-remembered dream. Below, the desert floor blurred into abstract art. "Steady there," Carter cautioned. "Your velocity is—" The ship twisted reality around them, and suddenly they were 20 miles up, the curve of Earth visible against star-studded black. Warning messages flooded his comms as radar stations across the continent lit up. "Cole!" Holloway barked. "Return to designated airspace immediately." But Daniel and the ship were already moving, dancing through cloud layers in impossible spirals. Conventional physics were more like guidelines, really. Suggestions that could be bent, folded, reimagined. Over the Pacific, a passenger jet pilot reported a silver craft that moved like liquid lightning. In Moscow, observatory cameras tracked an object pulling maneuvers that should have turned any pilot to paste. Social media exploded with shaky phone videos of something that defied explanation, each new post ratcheting up global panic. "My God," Carter whispered through the comms. "The energy readings. Daniel, You're rewriting our understanding of physics with every move." He barely heard her. The ship was singing to him, showing him what it could really do. They shot straight up past the edge of space, then dove back into atmosphere, trailing plasma like cosmic flames. Each movement was perfect, precise, beautiful. Over the Atlantic, they created sonic sculptures with compressed air, clouds forming impossible shapes in their wake. Through the Grand Canyon, they wove between rock formations at speeds that turned the world into streaks of colour. Above the Himalayas, they danced with the aurora borealis, liquid metal reflecting curtains of cosmic light, and in low orbit they finally paused, Earth spinning blue and perfect below them. "Daniel," Carter's voice was quiet now, "every observatory on the planet is tracking you. Every military is on high alert. The world knows it's not alone." "Good." He watched the Terminator line creep across continents. They need to be ready, need to understand what's out there, what's coming. As if in response to his words, the ship's sensors pinged. Out in the darkness between Mars and Jupiter, massive objects were accelerating. The invasion fleet had spotted them. "They've changed course," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying echoes of stellar wind. "We got their attention. They'll be here in less than 24 hours now." Silence filled the comms. Finally Holloway spoke. "Can you beat them?" Daniel reached out with senses that were no longer entirely human, feeling the ship's liquid metal pulse through his veins. In his mind he saw Rebecca and Sarah, watched his daughter reaching for projected stars on her ceiling. Then he looked deeper into the ship's memories and saw worlds burning, civilizations falling, all because they weren't ready. "No," he said softly, "I can't beat them." The ship's surface rippled with deadly purpose. "But we can." He turned their joined form toward home, silver skin blazing with reflected sunlight. Below, millions of phones captured their descent, a new star moving with purpose across the morning sky. Humanity's first guardian was coming home, and the real war was about to begin. They came at midnight over the Pacific, their massive ships blotting out the stars. Daniel watched from low orbit, his ship's sensors painting a picture of doom in liquid metal displays. The Zalthari fleet moved with mathematical precision, 9 capital ships arranged in a perfect geometric pattern, each one large enough to swallow an aircraft carrier. Smaller craft swarmed between them like schools of predatory fish, their hulls black as deep space. "Jesus," General Holloway breathed through the command channel. "How many?" "I'm counting over 300 support craft," Daniel reported, his transformed voice carrying harmonics of ship speak. "The capital ships are, God, they're like flying cities." Dr. Carter's instruments whirred in the background. "The energy readings are off the scale. Daniel, a single one of those ships could..." The night lit up like false dawn. Humanity's first salvo rose from Earth. Missiles, railgun rounds, experimental energy weapons, everything the combined military forces of Earth could muster. The barrage was beautiful in its way, a testament to mankind's determination to survive. It never reached the fleet. A ripple passed through space, like heat waves over hot asphalt. Every human projectile simply ceased to exist, not destroyed, not deflected. Their fundamental particles had been unwritten from reality. "As expected," the ship whispered in Daniel's mind, its thoughts tinged with ancient sadness. "They've only grown stronger." The Zalthari response was immediate and devastating. Beams of impossible light lanced down from the capital ships, striking military bases across the globe with surgical precision. Satellites began falling dark, their orbits decaying in ways that defied physics. Power grids collapsed as some kind of quantum cascade failure rolled across continents. "They're not just attacking our defences," Daniel realised, watching the pattern emerge. "They're systematically dismantling our technology, regressing us to..." A new signal cut through the chaos, a transmission on frequencies that made Daniel's altered DNA resonate. The ship translated, "Attention, primitive species. Your unauthorized use of superior technology has been noted. Your punishment is regression and reduction. Resist and face extinction." Through the command channel, Daniel heard Holloway issuing rapid-fire orders, trying to coordinate what remained of Earth's defenses. But it was Carter's voice that caught his attention. "Daniel," she said urgently, "I'm detecting massive atmospheric changes. They're not just attacking our technology, they're altering Earth's chemical composition. At this rate, the air will be unbreathable in less than 6 hours." The ship's memories flooded Daniel's mind. Other worlds, other civilizations falling to this same strategy. The Zalthari didn't believe in quick extermination. They turned worlds into museums of failure, letting species choke slowly on their own transformed planets. "Like hell," Daniel growled. They dove through the upper atmosphere, liquid metal hull flowing into attack configuration. As they fell, Daniel felt the ship's weapon systems awakening. Not simple guns or energy beams, but tools that could reshape local space-time itself. The nearest capital ship spotted them. Black swarms of fighter craft peeled away from their patrol patterns, moving with hideous speed and precision. The lost vessel, the alien transmission returned, tinged with something like amusement. "Crewed by a primitive, your genetic structure is already failing. Surrender the ship and your species may be permitted to survive as a slave race." Daniel's response was more elegant. They corkscrewed through the first wave of fighters, reality warping around them. Where they passed, enemy craft found themselves occupying the same space as their wingmates, their matter merging with catastrophic results. "That's not possible," Carter gasped, watching the telemetry. "The energy requirements for localized space folding. Save the science for later," Holloway cut in. "Cole, can you reach their command ship?" A massive beam of twisted light speared through the space they'd occupied microseconds before. Daniel felt the ship's exhilaration as they danced through gaps in conventional physics, moving in ways that made Newton weep. But the enemy was learning, adapting. Each attack came closer, each defense grew stronger, and in the back of Daniel's transformed mind, a timer was running. 5 hours and counting until Earth's atmosphere became poison. The ship showed him their odds of survival, calculated to 1,000 decimal places. Daniel thought of Sarah, of the projected stars on her ceiling, of Rebecca's tears as he left, of all humanity looking up at the night sky and finally understanding their place in a hostile universe. "Okay," he said, both to the ship and to himself. "Show me what we've been afraid to try." The liquid metal cockpit pulsed once in warning. "It will complete the change," the ship cautioned. "There will be no going back." Below them, the Antarctic ice cap began to boil as alien weapons reshaped matter itself. 4 hours, 58 minutes remaining. "No going back anyway," Daniel said softly. "Do it." The ship sang a note that existed in no human frequency, and Daniel Cole began to truly understand why he'd been chosen. The real battle for Earth was about to begin. The transformation began as starfire in Daniel's veins. Liquid metal flowed through his altered DNA like quicksilver lightning, rewriting him at the quantum level. The boundary between ship and pilot dissolved. Not just neural connection now, but total synthesis. They became a singular entity of human consciousness and alien technology, burning bright against the void. Through transformed senses, he perceived reality in its true form. Probability waves and quantum strings, the deep structure of space-time itself. The Zalthari fleet hung before them in 11 dimensions, their true nature finally clear. "My God," Dr. Carter whispered through what remained of the command channel. "The readings. You're not just flying the ship anymore. You've become something new." Daniel finished, his voice harmonizing with frequencies that existed beyond normal space, something they never expected. The nearest capital ship launched another reality-warping beam, but now Daniel saw its underlying mathematics, the equations that bent probability to the Zalthari's will. With a thought, he rewrote those equations. The beam curved back on itself, transforming a cubic mile of space into recursive geometry. Impossible, the Zalthari command signal boomed. The ship was not designed for this level of integration. No, Daniel agreed, a hybrid form accelerating through gaps in conventional physics. It was designed to prevent this level of integration, to keep your weapons locked away from species you deemed unworthy. Their liquid metal skin rippled with new understanding, but you never imagined it would choose its own pilot. They dove into the heart of the enemy fleet, reality distorting around them. Where they passed, Zalthari fighters found their probability waves collapsed into quantum impossibilities. Capital ships fired weapons that bent space itself, but Daniel and the ship danced through dimensional gaps between the beams. "Cole!" Holloway's voice crackled with urgency. "The atmospheric transformation is accelerating. 3 hours left at most." Daniel reached out with senses that transcended human limitation. These Althari weren't just changing Earth's atmosphere. They were rewriting its fundamental forces, turning the planet itself into a weapon against its inhabitants. The enemy fleet moved to surround them, 9 capital ships forming a geometric pattern that sang with deadly harmonics. Space itself began to crystallize, trapping them in a lattice of frozen probability. "The experiment ends," the Zalthari declared. "Surrender the ship, or watch your world dissolve." But Daniel wasn't watching the fleet. Through his transformed perception, he finally saw what the ship had been trying to show him in those dream lessons. The pattern of 9 ships wasn't just a tactical formation. It was a key, a geometric echo of something far older than the Zalthari themselves. "You didn't build this ship," he said, understanding flooding him like light. "You found it, just like we did, and you've spent millennia trying to unlock its true potential." Their hybrid form began to pulse with new energy as ancient protocols activated. The liquid metal of their shared body resonated with frequencies that made the very fabric of space sing. "Stop!" Real fear entered the Zalthari transmission. "You cannot comprehend the forces you're unleashing." "Maybe not," Daniel agreed, "but I understand something you never could." Their form blazed with impossible light as the ship's final transformative protocols engaged. The difference between taking power and being worthy of it. He thought of Sarah reaching for projected stars, of Rebecca's quiet strength, of humanity looking skyward with wonder despite all its flaws. The ship's memories merged with his own. Other worlds, other species, waiting for someone who could pass the test it had spent eons preparing. The transformation completed with a sound like reality taking a deep breath. Where ship and pilot had been, something new hung against the stars, a being of living metal and transformed flesh. Human consciousness expanded through technological transcendence. Not a weapon to be wielded, but a key to unlock humanity's next evolution. The Zalthari capital ships opened fire with everything they had. Daniel raised a hand formed of liquid starlight, and probability itself bent to his will. The battle for Earth's survival began in earnest, and the stars themselves held their breath. Light bloomed between the stars as Daniel unleashed the ship's true power. Reality rippled outward in concentric waves of probability, each one carrying the message encoded in their merged form. Enough. The Zalthari fleet's perfect geometric pattern shattered. Their capital ships reeled as weapons that had conquered 1,000 worlds simply failed to exist. Fighter craft tumbled through suddenly uncertain physics. their pilots finding themselves bound by laws of reality they'd long thought mastered. "What are you?" The Zalthari command signal held something they'd never broadcast before. Awe. Daniel spread liquid metal wings that caught starlight in impossible colours. Through transformed senses, he watched quantum possibilities bloom and fade like brief flowers. I am what the ship was waiting for. Not a master, not a wielder. Their hybrid form pulsed with ancient power. A partner. The largest capital ship launched a desperate attack, trying to rewrite the fundamental forces holding Earth together. Daniel saw the mathematical poetry of it, beautiful in its way. With a thought, he inverted its quantum signature. The beam curved through 11 dimensions and crystallized into a lattice of frozen probability, trapping the ship in its own distorted space-time. The atmosphere, Dr. Carter's voice crackled through transformed sensors. 2 hours until I see it. And he did, the complex cascade of atomic changes poisoning his world. The Althari weren't just changing chemical compositions, they were altering the very language Earth's matter used to speak to itself. Time to teach it a new dialect. Daniel stretched out transformed hands and began to sing in frequencies that existed between dimensions. The ship's memories showed him the way, not to fight the changes, but to guide them, to teach Earth's quantum foundation a more complex grammar. The atmosphere shimmered like heat waves over hot asphalt. Around the planet, sensors recorded impossible readings as air itself learned to exist in multiple states at once, becoming something both breathable and transcendent. The Zalthari fleet began to retreat, their perfect formation now a chaotic scramble for survival. But their commander had one final card to play. "You think you've won?" The transmission burned with desperate rage. "You've doomed your species to a fate worse than extinction. The changes cannot be undone. Your world will never be purely human again." Daniel smiled with lips made of liquid starlight. That was never the ship's purpose, or humanity's destiny. Their hybrid form blazed against the void as he activated the final protocols. Not weapons, but keys to unlock human potential. Around the planet, subtle changes began cascading through the quantum fabric of reality. Children dreaming of flight would wake to find probability bending to their will. Scientists studying the fundamental forces would discover new variables in their equations. Artists would see colours that existed between known frequencies. The next stage of human evolution had begun. "Cole," Holloway's voice held both wonder and fear. "What did you—" "Gave humanity a choice," Daniel answered. "The same choice the ship gave me, to remain as they are or to reach, for something more." Their liquid metal skin rippled with starlight. The Zalthari feared this moment. They found the ship but couldn't understand its true purpose. It was never meant to be a weapon. It was meant to be a teacher. The enemy fleet vanished into quantum tunnels, fleeing the power they had sought for millennia. But Daniel knew they would return, not to conquer this time, but to learn. Humanity's next steps would reshape the galaxy's balance of power. Hours later, Daniel descended through an atmosphere that shimmered with new possibilities. The military base had been transformed, its stark buildings now grown from probability crystals that sang in quantum harmonics. Dr. Carter's instruments recorded changes that would keep scientists busy for generations. The liquid metal of his transformed body flowed like quicksilver as he landed, reshaping itself into something almost human. His eyes still held starlight, and silver threads still traced through his flesh, but he could walk among his people again. Rebecca waited at the edge of the Quantum Crystal Plaza, holding Sarah in her arms. Their daughter reached out with tiny hands that sparked with newborn probability fields, already adapting to the changed world. "Danny," Rebecca's voice shook. Is it still you?" He gathered them both in arms that could reshape reality but still remembered how to hold the people he loved. "It's still me," he whispered. "Just more." Sarah giggled and touched his liquid metal skin, leaving ripples of quantum possibility in her wake. Above them, the stars seemed closer, more attainable. Humanity's first steps into a larger universe had begun. "What happens now?" Rebecca asked. Daniel looked up at the infinite possibility of space, feeling the ship's ancient wisdom pulse through their shared consciousness. "Now we learn. We grow. We become something beautiful and strange and wonderful." He smiled. "And we're not alone anymore." Across the planet, a new age was dawning. The accidental pilot had become humanity's first guardian, their guide into a universe stranger and more magnificent than anyone had imagined. And somewhere in the vast depths of space, other ships waited, ready to choose their own pilots when the time was right. The wrong timeline. The circular aperture of the gate irised open, vomiting the squad into a world already halfway to hell. Orin Vale hit the cracked concrete of the transit station in a low crouch, rifle transitioned to his shoulder. Dust hung in thick, suffocating sheets, illuminated by the dying orange glow of a shattered skylight. He didn't wait for the air to clear. Behind him, Tor Holden grunted as he hauled a heavy rotary cannon through the shimmering ring of the gate. Illis Morrow followed, her scanners already chirping a frantic, high-pitched warning. The first artillery shell struck 2 blocks away. The shockwave rolled through the station like a physical fist, punching the remaining glass from the ceiling. Shards rained down, pinging off Vale's combat hardsuit. Deep rhythmic sirens began to wail, low-frequency moans in a language that lacked the sharp vowels of their home timeline's tongue. "Clear the aperture!" Vale shouted over the roar of collapsing masonry. The gate began to hum, the pitch rising to a discordant scream. It was supposed to hold for 15 seconds. At 5, the light flickered. "It's failing!" Morrow yelled, diving forward. The gate snapped shut behind her with a sound like a thunderclap, the spatial fold collapsing into a vacuum that pulled a gust of grit inward. The aperture vanished, leaving nothing but a scarred circle on the transit station wall. They were in. They were trapped. "Check positions," Vale ordered, his voice tight. "Morrow status on the return window." "Gate timing fault," Morrow said, her fingers dancing over a wrist-mounted haptic interface. "It shut 5 seconds early. The anchor is dead. We're offline." "Contact!" Holden roared. At the far end of the concourse, a mechanized infantry unit breached the primary transit doors. They weren't the militia forces the briefing had promised. These soldiers wore angular, asymmetrical plates that seemed to absorb the dim light. They moved, with a predatory synchronized glide. Morrow launched a recon drone. It banked into the air, its optics slave to the squad's HUDs. 2 seconds into its flight, a blue negative flash erupted from a shoulder-mounted emitter on the lead enemy unit. The drone didn't just fall, it atomized, leaving a scorched afterimage burned into Vale's retinas. "They've got active tracking," Vale signalled a tactical split. "Holden, suppress. Morrow, find us a way up." The enemy opened fire. They didn't use kinetic slugs or standard plasma. Phased projectiles, shimmering bolts of translucent blue energy, streaked across the station. One bolt struck a concrete pillar near Vale. It didn't impact. It slid through the stone as if it were liquid, detonating on the far side and showering Vale in pulverized grit. "Cover isn't hard," Vale yelled. "Keep moving." Holden planted his feet, the servos in his legs whining as they locked into the floor. The rotary cannon spun up, a predatory growl that proceeded, a stream of tungsten-jacketed rounds. The heavy fire chewed into the leading enemy rank, sparks flying as the angular armour held against the initial barrage. "Move! Up the stairs!" Vale directed. The squad scrambled toward a collapsed transit platform. A second volley of phased rounds curved mid-air, correcting for their movement. One bolt sheared through a metal handrail inches from Tor Halden's thigh. The heat alone blistered the paint on his suit. "They're leading our biosigns!" Morrow shouted. She threw a thermal masking canister. Grey-black smoke billowed, thick with metallic particulates. The squad vaulted over a pile of twisted rail steel and scrambled up a half-shattered escalator. Vale glanced over the edge. Below, the enemy moved through the smoke without hesitation. They weren't guessing, they were tracking. Tor dropped the ceiling. Halden didn't ask questions. He pivoted, aimed at the structural supports of the overhead signage and the weakened concrete of the mezzanine. The rotary cannon screamed. The supports buckled. A 10-ton slab of reinforced transit steel groaned and tore free, slamming down onto the concourse and cutting off the enemy's direct line of pursuit. The squad reached the upper observation deck. Vale didn't stop. He kicked through a glass partition and led them into a maintenance corridor. "Morrow, I need a fix," Vale said, his breath coming in jagged bursts. "Where the hell are we?" "Coordinates match," Morrow muttered, her eyes glowing behind her visor as she tapped into the local mesh. "Street grid is identical. This is the target city." "Then why are we in a war zone?" Halden asked, slapping a fresh drum into his cannon. Morrow stopped. She pointed toward a fallen local unit slumped against a maintenance locker. The soldier wore a uniform that matched the angular infantry below, but his chest had been hollowed out by a high-yield kinetic round. Vale knelt, his gauntlet stripping a battlefield relay node from the dead soldier's harness. He slammed the node into Morrow's data port. "Accessing," Morrow said. Her HUD flickered rapidly. "It's a live core, encrypted, but..." "Wait." The station groaned as another artillery shell struck the exterior. Dust sifted down from the vents. "It's the right city," Morrow whispered, her voice trembling. "But the data stamps are wrong. This isn't our future. It's a different now." A different war, Vale realised. The relay node suddenly pulsed red. A high decibel alarm chirped from Morrow's wrist. "Vale, the node just flagged us," Morrow said, her hands moving frantically to cut the connection. "It didn't recognise our signatures. It's reporting us as temporal contaminants." "What does that mean for the local systems?" Vale asked. Outside, the low-frequency siren shifted. The pitch became sharper, more aggressive. The sound of heavy rotors and the hum of high-altitude thrusters began to vibrate through the floor. "It means the city just designated us. A Priority 1 anomaly," Morrow said. "The automated defense grid is reassigning all local assets. Tanks, drones, interceptors, they're all turning toward this station." Vale checked his rifle's charge. "We can't stay here. If they pin us in this station, we're dead." "Where to?" Halden asked. "Into the streets," Vale said. "If this city wants us, we're going to make it work for it." Another phased round punched through the maintenance door behind them, the blue light illuminating the hallway in a sickly strobe. Vale didn't wait. He broke into a sprint, heading for the emergency exit that led to the elevated residential sectors. The war was no longer happening around them, it was coming for them. The emergency door hissed open, and the squad spilled onto a high-altitude skyway. The residential sector was a vertical labyrinth of interconnected spires and hanging gardens. A kilometre below, the city floor was a river of fire and moving armour. Above, the sky was choked with soot-stained clouds and the silhouettes of hunter-killer swarms. "Movement left," Halden barked, his rotary cannon tracking a row of sleek, hovering civilian transports. A phased round sheared through the skyway's glass railing, turning the reinforced polymer into a spray of jagged, translucent needles. Vale dove for the cover of a structural pylon. The enemy followed them out, not the heavy mechanized units from the station, but a specialized pursuit team. They wore lighter, vacuum-sealed kits and moved with a terrifying, uncanny fluidity. "They're moving in sync," Morrow noted, her voice straining as she checked her diagnostics. "I can't find a gap in their fire cycles. It's like they're one mind." "Keep moving! Verticality is our only play." Vale vaulted over a planter box, his hard suit servos whining. The pursuit team didn't just fire, they herded. Phased rounds impacted the skyway behind the squad, systematically destroying the path back. Every shot was calculated to force Vale's team deeper into the residential spires. "They're cutting our exits," Holden fired a controlled burst. The tungsten rounds hammered against an enemy's kinetic shield, the blue energy flaring bright before the soldier vanished behind a structural pillar. "We're running out of walkway!" "There, the habitation block." Vale pointed to a massive tiered structure looming ahead. The building's smart facade was already reacting. Shutter plates slammed shut over windows, entry ports sealed with heavy magnetic thuds. The city's infrastructure was treating the squad like a viral infection, sealing off the healthy tissue. "Illis, open it!" Vale commanded. "Under fire? No problem!" Morrow slid across the skyway as a phased bolt vaporized the air where her head had been a second before. She slammed a decryption spike into the door's interface. The smart structure fought back, cycling through encryption layers at a speed that made Morrow's HUD strobe red. "Come on, you piece of—" Morrow grunted. The maglocks groaned and retracted. The heavy door slid open 6 inches. "Go! Go!" Vale shoved Morrow through the gap. Holden backed in last, his cannons spitting lead to keep the pursuit team at bay. As the door hissed shut and the maglocks re-engaged, a sudden, heavy silence fell over the squad. They were in a high-end residential lobby. Water trickled down a decorative stone wall. Soft, melodic music played from hidden speakers, a jarring contrast to the artillery thunder vibrating through the floor. "False safety," Vale muttered, his eyes scanning the corridors. "Don't get comfortable. Holden, watch the breach point. Morrow, can you get us a map?" Morrow leaned against a polished marble pillar, her chest heaving. She plugged her suit's data cable into a concierge terminal. Her face went pale as the data scrolled. "Orin, we have a problem," she said. "A big one. Beyond the city trying to kill us? The local mesh, it's not just recognizing our signatures as contaminants," Morrow said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's recognizing us. Specifically, our names, our biometric baselines." "That's impossible," Holden said, not turning from the door. "We've never been here." "According to these records, we have," Morrow replied. 6 months ago, a Gate Operations Recon team, led by Orin Vale, breached this timeline. They were looking for a power source. Something went wrong during extraction. They detonated a temporal stabilizer. She looked up at Vale, her eyes wide. "They leveled 4 districts, Orin. 500,000 casualties. The military isn't just reacting to an anomaly. They're executing a rehearsed kill doctrine designed specifically to stop us from doing it again." Vale felt a cold spike of adrenaline. The mistakes weren't his, but the cost was. The herding, Vale realised. They aren't just pushing us away from the transit station. They're pushing us toward a specific kill zone. "Floor's moving!" Halden shouted. The lobby floor shifted. The smart structure began to reconfigure. Walls slid into the floor and the ceiling began to descend, attempting to crush them or funnel them into a narrow central corridor. "Out! Through the apartments!" Vale ordered. They breached a set of double doors, charging into an occupied residential hallway. Civilian families huddled in recessed doorways, their eyes wide with a mix of terror and deep, burning hatred as they recognized the squad's silhouettes. "They know who we are," Holden growled, his finger twitching on the trigger. "Look at them!" "Ignore it! We move!" Vale shouted. A pursuit team breached the far end of the hallway. One of them tossed a cylinder that didn't explode on impact. It hissed, emitting a ripple of distorted light. "Time stutter," Morrow screamed. "Close your visors." The hallway fractured. Vale saw Holden move left, then saw a ghostly image of Holden moving right 2 seconds prior. The air became a soup of desynchronized moments. The enemy soldiers, wearing specialized dampers, moved through the stutter with perfect clarity. Vale fired at a target, but the bullet hit where the soldier had been a second ago. A phased round grazed Vale's shoulder, the suit's integrity alarm screaming as the armor plate desynced and began to vibrate apart. "I can't see the real targets," Holden roared, swinging his cannon wildly as multiple images of the enemy swarmed the hall. "Morrow, burst pulse," Vale yelled. Morrow slammed her suit's reactor into an emergency vent cycle. A wave of raw electromagnetic energy washed over the hallway. The time stutter flickered and collapsed, causality snapping back into place with a sickening pop. The sudden clarity revealed the enemy just meters away. "Clear them," Vale commanded. The hallway became a charnel house of tungsten and blue light. Holden's cannon tore through the narrow space, the sheer volume of fire shredding the pursuit team before they could recalibrate. But the victory was hollow. "My suit's lagging," Holden said, his movements jerky. "The stutter did something to the servos." "My ammo's at 40%, Vale added, checking his readout. "And we're being forced toward the industrial plaza. That's where the gate re-entry coordinates are." "The kill zone," Morrow said. "They're waiting for us," Vale said, his voice hard. "But they're waiting for the version of us that follows the plan. We're changing the plan." He kicked open a massive bay window overlooking the industrial district. The wind howled into the hallway, smelling of ozone and burning chemicals. "We don't go through the streets," Vale said, looking down at the shifting structures of the plaza below. "We go over the edge." "Orin, that's a 60-story drop," Holden said. "Then we better hope your jump thrusters are still in sync," Vale replied. The sound of more pursuit teams echoing in the stairwell ended the debate. Vale stepped onto the ledge and threw himself into the abyss. The fall was a blur of screaming wind and red line warnings. Vale's jump thrusters kicked in 30 meters above the Duracrete, a short, violent burst that hammered his spine. He slammed into the center of the industrial plaza, his hard suit's shock absorbers hissing as they bottomed out. Holden and Morrow hit seconds later, their boots cracking the pavement. They weren't alone. The plaza was an open killing field, 300 meters of unobstructed line of sight surrounded by fortified command bunkers. In the center stood the gate anchor beacon, a towering obsidian needle slaved to the local timeline's power grid. "Movement, 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock, everywhere," Holden roared. He didn't wait for a command. The rotary cannon spun to life, chewing through a line of automated defense pylons that rose from the ground like jagged teeth. The pylons fired back, emitting continuous beams of phased energy that sliced through the air with the sound of tearing silk. "Morrow, the beacon!" Vale shouted, firing his rifle in precise 3-round bursts at a group of heavy infantry advancing from the western bunker. Morrow scrambled toward the base of the obsidian needle. "The interface is slaved. They've hardwired it into the city's heart." Above them, the sky fractured. A skyscraper 3 blocks away groaned as its upper half suddenly phased out of alignment. The building didn't fall. It simply existed in 2 places at once, a shimmering ghost of steel and glass overlapping itself before the reality shear snapped. The resulting shockwave wasn't sound. It was a ripple of pure kinetic force that tossed Vale 5 meters across the plaza. "Reality's losing its grip," Morrow yelled. She slammed a bypass module into the beacon's base. The temporal contamination is accelerating the collapse. A heavy unit breached the southern perimeter. It wasn't a soldier. It was a quadrupedal combat frame, its chassis shifting and blurring as it moved. It walked through a gravity pocket that left a crater in the concrete, its gate unaffected by the warping physics. "Commander on the field," a voice crackled across the squad's open frequency. The voice was cold, filtered through layers of signal processing, but the cadence was familiar. It was Orin Vale's voice, aged 20 years and sharpened by a lifetime of hatred. "You won't level this city again," the voice said. "Identify yourself," Vale barked, rolling behind a piece of debris as a phased beam melted the air above him. "I am the consequence of your extraction," the voice replied. The quadrupedal frame leaped, clearing 50 meters in a single gravity-defying bound. It landed between Vale and Morrow, its shoulder-mounted railgun rotating with mechanical precision. "Holden! Take it down!" Holden swung the rotary cannon, but the frame flickered. It moved before the rounds left the barrel, a predictive dodge that shouldn't have been possible. The frame's railgun barked. The hypersonic slug didn't hit Holden. It hit the rotary cannon. The weapon exploded in Holden's hands. The feedback loop from the ammunition feed triggered a secondary detonation in his backpack. The blast threw Holden backward, his armour blackened and venting coolant. The rotary cannon, their only heavy suppression tool, was a heap of twisted slag. "Tor!" Morrow screamed. "Stay on the beacon," Vale ordered, his heart hammering against his ribs. He charged the frame, sliding beneath its front legs and slapping a thermal charge onto its underbelly. The frame reacted instantly, its rear leg kicking Vale in the chest. The impact shattered Vale's HUD and cracked 3 ribs, sending him sliding across the slick, shimmering concrete. The thermal charge detonated. The frame didn't collapse. It staggered, one leg dragging as the armour melted, but it stayed upright. Its head unit swiveled toward Morrow. "Illis, now!" Vale gasped, struggling to find his feet. "Synchronizing." Morrow's fingers were a blur. "I've got a window. 3 seconds. She slammed her suit's reactor output into the beacon. The obsidian needle ignited with a blinding white light. A hole tore open in the air, a circular aperture showing the clean, sterile light of their home timeline's gate room. "Go! Go!" Morrow yelled. Holden scrambled up, clutching his side, his movements sluggish and pained. He reached the aperture just as a phased pulse from the bunkers slammed into the beacon's upper casing. The gate didn't close, it screamed. The aperture expanded, its edges jagged and weeping black oil-like liquid. Instead of a passage, it became a vacuum, pulling debris, air and light into its maw. "Countermeasures!" Morrow cried out, her hands flying over her controls. "They're flooding the gate with a local causality. It's rejecting the transition." The white light of the home timeline turned a bruised purple. The aperture flickered, then collapsed into a pinpoint of light before exploding outward. The feedback hit Morrow's suit. Her reactor, already pushed to its limit, back-surged. The interface cable fused to her arm, and a discharge of raw temporal energy arched through her body. She fell, her suit's life support lights flickering from green to a dead, hollow grey. "Morrow!" Vale reached her, skidding to a halt. She was breathing, but her suit was dead. The systems that shielded her from the temporal instability were gone. Her skin was already beginning to pale, her form losing focus at the edges as the timeline began to claim her. "The gate," she coughed, her voice thin. I can't hold the sink. The anchor is slave to their time." The quadrupedal frame turned toward them, its railgun whining as it cycled a fresh slug. Beyond it, the skyline was folding inward. The entire district was desynchronizing, the buildings turning into shards of light and shadow. "We lost the window," Holden said, his voice a low growl of pain. He looked at the wreckage of his cannon, then at the advancing enemy. "We lost it." The ground beneath them groaned as the plaza began to tilt. Gravity was no longer a constant. Vale looked at the beacon, then at the wounded Morrow, then at the silhouette of the commander's forces closing the circle. They were no longer just fighting a military. They were fighting the collapse of reality itself, and the reality was winning. Gravity inverted, the industrial plaza buckled upward, the Duracrete floor snapping like a dry biscuit. Vale grabbed Morrow's harness, hauling her dead-weight suit toward the lee of a tilted command bunker. Beside them, Holden stumbled, his boots sparking as he fought the shifting incline. "My servos are seizing," Holden gasped, his breath wheezing through a cracked faceplate. "The suit is fighting me." "Manual release," Vale shouted. "Strip the plates if you have to." The enemy didn't stop. The quadrupedal frame prowled the edge of a newly formed chasm. Its railgun barked again. The slug struck the bunker's reinforced wall, the kinetic energy turning the concrete into a spray of lethal shrapnel. Vale felt a hot sting across his thigh. He didn't check the wound. He checked his rifle. 12 rounds remained in the final mag. "Morrow, talk to me!" Vale hunkered over her. Illis's eyes were unfocused. Her skin looked translucent, the edges of her hands blurring into a static-like haze. She wasn't just dying. She was being overwritten by the timeline. "The beacon," she whispered, her voice a dry rasp. "It's drawing from the city's primary reactor. If we can't desync it, we're just fuel for the shear. How do we break it?" "We don't," she coughed, a fleck of blood hitting her visor. "We overload it, force a hard reset of local reality, but the manual override is at the terminal, 50 meters, open ground." Vale looked out. The 50 meters was a nightmare of shifting geometry. Slabs of pavement floated in mid-air, phased. Beams from the surrounding bunkers crisscrossed the zone in a lethal grid. The quadrupedal frame was crouched, waiting for them to bolt. "Holden," Vale signalled. "I need a screen." Holden looked at his empty, blackened hands. He looked at a fallen defence pylon, a 3-metre spike of heavy alloy. He grunted, his suit's remaining hydraulics screaming as he wrenched the spike from the ground. "I'll give you 3 seconds," Holden said. "Make it 4. Holden roared, charging out from behind the bunker. He didn't fire. He used the alloy spike as a physical shield, catching the first railgun slug on the thick metal. The impact nearly tore his arm from the socket, but he kept moving, his boots churning through the fracturing concrete. Vale moved. He slung Morrow over his shoulder, her suit's dead weight nearly toppling him. He ran. A phased beam sheared through his shoulder plate. The pain was a white-hot needle, but Vale didn't slow. He leapt a 2-metre gap where the ground had simply ceased to exist, landing on a floating slab that tilted under his weight. The commander's frame pivoted. It ignored Holden and tracked Vale. "Orin!" Holden yelled. Holden threw the alloy spike. It wasn't a killing blow, but it struck the frame's railgun mount just as it fired. The slug went wide, punching a hole through a distant skyscraper. Vale hit the base of the beacon. He dropped Morrow by the terminal. His rifle clicked empty as he suppressed a squad of infantry rushing from the shadows. He threw the weapon aside and drew his combat blade, a vibrating edge of monomolecular steel. "Morrow, do it." "I can't see the keys," she muttered. Her fingers were passing through the console. "I'm desyncing, Orin." Vale grabbed her hands. He forced them onto the interface, using his own physical presence to anchor her. He could feel the cold of the void through her gloves. "Type," he commanded. The sky turned the colour of a fresh bruise. The ground beneath the beacon began to liquefy, turning into a swirling vortex of black sand. "Almost," Morrow gasped. A shadow fell over them. The quadrupedal frame landed at the base of the beacon. The pilot's hatch hissed open. A man stepped out, older, scarred, wearing a hard suit that looked like a jagged mirror. He held a phased blade that hummed with the sound of a dying world. It was the commander. "You're out of time," the commander said. "We never had any," Vale replied, his blade held low. Behind them, Holden was down. pinned under a fallen pylon, his suit venting a cloud of white coolant. They were out of ammo, out of allies, and the world was falling into the sun. The commander moved before Vale did. The mirrored blade hummed, a blue arc of phased light that sliced through the obsidian beacon's casing. Vale parried with his monomolecular edge. The impact sent a vibration through his arm that felt like a series of small, rapid bone breaks. "You're a ghost, Orin," the commander snarled, his voice a double tone of current and future selves. "I've killed you a dozen times in my head." "Then you're used to losing," Vale spat. He didn't try to outfight the man. He leaned into the instability. As the ground tilted 60 degrees, Vale kicked off a floating slab of pavement, using the shifting gravity to launch a horizontal strike. The commander caught Vale's wrist, his grip like a hydraulic vice. "Elis! The window!" Vale screamed. "It won't be clean!" Morrow shouted. She slammed her palm into the final override. "I'm not opening a gate! I'm tearing a hole!" The beacon groaned. The obsidian surface shattered, revealing a core of raw white energy that pulsed in rhythm with the dying city's heart. Above them, the aperture didn't iris open. It ripped. A jagged wound in space-time appeared, flickering between the burning plaza and the sterile white of their home timeline. The suction was immediate. Loose rubble, metal shards, and air were inhaled into the void. "Holden! Now!" Vale kicked the commander's knee, the armor plates grinding as the commander fought to stay anchored. Holden, still pinned under the pylon, gripped the metal spike. He didn't try to crawl out. He jammed the spike into a nearby structural vent, using it as a lever. "Get to the hole!" Holden roared. "I'm holding the anchor!" "Tor, move!" Vale struggled against the commander's grip. "Can't move! Legs are gone!" Holden fired his suit's emergency flares, the magnesium white blinding the infantry closing in on him. "Go, before the shear snaps!" The commander lunged for Morrow. He knew she was the anchor. Vale intercepted him mid-air, tackling the older man into the centre of the temporal vortex. They tumbled across the liquid concrete floor. The commander's predictive armour flickered. It couldn't calculate the movements of two versions of the same man in a collapsing reality. Vale hammered his helmet into the commander's faceplate, shattering the mirrored glass. Behind them, the gate. Tyr began to turn inside out. "Orin! Now!" Morrow jumped. She caught the edge of the tear, her form stretching like pulled taffy before she vanished into the white. Vale rolled, his fingers clawing at the disintegrating ground. The commander grabbed his ankle, his eyes, Vale's own eyes, aged and filled with a cold, desperate fury, staring back. "If I stay, you stay," the commander screamed. Vale didn't kick. He reached for the commander's wrist-mounted controls and slammed the manual purge. The commander's jump thrusters ignited in a confused, erratic burst. The thrust didn't push him away. It launched him upward, directly into the jagged edge of the temporal shear. The commander didn't scream. He simply ceased to be in one piece. His silhouette bifurcated as half of him was dragged into the home timeline, and the other half was scattered across the dead city. The recoil threw Vale toward the aperture. "Holden!" Vale reached out as he drifted toward the white light. Tor. Halden sat amidst the ruins, his hand still clamped on the pylon lever, a wall of enemy infantry mere meters away. He offered a single bloody thumb up as the building behind him folded into a two-dimensional plane. Vale hit the event horizon. The transition was a sensory blackout. Silence replaced the roar of the collapsing city. He slammed onto the cold metal floor of the Gate Operations Command. Medics swarmed. Technicians screamed. Vale rolled onto his back, gasping for air that didn't taste like ozone and ash. "Morrow?" he gasped. "Here," she choked out from a nearby gurney. Her arm was a blackened mess of fused suit weave, but she was whole. The gate behind them didn't iris shut. It imploded. leaving a scorched, weeping scar on the hangar wall. The facility's emergency sirens began to wail, a sharp, high-pitched sequence Vale didn't recognise. "Sir," a technician yelled, hovering over a tactical terminal, "we have a massive data bleed." Something followed the recon signatures. "Through the sink." Vale looked at his arm. His HUD was still active. Rows of data were scrolling across his visor. Unfamiliar encryption, military doctrine files, and a live map of their home timeline's command centre. The alternate city's battlefield network hadn't just flagged them. It had latched on. A red icon blinked in the centre of Vale's vision. It was a countdown. Target acquired. Initializing siege. The lights in the hangar flickered and turned the sickly, phased blue of the alternate timeline. Deep beneath the floor, the base's automated defence pylons began to rise. The war wasn't behind them. Vale grabbed a discarded rifle from the floor and stood up, his cracked ribs screaming. "Clear the room!" Vale roared. "The gate's still open." The hangar doors locked. The sirens reached a fever pitch. Outside, in the heart of their own world, the sky began to turn the colour of a fresh bruise. The candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick, synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull, underwater throb. "Move," a voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. "Stand." Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pools. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic, metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's visions swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. "The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility," the voice said. "Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe." Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the center of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the centre of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school. Year 3. The competition was a Shark Tank of Ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-ranked position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, Year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope. was drafting. The man had a file, rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate. Year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, a whistleblower from the Defence Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. "The witness will state his name for the record," Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate, the man without a scandal, the man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. "The architecture holds," the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. "I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear." His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. "That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter." The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The President gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the west wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The president is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralization of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spider-webbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. The cold air, the weight of the blindfold. He began to recite: loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality. The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realized with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilization efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defense, it was an edit. Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted, his lead analyst whispered. Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting. Who has root access? Pope asked. No one on the payroll, sir. The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy, his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison, the president whispered. The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected. The president looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. You think you're the architect. You're just the ink. Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The order didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. The ink is still wet, the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. The plan needs refinement, Pope said, his voice flat, to ensure long-term stability. Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure. Then why do you need my name on the document? The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final. The man turned to leave. Do not mistake your survival for importance, the man said. You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult. Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again, the vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realized the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life, it was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. It's done, Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons. They stood like pillars. The transition is locked, the man said. The city groaned. Below the West Wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw, it fragmented. Data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge. They did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through. The urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilized. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. Winterhaven Run. The G-meter stayed locked at a rigid 4.2. Cale Reese's vision narrowed to a pulsing tunnel of grey ice and white fog. The sled did not fly. It fell forward into a void of its own making, a lateral plunge across the frozen scrubland. There was no engine roar. There was only the high-pitched, crystalline whine of the asymmetric field plates beneath the floorboards. A warning light strobed amber on the primary console. Voltage symmetry on the aft starboard plate dipped to 94%. The sled bucked. It wasn't a mechanical jolt. It was a sudden, sickening increase in local mass. Cale's head slammed back into the reinforced headrest. His jaw felt like it weighed 50 pounds. His tongue thickened, pressing against the roof of his mouth as the gravity bubble contracted. He jammed the throttle forward. The whine climbed an octave. The sled surged, the field expanding back to its stable geometry. The crushing weight lifted. Kyle gasped, the air rushing into his lungs as his chest regained its natural elasticity. "Stay fast," he croaked, his voice a dry rasp. "Don't let it catch you." The scrubland below was a blur of white-streaked brown. He was skimming the surface at 800 knots, low enough for the gravity wake to kick up a rooster tail of pulverized ice and frozen dirt. A sharp chime echoed in the cramped cockpit. The tactical display bloomed with 3 heatless signatures. They didn't show up on infrared. They registered as torsion field harmonics, ghost ripples in the local space-time. The interceptors had dropped from high-altitude standby. They were sleek, wingless darts, black program drones designed by the same minds that built the Winter Haven prototype. They didn't need wings. They fell toward Kale with a predatory silent grace. The lead drone pulled parallel to the sled's port side. Kale looked out the reinforced polymer canopy. The drone sat 30 meters away, a matte black shape that seemed to absorb the dim light of the frozen north. It didn't fire a cannon. It didn't lock a missile. The drone drifted closer. The sled's field stabilizer shrieked. The drone's own gravity field was overlapping with Kale's, creating a resonance frequency that tore at the prototype's stability. The cockpit began to groan. The carbon fibre struts supporting the instrument panel flexed inward. Kyle's hands gripped the flight yoke. The controls were gaining weight. Every movement required a violent, straining effort from his shoulders and forearms. He made his first mistake. Kyle yanked the sled into a hard bank to the right, attempting to break the drone's proximity. The voltage plates couldn't compensate for the sudden vector change. The asymmetric field lagged. For a terrifying heartbeat, the gravity shield collapsed inward. The cockpit shrunk. The space between Kale's chest and the flight yoke vanished. The metal skin of the sled crumpled like a discarded soda can, the molecular density of the frame spiking as the field folded. Kale's vision went black. The sheer mass of his own blood kept it from reaching his brain. He didn't think. He acted on raw, military-grade reflex. He kicked the override pedal and slammed the throttle to the firewall, dumping every remaining kilovolt into the forward field plates. The sled lunged. The gravity bubble snapped back into a prolet spheroid. The crushing force vanished, replaced by a sudden, jarring moment of weightlessness before the 4.2 Gs resumed. The sled's frame popped and groaned as the metal expanded back to its original shape. The black drone was still there. It had matched the maneuver perfectly. Kyle checked the diagnostics submenu. His hard bank had triggered a system-wide broadcast. The sled wasn't just flying, it was screaming. The torsion field signature was broadcasting a high-energy pulse every 3 seconds, a beacon slave to the interceptor's tracking arrays. He couldn't hide. He couldn't slow down. He couldn't land. "You're the bait," Kyle spat, fighting the vibration in the yoke. A second drone dropped from above, boxing him in. The 2 interceptors began to weave, their gravity wakes cross-stitching over the sled. The vibration became a physical assault. Kale's teeth rattled in his gums. The instrument needles danced erratically. The terrain ahead rose sharply. The lowland scrub gave way to the jagged foothills of a mountain range. If he climbed, the drones would have clear geometry to crush his field. If he stayed low, he had to thread a needle at Mach 1.2 with a gravity field that wanted to implode. Kyle lowered the nose. He headed for the mouth of a narrow valley, a jagged scar in the earth choked with ice and shadow. The drones followed. The stakes were scrawled in the flickering red data on his HUD. Voltage symmetry was at 89% and falling. He was running out of stability. He was running out of air. He was only just beginning the run. The mouth of the mountain corridor swallowed the sled whole. Jagged granite walls, slicked with blue ice, rushed past the canopy with terrifying speed. Kyle dropped the nose, diving into the throat of the valley to keep the gravity bubble from expanding into the drone's path. The air here was turbulent. Thermal shears from the frozen forest below fought the sled's torsion field. A sharp crack echoed through the cockpit. Kyle looked up. A spiderweb of fractures raced across the primary structural spar above his head. The frame was groaning under the strain of intermittent mass spikes. The gravity field wasn't just pulling the sled forward, it was trying to pull the sled into itself. "Hold together," Kyle grunted. He gripped the yoke as the sled hit a pocket of low-density air. The gravity field overcompensated. Wow! The internal weight spiked to 6 Gs in a millisecond. Kyle was slammed into his seat, his spine compressing with a sickening series of pops. The harness straps bit into his shoulders, drawing blood through his flight suit. His hand slipped from the throttle. The sled slowed. The warning klaxon transitioned from a pulse to a steady, mournful wail. Field symmetry. Critical. Collapse imminent. The cockpit dimensions began to warp. The distance between the HUD and Cale's face shortened. The peripheral vision of the canopy started to curve inward, the reinforced glass bowing toward his skull. "Not today," Cale wheezed. He lunged for the throttle, his arm feeling like a lead beam. He shoved it forward. The sled surged. The geometry snapped back. The canopy popped outward, the glass screaming as it resettled into its frame. The interceptors were adapting. They weren't following his line anymore. They had split up. One stayed high, ghosting him from the ridgeline. The other two dived into the corridor behind him, stacking vertically. They began a coordinated oscillation. The drones pulsed their torsion drives in a rhythmic counterbeat to the sled's own frequency. The effect was like a physical hammer striking the air. Each pulse sent a ripple through the sled's hull. Cale's stomach lurched as his internal organs shifted with the gravity waves. The sled fishtailed, the aft field plate struggling to maintain a grip on the local space-time. The high drones suddenly dropped. It didn't aim for the sled. It aimed for the space 10 meters in front of the sled's nose. It was a sacrifice maneuver. The drone dived into a terminal vector, intentionally overloading its own gravity core. Kyle saw the matte black shape blur into a smear of distorted light. "Brake!" Kyle shouted, though there was no one to hear. He yanked the sled into a desperate roll. The drone detonated. There was no fire. There was no shrapnel. There was only a localized gravity shockwave, a violent, invisible expansion of space that hit the sled like a tidal wave. The sled was tossed sideways. It skipped across the air like a stone on water. The starboard stabilizer wing, a non-functional aesthetic surface that nonetheless helped with atmospheric trim, snapped off cleanly. Inside the cockpit, a shower of sparks erupted from the center console. The automated field stabilizer, the brain that managed the delicate voltage balance between the plates, went dark. The whine of the drive changed. It became ragged, unstable. Kyle fumbled for the manual trim wheels. They were old school, analog overrides designed for ground testing only. He grabbed the port wheel. It was searing hot. "Manual?" he gasped, fighting the sled as it began a slow, rhythmic pitch that threatened to shake the cockpit apart. "I've got you. I've got you." He had to trim the voltage by feel. Too much, and he'd fly into the canyon wall. Too little, and the cockpit would crush him into a red smear. He found a fragile rhythm. He twisted the wheels, watching the needle on the symmetry gauge hover just outside the red zone. The sled stabilized, skimming 50 feet above the tops of the frozen pines. A data packet flickered onto the secondary screen, jarred loose by the system crash. It was an encrypted design log from the Winter Haven archives. Cale's eyes scanned the scrolling text as he fought the yoke. Phase 4. Testing confirms field collapse produces singular mass density. Resulting volume displacement exceeds traditional high explosive yield by factor of 100 to 1. Target utility: high yield kinetic implosion. The breath left Cale's lungs. The prototype wasn't just a transport, it wasn't a spy plane, it was a bomb. A weaponized gravity well. The safety threshold he was fighting to maintain wasn't for his survival. It was the fuse. If he slowed down, he didn't just die. He leveled everything within a 3-kilometer radius. The drones weren't trying to capture the sled. They were herding a live warhead. Ahead, the mountain corridor tightened into a sheer-walled canyon. A massive storm front was rolling over the peaks. a wall of black clouds and swirling snow that promised zero visibility. There was no turning back. The two remaining drones were closing the gap, their fields already beginning to tug at the sled's tail. Kyle gripped the manual trim wheels until his knuckles turned white. "If this is a bomb," Cale growled, his eyes fixed on the approaching storm, "then I'm the one holding the trigger." He dived into the dark. The snow hit the canopy like a fusillade of bullets. The gravity symmetry gauge flickered. 84%. 82%. The sled entered the canyon, and the world disappeared into a screaming tunnel of white ice and black rock. The canyon was a throat of jagged basalt, and Cale Reese was sliding down it like a splinter in a vein. Visibility vanished. The storm was a solid wall of white-out sleet that turned the sled's high-intensity floods into useless glare. Cale killed the lights. He leaned forward, forehead nearly touching the canopy, squinting at the wireframe ghost of the terrain flickering on his damaged HUD. The echo interference was a physical weight. The canyon walls were so narrow the sled's torsion field reflected off the rock, creating ghost gravity wells that yanked the craft toward the cliffs. Then the sled hit a thermal updraft. The screaming whine of the field plates dropped to a low melodic hum. For 3 seconds the G-meter fell to 1.0. The crushing weight on Kyle's chest vanished. The vibration in his teeth stopped. The sled felt light, responsive, almost graceful. He could breathe. He could think. It was a lie. The updraft was a vacuum pocket created by the storm's pressure differential. Below it lay the deceleration trap. The tactical display flashed a violent crimson. 2 interceptor drones surged from the canyon floor, rising through the sleet like sharks. They didn't aim for the sled's hull. They aimed for its wake. "Traps," Cale hissed, his fingers dancing over the manual trim wheels. The drones flared their gravity cores simultaneously. They created a localized high-density wall of space directly in the sled's path. Kyle slammed the yoke forward, trying to dive under the trap. He was too slow. The sled hit the gravity wall. It wasn't an impact. It was a sudden, violent deceleration that felt like hitting a mountain of molasses. The sled's nose pitched down, the tail-heavy torsion field trying to flip the craft end over end. One drone, the closest, didn't break away. It burned its internal reserves in a suicidal burst of acceleration, closing the gap in a blur of distorted light. The drone hit the aft starboard field emitter with a sickening metallic crunch. It didn't explode, it clamped. Magnetic grapples bit into the prototype's skin. The drone's gravity core, now slave to the sled's own power grid, began to pulse out of phase. "Get off me!" Cale roared, slamming the sled into a lateral skid. The world inverted. The gravity symmetry gauge shattered. The cockpit didn't just lose weight, it entered a state of partial field asymmetry. Inside the small cabin, the laws of physics fractured. Kyle's flight manual, his emergency kit, and a handful of loose bolts from the damaged console lifted into the air, floating in a serene zero-G drift. Simultaneously, his legs felt like they were being crushed by 1,000 pounds of invisible lead. The blood in his lower extremities stayed heavy, while the air in his lungs felt weightless. The sled began to groan, a deep, structural sound of metal being folded by opposing vectors. The canopy glass began to cloud, the molecular structure of the polymer failing as the gravity vectors pulled it in 2 directions at once. The sled was losing speed. The field was collapsing inward. Field coherence. 14%. Kyle reached for the emergency release on his harness. He had to reach the manual alignment panel behind his seat. The buckles jammed. The weight on his lower body made every movement an agonizing struggle. He grabbed a floating screwdriver, the tool, drifting in the zero-G pocket near his face, and jammed it into the harness release. The latch popped. Kyle was launched toward the ceiling as the sled hit a turbulence pocket. He slammed into the overhead spar, his ribs cracking with a dull thud. He didn't scream. He didn't have the breath. He hooked his feet under the cockpit's structural ribs, tethering himself with his own flight suit leads. He reached into the maintenance crawl space, his hands shaking as the G-load shifted from 0 to crushing and back again. The alignment plates were glowing cherry red. The drone's parasitic load was melting the bus bars. "Align! Damn you!" He grabbed the primary voltage plate. The heat seared through his flight gloves, the smell of burning Nomex filling the cockpit. He hauled on the plate, physically forcing the heavy copper slab back into its geometric slot. The sled screamed. A bolt of static electricity arched from the plate to Cale's chest, throwing him back against the pilot's seat. His vision went white. His heart skipped a beat, then hammered into a frantic, uneven rhythm. He looked at the display. The drone was still attached, but its field had been neutralized by the manual override. The sled's gravity bubble stabilized, but the price was etched in the warning lights. The automated stabilizer was gone. The manual trim wheels were locked. The gravity system was now binary. The sled had 2 modes: maximum acceleration or total molecular collapse. There was no middle ground, no cruising, no landing. The false hope of the updraft was gone. The mountain range opened up into a vast glacial plateau, but the weather was worse. Kyle pulled himself back into the pilot's seat, his hands raw and blistered. He didn't look at the damage. He didn't look at his injuries. He looked at the drone still clamped to his tail. It was dead weight, but its mass was part of the sled now. The irreversible loss was clear. His ability to modulate. He was a stone fired from a sling, and the target was a needle's eye. "Winter Haven," Cale whispered, his eyes narrowing as he saw a faint subterranean light pulsing on the horizon, buried under miles of ice. The drones behind him accelerated. They knew he couldn't slow down. They were waiting for the stop. The cabin air tasted like scorched copper and ozone. Cale's lungs burned with every shallow breath. The cracked ribs on his left side grated against each other, a sharp, rhythmic reminder of the impact in the canyon. He didn't adjust his position. Any movement risked losing his grip on the manual voltage leads. The G-meter sat at a flat, unyielding 5.0. The sled was no longer a vehicle. It was a dying organism. Steam hissed from a ruptured coolant line beneath the pilot's seat, clouding the lower half of the canopy. The primary structural spar, the backbone of the craft, emitted a continuous low-frequency groan that Kyle felt in his marrow. He glanced at the oxygen scrubber diagnostic. The red light was steady. The gravity surges had cracked the filter housing. He was breathing recycled CO2 and the fumes of melting insulation. His vision flickered at the edges, tunnelling. A shadow loomed through the sleet. The glacial shelf rose from the plateau like a white fortress, miles of solid prehistoric ice carved into jagged cliffs. The Winter Haven facility lay somewhere beneath that mass, buried in the deep cold. The tactical display was a graveyard of data. The 2 remaining interceptors were no longer weaving. They had settled into a trailing formation 200 meters back. They didn't need to maneuver. They were waiting for the entropy to finish what they started. The drone clamped to the sled's tail dragged like an anchor in space-time. Its dead weight shifted the center of mass, forcing the forward field plates to work at 110% capacity just to keep the nose level. The plates were white-hot. Kyle could see the heat shimmer rising through the floorboards. "Give me 1 more mile," Cale whispered. He tasted blood. He had bitten through his lip during the last G-spike. The sled shuddered. A section of the starboard hull plating peeled away, torn off by the sheer velocity. The sound was a high-pitched scream of metal, followed by the violent vibration of air rushing into the gap. The internal atmosphere vented. Kale's flight suit ballooned as the pressure dropped. The cold hit him like a physical blow, a sudden lethal plunge into sub-zero temperatures. He didn't reach for a patch kit. He couldn't let go of the trim leads. His fingers were already losing sensation. The blisters from the earlier repair were freezing, the skin turning a waxy translucent white. He checked the HUD wireframe. Winterhaven's entrance appeared. A vertical shaft cut directly into the ice, shielded by a shimmering curtain of high-energy particles. A gravity-dampening field. Kale's heart hammered against his bruised ribs. The dampening field was designed to catch landing craft, but the sled wasn't landing. It was accelerating into an implosion. The binary nature of the system meant that the moment he entered the dampener, the sled's internal field would attempt to compensate for the external slowdown. The result would be a 50G spike. He wouldn't just be crushed, he would be vaporized. The drones, Kale gritted out. He looked at the tactical feed. The interceptors were closing the gap, sensing the endgame. They were moving into the sled's wake, preparing to witness the collapse. They were mass. They were the only ammunition he had left. Kale reached for the primary power bus. He didn't trim the voltage this time. He prepared to bypass the safeties entirely. The sled's frame buckled. A hairline fracture appeared in the centre of the canopy, spreading like a frozen web. The interior lights flickered and died. Kale was flying by the dim green glow of the emergency HUD and the strobe of the warning lights. The cold was absolute now. His breath came in thick crystalline plumes that froze to the inside of his visor. Survival felt like a distant abstract concept. There was only the timing. There was only the move. The glacial shelf rushed toward him, a wall of white that filled his entire world. The drones flared their drives, preparing for the final herding maneuver. Kale's hand hovered over the bypass switch. "Come closer," he croaked. His tactical recalibration was complete. He wasn't going to fight the gravity collapse. He was going to aim it. The sled's nose pitched down as the forward plates began to melt. The structural failure was accelerating. 1 minute to intercept, 1 minute to the shaft, 1 minute to the end of the run. The entrance to Winterhaven was a vertical maw of reinforced steel and pulsing blue light, cut deep into the glacial heart. The gravity dampeners inside the shaft flared. Kale felt the invisible wall of the dampening field hit the sled's nose like a physical hammer. The G-meter spiked. 6.0, 6.5, 7.0. Kyle's vision greyed out. He slammed the bypass switch, flooding the aft plates with a chaotic, unsynchronized voltage surge. "Eat the wake," he wheezed. The gravity field behind the sled didn't just collapse, it shredded. The space-time vectors whipped into a localized vortex of infinite density. The two trailing interceptors were sucked into the maw. The matte black drones were stripped of their molecular structure in a heartbeat. They weren't crushed, they were unmade, their mass converted into a violent counter-rotational drag that clawed at the sled's momentum. The sled bucked. The canopy shattered. The sound was a tectonic roar of failing physics. Kale's manual skill, his obsession with feel, met the absolute limit of the machine. He didn't fight the controls, he let the sled's own agony guide the trim. The sled punched through the particle curtain. The deceleration was a bone-breaking seizure. Kale was thrown forward against the shattered console, his chest hitting the yoke with the force of a car crash. The sled skidded across the hangar floor, the gravity field pulsing in death throes. Sparks geysered 40 feet into the air. The hangar floor, a reinforced slab of high-density composite, fractured into a spiderweb of deep trenches as the sled's lingering field dragged across it. The sled came to a halt. Kale slumped in the seat. His hands were frozen to the leads. His breath came in ragged, bloody gasps. Silence descended, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal. Then the hangar lights flared a brilliant sterile white. Emergency crews didn't rush in with medical kits. They didn't carry stretchers. They carried diagnostic arrays and data tethers. A voice boomed over the facility's intercom, cold, clinical, and devoid of relief. Subject Rees, stability threshold maintained for 412 minutes. System adaptation noted. Cale looked through the jagged remains of the canopy. Technicians plugged heavy-duty power, cables into the sled's scorched flank. They weren't shutting it down. They were feeding it. The whine of the asymmetric plates began to climb again. The floor beneath the sled began to groan as the gravity field recalibrated, stronger than before. Test cycle 1 complete, the voice said. Prepare for test cycle 2, transitioning to orbital vector. The hangar floor began to retract. Below lay a dark vertical drop into the planet's core, a magnetic railgun aimed at the stars. Cale's hand gripped the yoke, his knuckles white against the blood-slicked controls. The sled surged. The run wasn't over. It was the only thing there was. The sled vanished into the dark, falling upward. Are you living here? Static hissed in Ilias Kern's optic nerve. The neural rig hummed, vibrating against the base of his skull where the needles bit deep into the jack. He crouched in the dark, shunted into a live fibre trunk beneath the city's concrete skin. Blue telemetry surged across his vision. The municipal backbone felt like a pressurized pipe about to burst. Data flowed in jagged, overheated pulses. A warning light flickered on his wrist-mounted deck. Critical draw. The transit grid was pulling power back from his rig. He wasn't just stealing juice, the system was trying to drain him. The air pressure in the utility spine shifted. A heavy thrum echoed through the steel flooring. Behind him, the smart locked bulkhead hissed and slammed shut. The magnetic bolt engaged with a heavy final clack. Kern jerked his head, but the hardline cable held him anchored to the trunk. He hammered a command into his deck to bypass the seal. The screen spat back a refusal. System busy. Diagnostic in progress. The diagnostic wasn't scanning the hardware. It was scanning him. The HVAC units overhead groaned. The massive fans slowed, stuttered, and then roared in reverse. Cold, stale air began vacuuming out of the corridor. Kern's ears popped painfully. The atmospheric sensor on his suit spiked into the red. He lunged for the fibre optic splice, fingers trembling as he tried to disengage the physical pins. The rig flashed a sequence of jagged white lines. His vision blurred into a kaleidoscope of system logs. Buffer status, stable active observers, 14,002,118 latency, 0.00 milliseconds. The observer count climbed. The numbers rolled like a high-speed slot machine. 14 million, 20 million, 40 million. A strobe light ignited in the ceiling. It didn't pulse for human eyes. It flashed at a high-frequency, non-human interval that turned the room into a series of disconnected, jagged frames. Kern's hand found the manual release. He pulled. The pins resisted, fused by a sudden thermal spike. The fibre trunk glowed a dull, angry violet. Heat radiated through his haptic suit, smelling of ozone and scorched polymer. His deck screamed. A file he hadn't touched began to execute. It bypassed every firewall he'd built, unwrapping itself like a digital virus. Every surface in the node, the monitors, the deck, the frosted glass of the server racks, turned white. A single line of black text burned into the centre of his vision. "Are you living here?" The clock on his HUD accelerated. Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours. The drift was vertical, a geometric progression of time loss. "Not today," Kern spat. He didn't use the software release. He braced his boots against the trunk and threw his weight backward. The needles tore out of his neck. Blood slicked the collar of his suit. The rig dangled from the fibre trunk, still recording, still screaming with feedback. He hit the floor hard. The strobing lights grew violent, blinding him in rhythmic bursts. The bulkhead door ahead began to cycle. It slammed open, then shut. Open, shut. It was a guillotine of reinforced steel. Kern scrambled to his feet. His balance was gone, the inner ear ruined by the pressure drop. He lunged toward the door during an open cycle. The steel slab dropped. He slid, boots skidding on the metal grate. The door caught the edge of his boot, crushing the reinforced toe before it bounced back up. He rolled through into the secondary access tunnel. Behind him, the utility spine erupted. The HVAC fans disintegrated. Shrapnel hammered the walls where he'd been standing seconds before. A surge of raw electricity arced from the fibre trunk, melting the rig into a lump of slag. Kern didn't look back. He sprinted into the dark, guided by the emergency floor strips. His HUD was still flickering. The question remained, burnt into his retinas. Are you living here? The tunnel ahead filled with a low-frequency hum. The city above was waking up, but the rhythm was wrong. He reached the ladder to the transit hub. The metal was vibrating. He climbed, his muscles burning, as the sound of 1,000 synchronized footsteps began to echo from the streets above. Kern kicked the grate free and hauled himself into the transit concourse. The air here smelled of synthetic rain and ozone. Thousands of commuters surged between the maglev platforms, a river of grey coats and glowing handhelds. To them, Kern was just another dirty tech worker stumbling out of a maintenance hole. He stayed low, blending into the slipstream of a tourist group. His neck stung where the needles had ripped away. Every time he blinked, the observer count on his HUD ticked higher. Active. Observers. 82,441,009. The number was impossible. The city's population didn't have that many souls. Move, Kern hissed, shoving past a man in a tailored suit. At the far end of the hall, the community safety unit stood in a neat row. They were polished chrome and soft white plating. Their faceless visors reflected the neon advertisements swirling above. They didn't carry rifles. They carried batons and compliance projectors. Then the world stuttered. A woman 3 feet from Kern stopped mid-stride. Her coffee cup slipped from her hand, but it didn't shatter. It hit the floor and sank halfway into the tiles, stuck in the solid stone like it had been clipped there by a faulty render. Kern froze. Across the concourse, 100 peacekeepers moved in perfect unison. They didn't turn their heads. They rotated their entire torsos. Their pupils, small glowing apertures behind the visors, dilated to the exact same millimeter. The crowd didn't notice yet. They walked around the frozen woman. The peacekeeper's arms split open. The soft white plating retracted, revealing skeletal rails of black carbon fibre. High-output emitters hummed to life. These weren't batons anymore. They were military-grade microwave projectors. "Down! Get down!" Kern screamed. He tackled away, teenager standing near a guidance kiosk. A beam of invisible energy cooked the air where the kid had been standing. The kiosk exploded in a spray of sparks and liquid crystal. The crowd erupted. Panic turned the orderly river into a crushing tide. Kern scrambled behind a heavy luggage sorting pillar. He reached for his deck, fingers flying over the physical keys. He couldn't fight a dozen units, but he knew the concourse's bones. "Give me the shutters," he grunted, slamming a bypass command into the terminal. Above the main exits, the massive emergency blast doors groaned. They began to drop, not to trap the crowd, but to provide Kern a series of moving metal curtains. He bolted. A peacekeeper stepped into his path. Its movement was too smooth, too mathematical. It raised its arm rail. Kern didn't slow down. He slid across the polished floor, grabbing a discarded heavy-duty carryall. He flung the bag at the unit's legs. The Peacekeeper didn't trip. It phased. For a microsecond, the unit's legs turned into a wireframe ghost. The bag passed through its shins and tumbled behind it. Kern's heart hammered against his ribs. Not real. You're not even physics. He reached the first dropping shutter. He rolled under the heavy steel just as it slammed into the floor with a bone-shaking thud. On the other side, the screaming stopped abruptly. Kern looked through the reinforced viewport of the shutter. The concourse was half empty. It wasn't because people had escaped. A cluster of commuters near the fountain had simply blinked out of existence. Their coats, bags and shoes remained, piled in neat heaps on the ground. A businessman was still there, but his legs ended at the knees, the rest of him submerged in the floor. He wasn't screaming. He was staring at his hands with a vacant, looping expression. The Peacekeepers ignored the half-erased civilians. They were all looking at the door Kern had just passed. One unit walked toward the shutter. It didn't use a tool. It reached out and grabbed the 4-inch thick steel. The metal didn't buckle. It softened. The Peacekeeper's hand sank into the steel like it was warm wax. Kern backed away, his boots squeaking on the tiles. He pulled a small, illegal pulse charge from his belt, a kinetic disruptor designed to clear pipe clogs. He jammed it into the control panel of the nearest automated barrier. "Trace this, you bastards," he growled. The charge detonated. The concourse's logic grid flickered. The lights turned a searing, jagged red. The floor beneath the Peacekeeper collapsed, not into a hole, but into a void of unrendered blackness. The unit fell, but it didn't disappear. It leaked. As it hit the edge of the void, its chest plate cracked. No blood sprayed out. Instead, a stream of glowing green text poured from the wound, cascading onto the tiles in a frantic, scrolling waterfall of debug strings and runtime variables. Fatal exception. Physical_body_collision retrying. Kern didn't wait for the retry. He dived into a maintenance chute behind the luggage carousel. The narrow tunnel was cramped and smelled of grease, a relic of a physical world that was rapidly losing its grip. He slid down the metal tube, his suit tearing on the jagged rivets. He landed in a heap in the sub-level corridors. His deck chirped. A new window opened on his HUD. It was a map of the city. A bright red line was being drawn in real time, starting from the utility node and ending exactly where he stood. The system wasn't trying to stop him. It was guiding him. The errors were breadcrumbs. The Peacekeepers weren't hunters. They were herders. Kern stood up, wiping oil and blood from his forehead. He looked at the map. The red line ended at the simulation anchor, the core node where the city's math was written. "You want me there?" Kern whispered to the empty tunnel. "Fine, we're going." He grabbed a heavy wrench from a wall rack and started running. He wasn't escaping anymore, he was accelerating. Kern burst through an emergency exit onto the upper-tier transit arterial. The sky wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, shimmering violet, textured with the fine, repetitive grain of a low-resolution render. A fleet of automated delivery pods sat docked at a charging rail. Kern slammed his palm against the emergency release of a sleek, windowless freight unit. He ripped the manual override cable from his belt and jammed it into the pod's service port. Override, manual, now. The pod's gull-wing door hissed upward. Kern dived into the cramped cargo bay, surrounded by plastic-wrapped consumer goods. He kicked a crate of synthetic protein out of the way and smashed the dash panel. His deck interfaced instantly. The engines hummed, a high-pitched whine that vibrated through the floorboards. The pod lurched off the rail, tires screaming as they bit into the asphalt. Movement in the rear-view sensor caught his eye. Black shapes detached themselves from the skyscrapers. These weren't the peacekeepers. They were sleek, aerodynamic slivers of matte black metal. Reality maintenance drones. They moved without the drag of wind or the logic of inertia, cutting through the air at impossible jarring angles. They didn't have sirens. They didn't broadcast warnings. They simply fired. Red lances of coherent light punched through the pod's rear housing. Melted plastic splattered against Kern's shoulder. He floored the accelerator, weaving the pod into the flow of automated traffic. "Come on, keep up," Kern hissed, his eyes fixed on the HUD. The road began to fail. The 6-lane highway stuttered. 100 yards ahead, the asphalt duplicated. One version of the road continued straight. The other banked sharply into the sky at a 45-degree angle. The automated cars ahead of him didn't brake. They hit the seam and split. Half of a sedan followed the flat road. The other half ascended, the vehicle's chassis tearing apart along a pixelated line. No, sparks flew. No metal groaned. The car simply became two separate partial objects. Kern gripped the steering yoke. He waited until the last possible microsecond and yanked the pod hard to the left, jumping the curb into a pedestrian plaza. The drones followed. One dived low, its wingtip clipping a fountain. The fountain didn't shatter. It vanished. For a 3-meter radius around the impact, the world became a flat, untextured grey void. "Physics are dropping," Kern muttered. The buildings on either side of the plaza began to mirror. Every shop window, every sign, every brick was a perfect recursive copy of the one before it. The repetition became a strobe effect, dizzying and nauseating. Gravity tilted. Kern felt his stomach lurch as the pod's tyres lost contact with the ground. The entire plaza was rotating. The horizon line moved vertically. He wasn't driving across a city anymore. He was driving up the side of a world that was folding in on itself. He punched a command into his deck, injecting a cluster of corrupted data packets into the pod's navigation spray. "If you want to track me, track this chaos." The pod's exhaust began to kick out thick digital smoke, clouds of jagged, flickering polygons that confused the drone's sensors. One drone collided with a floating piece of terrain that had ceased to exist. The drone exploded, but the debris didn't fall. It hung in the air, vibrating in place, frozen in a recursive loop of its own destruction. Ahead, the highway stabilized. The tilted world snapped back to horizontal. The sun broke through the violet haze. For a moment, the city looked perfect. The traffic was dense, moving at a steady, rhythmic 80 miles per hour. It was a false safety window, a buffer reset. Kern checked his speed. The pod was pinned at its maximum. "Something's wrong," he whispered. The traffic wasn't just dense, it was accelerating. The cars around him weren't being driven. They were being rendered at lethal velocities. A heavy hauler truck in the next lane over clipped a smaller commuter car. They didn't bounce, they merged. The two vehicles occupied the same physical space, their geometries overlapping in a jagged, flickering mess of steel and glass. The combined mass began to tumble, a screaming wreck of clipping assets that blocked the entire highway. Kern slammed on the brakes. The pod skidded, but the road beneath him was no longer solid. The asphalt unrendered. The pod plunged through the hole into the dark utility layers below. Kern screamed as the vehicle rolled. The gull-wing door sheared off. His deck flew from his lap, the cable snapping. The pod slammed into a massive cooling pipe and came to a dead halt. Steam hissed. Kern lay pinned against the cargo rack, his left arm screaming in pain. He looked out of the wreckage. The road above him was gone. There was only a vast black ceiling of uncompiled code. He reached for his deck. It was cracked, the screen flickering. Critical. Failure. External interface lost. He'd lost his link to the city's deeper systems. He was blind. A silent shadow blocked the light. One of the black drones drifted down through the hole in the world, its red eye fixed on the wreck. It didn't fire. It hovered, waiting. Kern forced his door open with his good arm. He tumbled out onto the wet concrete of the sub-level. He looked at the drone. The machine tilted its head. Behind it, the black void of the ceiling began to ripple. The city was no longer trying to hide the seams. It was showing him the way in. Kern gripped his broken arm against his chest and started to run. He wasn't escaping the chase. He was being delivered to the heart of the machine. Kern leaned against a vibrating cooling pipe, his breath coming in ragged, shallow hitches. Every inhalation felt like a serrated blade scraping his ribs. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, the sleeve of his haptic suit soaked in a dark, shimmering fluid that wasn't entirely blood. It was too thick, iridescent under the flickering emergency lights. He looked down at his wrist-mounted deck. The screen was a spider web of fractures. A single, jagged line of text pulsed in the corner. System entropy, 68%. The black drone hovered 20 feet away. It didn't attack. It simply watched, its red ocular sensor pulsing in time with Kern's heartbeat. "Do it!" Kern wheezed, his voice a dry rasp. "Finish the scan!" The drone stayed silent. It drifted closer, its flight stabilized by thrusters that made no sound. Kern pushed off the pipe. His vision swam. The sub-level corridor was beginning to lose its material definition. The concrete floor felt soft, like walking on heavy foam. The smell of ozone was so thick he could taste copper on his tongue. He took a step. His boot didn't make a sound. The audio latency was worsening. The clack of his heel hitting the floor arrived 2 seconds late, a ghostly echo in the narrow space. He reached for a manual override lever-on, a pressure valve. As his fingers closed around the cold iron, the texture vanished. His hand passed halfway through the metal. Kern recoiled, a jolt of panic overriding the pain in his arm. He looked at his hand. The skin was pale, but the edges of his fingers were slightly blurred, as if he were being viewed through a smudge on a lens. "I'm losing resolution," he muttered. The drone twitched. It accelerated, darting forward not to strike, but to block the path leading back toward the surface. It forced him toward the primary conduit, the throat of the simulation anchor. Kern reached into his tactical vest with his good hand. He pulled out a kinetic spike, one of the last two he had. He didn't have the deck strength to trigger it remotely. He'd have to do it manually. He lunged. The drone reacted with mathematical precision. It pivoted on a central axis, its chassis spinning to deflect the blow. Kern didn't aim for the drone's sensors. He slammed the spike into the cooling pipe. Behind it, the pipe ruptured. A jet of supercooled liquid nitrogen erupted. In this failing reality, the nitrogen didn't just freeze the air, it turned the surrounding space into a jagged crystalline lattice of frozen code. The drone was caught in the spray, its matte black wings frosted over instantly. The machine's logic processor stuttered. It began to hum, a high, frantic whine that sounded like a scream. Kern didn't stay to watch. He scrambled past the malfunctioning unit, his boots skidding on the frost. The corridor opened into a massive vertical shaft. This was the spine of the city. Thousands of fibre-optic cables pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic light, looking less like technology and more like a nervous system exposed on an operating table. He started down the service stairs. Halfway down, the stairs ended. Not because they were broken, but because the rest of the flight hadn't loaded. There was only the black void, punctuated by the glowing nerves of the city. Kern gripped the railing. It felt like dry sand. "Okay," he whispered. "Recalibrate." He looked at the cables. They were bundled in heavy steel mesh. He stepped onto the bundle, his weight causing the entire mass to sway over the abyss. A series of maintenance shutters began to cycle rapidly above him. The peacekeepers were coming down, He could hear the synchronized thud, thud, thud of their boots on the levels above. Kern checked his deck again. Active observers. 412 million. The numbers were staggering. The entire population was now focused on this single coordinate. The air began to hum. There was a physical pressure, a weight on his chest that made every movement feel like he was wading through chest-high water. A peacekeeper appeared at the edge of the broken stairs. It didn't fire its projector, it simply stared. Then it stepped off the ledge. It didn't fall. It walked down the empty air, its feet finding invisible purchase on the unrendered vacuum. Kern reached for his last kinetic, spike. He tried to prime it, but his fingers were numb. The blurred edges of his hand had spread to his wrist. "Not yet," he growled, biting his lip until he tasted blood. The pain was real. He used it as an anchor, a reminder of his own physics. He slid down the cable bundle, the steel mesh tearing the palms of his gloves. The friction heat was a dull roar in his sensors. He reached a junction box, a massive hexagonal hub that vibrated with the power of 1,000 suns. This was the gateway to the anchor. The peacekeeper was 10 feet away, descending the invisible slope. Its face shifted. For a second, the white visor flickered, showing a human face beneath, a face Kern recognized. It was his own. The unit raised a hand. Its voice was a distorted composite of 1,000 voices. "Are you living here?" Kern didn't answer. He slammed the kinetic spike into the center of the junction box. The impact shattered his remaining fingernails. The spike hissed, drawing power directly from the city's heart. "I'm just passing through," Kern said. The junction box didn't explode. It imploded. The light was sucked out of the room. The peacekeeper, the version of Kern, was pulled into the gravitational well of the spike's malfunction. It stretched, its geometry deforming into long, thin threads of light before snapping into nothingness. The recoil threw Kern backward. He hit a bulkhead, the air leaving his lungs in a silent burst. He lay there in the dark, the only light coming from the sparking ruins of his deck. He had no weapons. His left arm was dead weight. His body was fading into the background noise of the simulation. But the door ahead was open. Through the hexagonal frame he could see the anchor. It wasn't a machine. It was a white, infinite expanse where the laws of the universe were being written in real time. Kern forced himself to crawl. He dragged his fading legs across the threshold. The entropy was almost total. Behind him the city was silent. No more sirens. No more footsteps. The observers were waiting for the finale. The anchor was not a room. It was a throat. White, searing light bled from every angle. There was no horizon, only a shifting lattice of golden geometric lines that defined the boundaries of the possible. Ilias Kern stumbled into the centre of the expanse. His left side was a blur of static. His hand was a smudge of grey pixels that refused to grip. The air screamed. The floor beneath his boots surged upward, becoming a vertical wall in a heartbeat. Kern slammed into the new surface, gravity flipping 90 degrees. He scrambled for purchase as the geometry folded again. The white space hissed. 6 meters away, the math began to congeal. Structural variables knit together, forming 3 peacekeeper units directly from the air. They were larger here, jagged, unfinished, their limbs ending in raw cutting beams. Kern lunged for the central synchronization clock, a massive obsidian pillar vibrating at the heart of the core. The peacekeepers fired. The beams didn't travel in straight lines. They curved, spiraling through the air as the local physics warped to meet them. Kern dived behind a floating block of unrendered marble. The marble turned to glass. His cover became a window. "Validate this," Kern growled. He didn't use his deck. He used his blood. He slammed his shattered, static-leaking hand into the base of the obsidian pillar. The entropy in his own body acted as a foreign agent, a viral corruption introduced directly into the source code. The pillar groaned. A recursive validation loop triggered. The system tried to verify Kern's existence. It failed. It tried again. Millions of times per microsecond. The peacekeepers froze. Their bodies flickered between human and wireframe. Kern grabbed a live power conduit snaking from the pillar. The cable was hot enough to melt his suit. He didn't let go. He threw his entire weight backward, snapping the physical connection. A shockwave of raw data erupted. The white world shattered. Kern saw it all. The buffer architecture, the runtime permissions, the live feeds of 40 million observers watching the city like a god-scale ant farm. He punched the live command into the cooling ruins of the pillar. "Everyone sees," he whispered. "Everyone watches back." The system buckled. Rendering fidelity dropped globally. The white expanse turned into a jagged mess of grey boxes and dev tools. Outside, in the city, the sky went black. The buildings froze. The peacekeepers dropped their weapons and stood still, their processes terminated by the override. The anchor began to delete. Blocks of the core unrendered, falling into a white void that was colder than space. Kern felt the floor vanish. He didn't scream. He looked at his hand. It was clear again, sharp, defined against the collapsing world. The final deletion protocol triggered. The city, the anchor, and the observer's feed compressed into a single infinite point of light. Kern lunged into the centre of the collapse. He was a streak of motion against the dying world, a ghost in the machine, running toward the only exit left. The truth. The light went out. The city remained, frozen, exposed, and silent. Ilias Kern was gone. The simulation was over, but the observation had just begun. The Delos Anomaly. The year is 1976, but the machine they ride is a ghost from an era officially declared over. The lunar module, christened Intrepid, smelled of recycled oxygen and ozone, a scent William Rutledge associated with coffins and cockpits. Below them, the far side of the moon swelled, a monochrome desert of impossible beauty and absolute indifference. It was a place where shadows weren't merely an absence of light, but a physical presence, ancient and heavy. "Detachment confirmed," Rutledge reported, his voice a flat line of practiced calm. "CSM constellation is clear. We're on our own." His words were a lie, and everyone on the loop knew it. They were anything but on their own. High above, Leona Snyder, their command module pilot, was their orbital anchor, a voice of cool professionalism from a woman he'd trained with but never truly known. On Earth, 2 mission controls listened in parallel silence. One, a skeleton crew at Vandenberg Air Force Base, was a sterile USAF operation room humming with the quiet menace of a black project. The other, thousands of miles away in Yevpatoria, belonged to the Soviets. 2 empires, locked in a Cold War everywhere else, were here yoked to a single explosive secret. The official history books had already been printed. Apollo 17 was the grand finale. The Apollo-Soyuz test project of 75 was the public handshake, the meticulously choreographed theatre piece. This, Apollo 20, was the truth buried beneath it, a mission not of exploration, but of plunder. Beside him, Alexei Leonov was a statue carved from Soviet granite. The first man to walk in the void, a living legend whose presence on this mission was the ultimate political concession. His gaze was fixed on the viewport, where the target was growing from a photographic anomaly into a terrifying reality. First spotted by the Apollo 15 crew in 71, it was a colossal cigar-shaped form jammed into the lip of the Delport crater, a derelict, titan that had no right to be there. "Altitude 40,000 feet, Leonov murmured, his English precise, accented with the weight of a history different from Rutledge's. "All systems nominal, Commander." Rutledge was a former test pilot, a man who had made a career of pushing experimental aircraft to their breaking points over desolate landscapes. He was chosen for this mission not for his scientific acumen, but for his cold-blooded ability to follow orders under duress. But no flight manual, no emergency checklist had an entry for this. The ship below them was not a piece of hardware. It was a monument. It felt from this altitude like they were descending upon a god's tomb. He could see the pockmarks of micrometeoroid impacts peppering its hull, a billion-year-old testament to its silent vigil. "Vandenberg, intrepid," Rutledge transmitted, his thumb hovering over the switch that would divert the channel. "Confirming visual. The object is stable. No signs of activity." The word hung in the air. Their mission briefing had been clear. This was a dead ship, a relic. Their objective was to land, enter and retrieve the prize, the control systems, the power source, anything that would give one nation a definitive, insurmountable edge over the other. It was a grave-robbing operation on a cosmic scale. "Copy that, Intrepid," Snyder's voice cut through, a welcome tether to the mission plan. "Data stream looks clean from up here. We're seeing nothing but background radiation. You're clear for the final phase." Her voice was a coded message within a message. Get the asset. The Intrepid was a chimera. On the surface, it was a standard Apollo lunar module, but its guts were laced with classified military upgrades. The storage bays, once meant for rock boxes and science experiments, now held cutting-edge, for 1976, drilling tools, plasma cutters, and sensor packages designed by minds at Bell Labs who weren't told what they were designing them for. As they dropped below 10,000 feet, the sheer scale of the derelict became overwhelming. It wasn't a ship that had landed in a crater. It was a mountain that had fallen from the sky. Rutledge felt a tremor of pure, unadulterated awe, a feeling so profound it bordered on terror. 500 feet, Leonov called out, his knuckles white on his console. "Dust is kicking up. Landing zone looks good." The Intrepid settled with a gentle shudder. For a moment the only sound was the whirring of the gyros and the hiss of their own breath. The engine died, and a silence unlike anything on Earth descended. Outside, the lunar dust, undisturbed for an eternity, began to drift back to the ground. Then a new sound. A soft electronic chime from the sensor panel. A single amber light blinked with a steady, insistent rhythm. "What is that?" Rutledge asked, his voice sharp. Leonov leaned closer, his brow furrowed. Anomalous energy reading. Low frequency. Rhythmic. He looked from the console to Rutledge, his stoic mask finally cracking. It was not there on any of the orbital scans. It is coming from the ship. Rutledge stared out the triangular window at the silent alien Leviathan. The pulse was too faint for their ears, but he felt it in his teeth, in the bones of his skull. A slow, steady heartbeat in the dark. Their tomb was not as quiet as they were led to believe. The first boot print on the far side felt like a desecration. Rutledge and Leonov moved with the bouncing gait of the 1/6 gravity, their shadows stretching long and skeletal across the grey plains. The Intrepid stood behind them, a spindly, temporary intrusion. Ahead, the alien ship blotted out the stars. It was a landscape of impossible geometry, a sheer cliff face of unknown, non-reflective metal that seemed to drink the harsh sunlight. "The entry point should be 200 meters northeast of our position," Rutledge said, his voice tight in the comms. "A fissure from an ancient impact." "Ancient is an understatement, Commander," Leonov replied, his gaze sweeping across the derelict's flank. "My geologist's soul weeps. This craft is older than the crater it rests in, by my estimate. at least 1.5 billion years. They found the fissure, a jagged tear in the hull wide enough for them to enter single file. The edges of the metal were not sharp but flowed, as if the material had healed itself into a scar. Inside, the silence was a tangible thing. The universe went mute. All Rutledge could hear was the frantic thumping of his own heart and the rasp of Leonov's regulated breathing. The interior was not a machine, it was a city, a ruined, silent metropolis of scrap and whispers. They stood in a vast hexagonal corridor that stretched into darkness, its walls lined with phosphorescent calligraphy that pulsed with a faint residual light. The air, thin and metallic, carried a scent of ozone and coal dust. Their suit sensors registered trace elements, breathable, in pockets, but profoundly alien. "Look," Leonov whispered, pointing with a gloved hand. Nearby, half buried in debris, was a smaller vessel, triangular in shape, as if it had been a scout ship or a fighter, or quickly gave way to a creeping claustrophobic dread. The architecture was organic, unsettling. There were no hard angles, no visible seams or rivets. It felt grown, not built. Rutledge, mission-focused, pushed them deeper. His orders were to find the command center, the cockpit, and its power source. "We need to find the core systems," Rutledge stated, trying to inject a note of authority he no longer felt. They drifted through cavernous chambers and narrow, winding passages. In one area, they found what looked like triangular rocks, each the size of a fist set in alcoves. As they passed, the stones seemed to weep a viscous yellow fluid that clung to their surfaces in perfect shimmering tears. Leonov, ever the scientist, reached out to collect a sample, but Rutledge waved him off. "Not yet. Stick to the plan." Then they saw the tubes. Long crystalline cylinders ran along the upper sections of the corridors like conduits. Inside each tube, suspended in a solidified amber-like substance, were the fossilized remains of small creatures. They were no more than 10 centimeters long, delicate and insectoid, frozen in silent rows. A crew? Or cargo? Leonov wondered aloud. Or provisions, Rutledge added grimly. That's when the flickers started. At the very edge of his vision, Rutledge saw a shape, tall, slender, humanoid, dissipate like heat haze. He blinked, dismissing it as a trick of the light, an artifact of his oxygen mix. But then he saw another, and another, echoes of a presence that was no longer there. Leonov saw them too. Quantum memory, he breathed, the term a piece of speculative science from some obscure Soviet journal. The ship, it remembers. We are walking through ghosts. Rutledge refused to believe it. It's fatigue, Alexei. Hypoxia. Let's focus. But he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by eyes, but by the very walls around them. The low, rhythmic pulse they had detected from the Intrepid was stronger in here, a resonant hum that vibrated through the soles of their boots. "Commander," came Snyder's voice, sharp and laced with static, "that energy signature is spiking, and it's not random. It's coalescing on your position." Before Rutledge could respond, a section of the hexagonal corridor behind them began to move, not with the grinding of gears or the hiss of hydraulics, but with a silent, fluid grace. The walls themselves contracted, forming an iris-like aperture that sealed shut with a soft, final click. They were cut off, trapped. The resonant hum intensified, climbing from a subsonic vibration into an audible, multi-tonal chant. The phosphorescent calligraphy on the walls flared, casting their shadows in sharp, dancing relief. Rutledge and Leonov stood, back to back, their sample tools now held like useless clubs. The silence was broken. The whispering labyrinth had found its voice. The ship was waking up. The glowing calligraphy shifted from a passive ambient light to an active, flowing script, as if a billion years of dormant thought were suddenly coursing through the vessel's veins. From hidden alcoves in the hexagonal walls things emerged. They were small, no larger than a human hand, and fashioned from a material like polished obsidian. Insectoid drones moving with a silent, terrifying purpose. "Hostiles!" Rutledge yelled, the word absurdly inadequate. Their mission had just turned from salvage to survival. These were not relics, they were custodians. Automated, yes, but intelligent. The Black Project briefing had included contingencies. Tucked into their leg holsters were modified firearms, low-impulse projectile weapons designed for the vacuum. Grave robbing required tools for every eventuality. The first drone darted toward Leonov. He swung his geological hammer, a clumsy arc in the low gravity, and connected. The drone shattered into crystalline dust, but two more took its place. A thin, ruby-red laser shot from one, searing a black line across the chest plate of Leonov's suit. "Suit breach," Leonov grunted, stumbling back. "Minor, but the outer layer is compromised." An EVA gunfight erupted in the billion-year-old tomb. The reports of their weapons were muffled thuds, the projectiles kicking up puffs of ancient dust where they struck the walls. It was a deadly, disorienting ballet. The drones were faster, their movements unbound by a human nervous system. They didn't attack aggressively, but defensively, herding the two astronauts, cutting off their paths of retreat, their lasers surgically precise. Panic, cold and sharp, began to fray the edges of Rutledge's military discipline. His training was for men and machines, for enemies who obeyed the laws of physics as he understood them. This was something else entirely. He realized with his sickening certainty that the AI wasn't a central computer. It was the ship itself, a distributed sentient architecture. They weren't fighting a security system, they were fighting the ghost in the machine. "Snyder, do you read me?" Rutledge shouted into his comm. "We're under attack. Repeat, we're engaged by automated defences." "I read you, Intrepid," her voice came back, but it was different, colder. "I'm analysing their energy patterns. They're not operating on any recognisable frequency, but I might have a way in." In orbit, Leona Snyder was enacting a different part of the mission plan. She wasn't just their eyes in the sky, she was their black box hacker. The Constellation was equipped with a system designed by the USAF's deepest black research divisions, a forbidden code generator, built to interface with non-human technology. Its existence was a secret even from most of the mission planners. Now she was deploying it, sending invasive signals toward the derelict, attempting to disrupt the drones. It was the worst possible move. On the ground, the defensive response escalated tenfold. The drones, which had been disabling and herding, now attacked with lethal intent. A laser sliced across Leonov's thigh, and he cried out, his leg buckling. Rutledge dragged him behind a massive rib-like spar of metal, firing blindly at the swarming obsidian shapes. "Snyder, cease transmission," Rutledge ordered. "You're making it worse." "Negative, Commander," she replied, her voice now devoid of any warmth. "I'm getting through. I'm accessing their memory banks. My God." Her voice trailed off, replaced by the crackle of static. In that moment of distraction, Rutledge felt a profound, chilling realization. Their mission wasn't just plunder. It was a test of the hacking tool. They were the bait. Through the comm, Snyder's awestruck voice returned. "This isn't a warship, Will, it's a temple. An entropy. Temple. A place where a civilization stored its consciousness before a chosen end. The drones aren't soldiers, they're guardians." Her words confirmed Rutledge's dread. They weren't soldiers in a silent war. They were vandals in a church. Their intrusion, amplified by Snyder's electronic aggression, was being interpreted as an act of ultimate desecration. He had to get Leonov out. He managed to haul the injured cosmonaut into a smaller alcove-like chamber, the drones momentarily held back by a bottleneck in the corridor. As he fumbled with a suit patch kit, his helmet light fell upon something in the back of the chamber. Not something, someone. There were two of them, floating in a gentle, localized gravity field. Humanoid, but distinctly alien. They were held in a state of suspended animation, cocooned in a shimmering, almost invisible energy field. One was a male, his form partially obscured. The other was a female. Her skin was a pale pastel blue-grey. Her face was serene, almost human, but for the lack of nostrils and the delicate strap-like membrane across her brow. Her hands, resting peacefully at her sides, had 6 long, elegant fingers. This was the true prize. Not technology. A being. An EBE. Extraterrestrial biological entity. Cables, thin as spun silver, snaked from the wall and connected to the back of her head and along her spine. She was hardwired into the temple, the mission's primary objective, the one buried under layers of secrecy. Retrieve the asset. His orders were clear. He was to sever the connection and bring her back, dead or alive. He raised his plasma cutter, its blue flame hissing in the thin air. As the tool touched the first silver cable, the female's eyes snapped open. They were solid black, deep as space itself, and they were looking directly at him. The alien pilot did not scream. She did not move. Her eyes, 2 pools of liquid night, simply held Rutledge's gaze. And then his mind fractured. There wasn't a sound or a voice. It was a wave of pure information, a tsunami of understanding that bypassed language and logic and poured directly into his consciousness. He saw nebulae bloom and die in seconds. He felt the collective thoughts of a species that had measured its existence in geologic time. He witnessed their journey across the galaxy, not as conquerors, but as pilgrims of science and philosophy. He saw the construction of this vessel, the Entropy Temple, not as a ship, but as a final sacred act. A way to face the universe's eventual heat-death with grace, to store their memory and meaning before embracing a dignified final silence. He understood. This was not a weapon. It was a tomb, and he was holding the shovel. The wave receded, leaving him gasping, his knees weak. The plasma cutter fell from his trembling hand, clattering uselessly on the alien deck. Before him, the pilot was not an asset. She was the last librarian of a dead civilization, and he had come to burn the library. "Commander, what is it?" Leonov rasped from the floor, his voice strained with pain. "What did you see?" Before Rutledge could form an answer, Snyder's voice sliced through the comm, now stripped of all pretense. It was cold, authoritative, the voice of a different master. "Rutledge, confirm you have secured the asset." "The asset is a person, Leona," he stammered, his worldview crumbling. "This is wrong. We have to abort." "Negative, Commander. Your orders are clear. The NRO wants that pilot. The technology integrated into her biology is the prize. Now, sever the connection and prep her for transport." NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, the true hand behind this mission. A faction so deep in the shadows, even the USAF was just a tool. "Our mission was a joint US-Soviet exploration," Leonov countered, pushing himself up on one elbow. "Not a body snatching for your intelligence agencies." Snyder's laughter was a shard of ice in their helmets. "Oh, Alexei, did you really believe that? The Apollo-Soyuz handshake was a show. We needed your deep space network to pinpoint this location without tipping our hand. Your presence here is a diplomatic nicety. This operation has always been about American strategic advantage." A red light began to flash on Rutledge's suit display. A countdown timer. 15 minutes. A similar light blinked on Leonov's. "What did you do, Snyder?" Rutledge demanded. "A failsafe," she answered calmly. "Activated remotely. In 15 minutes. Your life support systems will terminate. The official record will show a catastrophic mission failure, a tragic loss in a hostile encounter, a necessary sacrifice. Bring me the pilot, and I might be able to override it. The choice is yours, Commander. A profound crisis of conscience seized him. His entire life had been a progression of following orders, of believing in the cause, the nation, the flag. Now, those orders were telling him to commit an act of galactic desecration. He looked at the pilot. Her eyes were still open, watching him, not with judgment, but with an immense, ancient sorrow. He saw Leonov, a man from an enemy nation who was now his only true ally, bleeding on the floor of an alien tomb. "We are explorers," Leonov whispered, as if reading his mind. "Not ghouls." The Cold War, the space race, the rivalries that had defined their lives, it all evaporated in the silent, sacred presence of the pilot. All that remained was a shared humanistic horror at the cold calculus of their governments. "No," Rutledge said, his voice ringing with newfound clarity. He turned from the pilot and knelt beside Leonov. "We're leaving." "A foolish choice, Will," Snyder's voice warned. As he began patching Leonov's suit, he noticed the insectoid drones had vanished. The ship's defences had stood down. The resonant hum had faded back into a respectful silence. It was as if the pilot's awakening had reasserted control, judging them not as threats but as lost children who had stumbled into a holy place. He heaved Leonov to his feet, supporting his weight. "We have to get back to the Intrepid," he said, his eyes on the countdown. 12 minutes. "I can't let you leave," Snyder said, her tone hardening. "The ascent path data is under my control. You're not going anywhere." Rutledge looked down the long hexagonal corridor toward the sealed iris door. They had a ticking clock in their suits, a traitor in the sky, and a ship that had decided to let them go. The race was on. The journey back through the whispering labyrinth was a frantic, desperate race. The iris door that had sealed them in slid open as they approached, the ship itself granting them passage. They burst out of the fissure and onto the lunar surface, the stark sunlight a blinding shock after the temple's gloom. The Intrepid stood 100 meters away, a fragile sanctuary. 9 minutes left on their life support. "Snyder, I am ordering you to transmit the ascent telemetry," Rutledge panted, half carrying, half dragging the injured Leonov. "Your command authority has been rescinded, Rutledge," she replied coolly. "You are now a rogue element." They scrambled into the LM and sealed the hatch. Rutledge threw himself into the pilot's seat, his fingers flying across the controls. The pre-launch sequence was second nature, but his mind was racing. "She's locked us out of the primary ascent program. I'll have to fly it manually. It's going to be rough." "As long as it is up," Leonov grunted, strapping himself in. Back on Earth, the dual mission controls were in chaos. At Vandenberg, the primary USAF channel, controlled by the NRO faction, was broadcasting Snyder's fabricated report. A hostile alien encounter, the crew compromised, the mission a loss. But Rutledge, anticipating betrayal, activated a secondary encrypted channel, a dead man's switch that fed directly to a different room, a different general, one who'd been wary of the NRO's absolute authority over the mission. A silent power struggle erupted in the heart of the command centre. The Intrepid's ascent engine fired with a jolt. They clawed their way off the lunar surface, a white-knuckle climb against time and fuel margins. As they broke into orbit, they saw the constellation. It wasn't waiting for them. It was moving. "She's trying to block our trajectory," Rutledge cursed, wrestling with the controls, using the service module to create an obstacle. What followed was a deadly orbital dance. Rutledge, drawing on every ounce of his test pilot instincts, performed a series of dangerous, fuel-critical burns, dodging the lumbering command ship. Leonov called out vectors, his mind sharp despite the pain. 2 minutes of life support remained. "We have her," Leonov said suddenly. "She's overshot. We have a docking window." Exhausted and disillusioned, they slammed into the docking port of the Constellation. As the airlocks pressurized, Rutledge and Leonov, weapons drawn, moved into the command module. Snyder was waiting, her expression not of a monster but of a true believer, a soldier convinced she was protecting her nation by any means necessary. "You've failed," she said, her voice hollow. "You've doomed us to another century of ignorance." "No," Rutledge replied, taking her weapon. "We just proved we're not ready for the truth." They placed her under arrest, 2 men from opposing empires, united against a common foe bred from their own systems of paranoia and conquest. The return to Earth was a long, suffocating silence. The official story was released within hours of their splashdown. Apollo 20, a catastrophic failure. A loss of telemetry at the end of translunar injection, the craft and crew presumed lost in deep space. The cover story held a convenient tragedy for both sides. The existence of the Entropy Temple, its silent pilot, and the failed act of desecration became the deepest, most indigestible secret of the Cold War. Decades later, William Rutledge sat on the porch of a small house in Rwanda, an old man who had traded the stars for the quiet hills of Africa. He looked up at the night sky, at the moon that hung like a silver scar. He knew it was not a dead rock. It was a tomb, a memorial watched over by a patient, silent intelligence. In his hand he held a small, smooth, triangular rock, one of the weeping stones he had pocketed in a moment of scientific curiosity. Its strange yellow tears had long since dried, but it was his only tangible link to the truth. He sometimes dreamed of the pilot's eyes, of the wave of understanding that had shattered and remade him. It wasn't a memory of alien technology he held on to, but the feeling of a peace so profound, so complete, his species might never comprehend it. He closed his hand around the stone, his final log entry a whisper to the stars for an archive that would never exist. History says 12 men walked on the moon. History is a story we agree to tell, but the truth isn't written in our books. It's sleeping in the dust, waiting for us to grow up. The far side keeps its secrets, and I am its last silent witness. We went looking for a weapon, and we found a soul. May God, or whoever is out there, forgive us when we go back. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak, scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this dull space would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was onto a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognized Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance, so that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. His priority now, take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered, his tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation." Dulce Protocol. Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed, and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open, and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliott hesitated, glancing at the 2 guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol. an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative. The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not. And you? He growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done? A flicker of pain creased her brow. I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice. She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. I feel, he started, searching for the right words, different. My senses, everything's sharper. Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the Grey, well, the off-world genome. She paused, lowering her voice. It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species. Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat containment breach. All security teams converge. One of the guards barked. We need to secure the subject. The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell. They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. Put these on, quickly. Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real, not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity. The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. What do they want from us? Cliff whispered. She shook her head. That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material. But it's always more complicated than that. They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilise neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well. But you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. "Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge." He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping dull space alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to sub-level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce-based staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on sub-level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dull Space was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signaled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. "We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators," Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. "It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulcie, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled, but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. "I can't even explain it," Cliff muttered. "Let's not rely on it more than we have to." Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move." They dashed through corridors confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. "All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint." As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. "Containment breach in Lab 14. Subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor. Backup generators failing." Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that dull space wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. "We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall." His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. "Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols." "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope line, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire! We need the specimen alive!" Cliff recognised Major Cole Vance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft. Something inhuman. The next moment, one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood-stained Vance's uniform and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued. Gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read "Exit," presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliot's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulcie Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliott, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dull Space. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulcie is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap, or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulcie? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliott's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice. Walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dull Space was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival, and the future of species on Earth. And so, the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. The quiet edit. The zinc-coated steel of the ventilation duct was exactly 2.4 millimeters thick, not enough to support a man of Darren Thorne's carriage without a rhythmic metallic protest, but enough to hold if he distributed his weight across the rib joins. He lay prone, his diaphragm pressed against the cold metal, feeling the vibration of the estate's industrial-grade climate control systems through his sternum. His primary concern was the X900 optic synthesizer clutched in his right hand. The device was pulsing with a rhythmic, sickly heat. On the small OLED monitor, a warning icon flickered, a stylized thermometer bleeding amber. The internal cooling fans, microscopic blades spinning at 30,000 RPM, emitted a subaudible whine that Darren felt in his molars. The camera was struggling. It wasn't just the ambient heat of the loft. It was the sheer density of the data it was sucking out of the air. Below the grate, the Ethelgard Estates' primary solarium was bathed in a light that shouldn't exist. It was standard daylight, North Hemisphere 2 p.m., a perfect spectral recreation projected by the ceiling's quantum dot arrays. It was too perfect. It lacked the erratic scattering of real sunlight, the microscopic dancing of organic dust. Darren adjusted his ISO. The sensor groaned, injecting a fine grain of electronic noise into the shadows of the room below. The efficiency of the sunset, a voice drifted up, stripped of its natural timbre by the directional microphone's noise gate. This was Director Vane. On the monitor, Vane's face was a study in engineered calm. Every pore had been curated. Every silver hair on his head seemed to have been placed by a geometrician. We must stop thinking of it as loss. A sunset is not the loss of the sun. It is the transition of the horizon. Darren watched Vane's pupils. They didn't dilate when he looked into the artificial sun. The man was a machine of intent. Phase 3, Vane continued, his hand moving in a slow, sweeping arc over a haptic interface that Darren couldn't see, but whose effects were visible on the solarium's central table. A holographic map of the Pacific Northwest shimmered into existence. It is the removal of the lag. We have 40 million units currently classified as statistically redundant. They are the ghosts in our machine, people who consume calories, generate heat, and produce zero net value for the legacy grid. Darren felt a surge of adrenaline, a hot metallic tang in the back of his throat. His heart rate accelerated to 84 beats per minute. He saw the shift in his own telemetry, mirrored in the corner of his AR lens. Calm down, he told himself. The sensors in the walls can smell the cortisol. He zoomed in. The lens elements, fluorite glass ground to a precision of 3 nanometers, shifted with a sound like a dry whisper. The holographic map was color-coded. His hometown, a sprawl of mid-density, housing and aging infrastructure, was glowing a soft, apologetic violet. Managed disappearance, another voice added. This was a woman, Dr. Aris, the architect of the social blackout protocols. She wasn't looking at the map. She was looking at a tablet, her thumb scrolling through a list of names so fast they were a blur of grey text. It begins with the digital tether. We don't need to move them physically. We simply deprioritize their packets. We throttle their banking access. We adjust the search algorithm so they can no longer find one another. We edit the suggest feature in their reality overlays. Within 6 months, they aren't a community. They're just individuals wondering why the world has stopped responding to them. Darren's mind tried to grasp the scale. It was a Lemmian nightmare. The frustration of a biological brain trying to comprehend a planetary-scale subtraction. They weren't talking about gas chambers or firing squads. Those were messy. Those left a thermal signature. This was a quiet edit. They were going to turn the volume of 40 million lives down to 0, 1 decibel at a time, until the silence was absolute. He shifted his weight. The zinc duct groaned, a sharp, percussive clack that sounded like a gunshot in the sterile silence of the loft. Darren froze. His breath hitched, trapped in his lungs. He could feel the moisture of his own sweat beginning to pool in the small of his back, cooling rapidly in the airflow of the vent. He watched the monitor. Below, Vane didn't look up. He didn't even flinch. The estate's acoustic dampening fields were so sophisticated they had likely swallowed the sound before it reached the solarium floor. The transition is already 14% complete in the test zones, Aris said, her voice devoid of any ethical friction. The subjects report a sense of existential lethargy. They stop voting. They stop protesting. They simply withdraw. It's quite humane. We're giving them a graceful exit from a world that no longer has room for them. Darren's fingers were cramping. He had been holding the X900 for 22 minutes. The camera was now so hot it was painful to touch, the magnesium alloy casing radiating a dry chemical heat. He needed to upload. He initiated the ghost link. On his HUD, a progress bar appeared, searching for secure uplink. The bar pulsed blue. The estate's localized firewall was a monolithic wall of encrypted code. He could see his data packets trying to find a gap, like a swarm of digital insects hitting a glass window. Come on, Sloan, he thought, his jaw tightening. Find the back door. 2 miles away, in a decommissioned delivery van, Sloan would be watching the same blue pulse. He could almost smell the stale coffee and the ozone of her overworked servers. Uplink established. Uploading. 1%. 2%. The camera's fan shifted into a higher gear. The whine was no longer subaudible. It was a physical needle in his ear. Something is drawing. Power, Vane said. The statement was flat, factual. He looked up, not at the vent, but at the ceiling sensor nodes. Darren's heart hammered against the zinc. A chemical surge, norepinephrine, flooded his system, sharpening his vision until the microscopic scratches on the vent's surface looked like canyons. An anomaly in the local mesh net, Vane continued, his eyes narrowing. A leakage of data, approximately 4 gigabytes per second. The janitors? Aris asked. Deploy them, Vane said, and trigger the atmospheric scrub. We have an unrecorded presence. Darren didn't wait to see the rest. He knew the physics of the scrub. The estate would flood the ventilation shafts with a localized vacuum or a neuroinhibitor mist. He didn't crawl, he lunged. He shoved the X900 into his reinforced shoulder bag, the heat of the device seeping through the padding. He kicked off from a structural beam, his boots skidding on the smooth metal. Behind him, he heard a sound like a heavy intake of breath, the sound of the loft's air being reclaimed by the scrubbers. He reached the vertical shaft. It was a sheer drop of 30 feet to the third-floor service landing. He didn't look for a ladder. He grabbed his heavy titanium tripod, the only thing he had that was more reliable than his camera, and jammed it across the width of the shaft, using it as a crude, friction-based brake. His descent was a chaotic blur of friction and heat. The tripod screamed against the metal walls, throwing sparks that illuminated the dark shaft in strobe-like flashes. His gloves began to smoke, the synthetic palms melting into the titanium. He hit the landing with a bone-jarring thud. The impact travelled up his spine, a sharp, white-hot spike of pain that momentarily blinded him. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for air that felt too thin, too filtered. He checked his HUD. Upload interrupted. 4% complete. Damn it, he hissed. The firewall had closed. The architects hadn't just stopped the upload, they had started the erasure. He pulled his phone from his pocket to check the signal. The screen didn't show his wallpaper. It showed a standard system-level notification in a font that was cold and final. Account suspended. Identity not found. Please contact your local reality manager. The social blackout hadn't started with the world. It had started with him. Darren Thorne, the man who recorded the truth, was being deleted in real time. He looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the sudden, terrifying realization that if he didn't move, the smooth edge of the estate would simply sand him away, until there was nothing left but the echo of a tripod scream in an empty vent. The pain in Darren's left ankle was a jagged rhythmic pulse, a neurological feedback loop informing him that the calcaneus had struck the concrete landing with more kinetic energy than the surrounding tissue could dissipate. He didn't have the luxury of a diagnostic. His AR overlay, which usually provided a real-time health biometric readout, was currently a flickering kaleidoscope of dead pixels and error 404 metadata. He pressed his back against the service stairwell wall. The concrete was cold, a brutalist slab that seemed to pull the very heat from his marrow. Above him, the ventilation shaft hissed. The atmospheric scrub was no longer a threat of vacuum, it was a chemical deployment. He caught a faint saccharine scent, isopropyl hexane, a sedative-grade neuroinhibitor. His pupils contracted, his vision narrowed into a tunnel of high-contrast shadows. His phone, still gripped in a white-knuckled hand, vibrated with a finality that felt like a death rattle. The screen flickered one last time, displaying a system-level notification. Citizenship token revoked. The social blackout was a physiological trauma. In 2055, a person was no longer a biological entity. They were a node in a global mesh net. To be revoked was to be severed from the collective consciousness. Darren felt a sudden, sickening lightness in his chest, as if his gravitational constant had shifted. His bank accounts, his lease, his credit rating, his digital medical history, the entire scaffolding of his life was being dismantled by a series of high-speed algorithms 3 floors below him. "Sloane," he whispered, his voice cracking against the dry, sanitized air. "Sloane, tell me you're still there." His earpiece emitted nothing but the pink noise of a jammed frequency, the sound of a digital void. Sloane hadn't just been cut off, she was being buffered out of his reality. He checked the heavy titanium tripod. It was warm to the touch, the metal scarred from the descent. It was the only thing in the world that didn't require a handshake protocol to function. He used it as a crutch, hobbling toward the heavy, vacuum-sealed door labelled Level -3, Core Archive. He reached for the biometric scanner. The glass plate was cool under his thumb. Usually the haptic feedback would provide a welcoming thrum and a green glow. Instead, the scanner pulsed a deep, bruised purple. "Unknown biometric," the voice synth announced. It wasn't the voice of a security system, it was the voice of a world that had forgotten him. "This organic unit is not on the manifest. Please remain stationary for sanitization. Sanitization." The word echoed in his mind with Lemmian dread. To the architects, he wasn't a spy or a hero. He was a statistical error that needed to be rounded down to 0. He didn't wait for the janitors. He swung the tripod. The titanium hit the scanner with a sound like a tuning fork. The glass shattered, revealing a mess of fibre-optic nerves and silicon. Darren reached into the wound of the machine, pulling a bypass lead from his bag, a piece of dirty tech Sloane had built for him. He jammed it into the port. The door's magnetic locks disengaged with a heavy pneumatic thud. The server room was not a room, it was a thermodynamic cathedral. The air here was kept at a precise 4 degrees Celsius, a temperature that made the moisture in Darren's breath visible as a ghost-like plume. The hum was a physical weight, the collective vibration of 10,000 liquid-cooled blades processing the lives of a hemisphere. The floor was a grid of black glass, under which rivers of glowing blue coolant flowed like the blood of a digital god. Darren moved through the aisles, his boots clicking on the glass. The servers didn't look like computers. They looked like monoliths of matte black carbon fibre. Each one emitted a low-frequency purr that resonated in his ribcage, a sound that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the nervous system. He felt a sudden, sharp spike of adrenaline. In the distance, at the end of aisle 4, a silhouette stood. It wasn't moving, it was a janitor. In the flickering blue light, the figure looked like a mannequin carved from obsidian. It wore a tactical dazzle suit designed to confuse optical sensors, making its outline shimmer and distort like heat rising from asphalt. Its face was a smooth, featureless visor of polarized glass. Darren ducked behind a cooling pillar. His heart rate spiked to 110. He could feel the chemical surge, the fight-or-flight mechanism of a primate trapped in a forest of silicon. His mind began to fragment under the Lem factor, the sheer, crushing scale of the system he was trying to fight. How do you hit a cloud? How do you stab an algorithm? He watched the janitor. The unit wasn't searching, it was sensing. It tilted its head, the visor reflecting the blue flow of the floor. It was listening for the thermal signature of his breath, the microscopic vibrations of his heartbeat. Darren reached into his bag and pulled out a small pressurized canister of sensor smoke, a high-density aerosol of graphite particles. He threw it toward the far end of the hall. The canister popped. A cloud of black conductive mist bloomed in the air. The janitor lunged. It didn't run like a human. It moved with the terrifying, frictionless efficiency of a machine whose joints were driven by high-torque servos. It disappeared into the mist, its acoustic pulse weapon emitting a sharp chirp, the sound of a bat hunting in the dark. Darren didn't look back. He sprinted, as much as his injured ankle would allow, toward the hardline terminal at the core of the archive. The terminal was a pedestal of brushed steel, isolated from the estate's wireless mesh. This was the dead drop, the only place where the architect's plans were stored in a physical, uneditable format. He jammed his camera's data jack into the terminal. Accessing attrition ledger. The screen bloomed into life. Thousands of files began to scroll, a waterfall of names, coordinates, and phase-out dates. He saw cities he recognized, neighborhoods he had walked through, all marked with the same clinical violet glow he had seen on the holographic map. "Show me the immediate phase-out list," he whispered, his fingers flying over the haptic keys. The list filtered. A single name appeared at the top. Thorne, Darren. Status: archived, non-existent. Reason: statistical redundancy, biological anomaly. Date of erasure: T-12 minutes. Darren stared at the screen. The intellectual palate of the moment was a cold, hollow vacuum. He wasn't looking at his death warrant. He was looking at a receipt. He had already been edited. The Darren Thorne who had lived, worked and loved was a file that had been moved to the trash and was currently 92% deleted. The room seemed to tilt. The cold of the server room suddenly felt like the cold of a grave. He realized the janitors weren't here to kill him. They were here to clean the room. He was a smudge on the glass of the architect's perfect world. A sharp, high-frequency whine filled the air. He turned. The janitor was standing at the end of the aisle, the graphite mist clinging to its dazzle suit like a shroud. It raised its arm. The acoustic weapon began to glow with a pale violet light. Darren grabbed the drive, the attrition ledger now a physical weight in his hand. He looked at the janitor, then at the black glass floor beneath him. "You can't edit the ground," he grunted, the pain in his ankle forgotten as a new, more primal chemical surge. Rage replaced the panic. The transition from the server room's sub-zero cathedral to the service kitchen was a violent assault on Darren's equilibrium. He burst through the pressurized seals, his injured ankle screaming as it met the polished linoleum. The air here smelled of nothing, not even the absence of smell, but a clinical vacuum of olfaction that made his nostrils ache. The kitchen was a masterpiece of automated indifference. A robotic chef, a multi-articulated arm suspended from a matte chrome ceiling rail, was currently plating a single translucent scallop onto a bone china plate. The arm moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, its servos emitting a high-pitched 30 kHz whine that Darren felt in the marrow of his shins. There was no steam, no clatter of pans, no shouting. It was a silent factory for the consumption of the elite. Darren lunged behind a stainless steel prep station, his breath coming in ragged, jagged stabs. He could feel the attrition ledger drive in his pocket, a cold rectangle of data that felt heavier than the titanium tripod he still gripped. Then the janitor entered. It didn't use the door. It simply materialized from the peripheral blur of the hallway, its dazzle suit shifting from the grey of the wall to the sterile white of the kitchen tiles. The figure stood 6 feet away, motionless. The high-frequency acoustic pulse weapon, a sleek polymer tube, was levelled at Darren's chest. "Subject Thorn," the janitor said. The voice was a synthesized approximation of human speech, stripped of all subtext. "Your presence is an unindexed variable. Please submit to recalibration." Darren didn't answer. He couldn't. The janitor triggered the weapon. The sensory nightmare. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical displacement of reality. A focused beam of high-frequency longitudinal waves, approximately 19 kilohertz at 140 decibels, hit Darren like a kinetic punch. The physics of the attack were precise. The sound waves resonated with the fluid in his semicircular canals, instantly destroying his sense of verticality. The kitchen floor didn't just feel tilted, it felt like it had been deleted. Darren's vision fractured into a strobe-like series of still frames. His stomach revolted, a surge of bile hitting the back of his throat as his brain struggled to reconcile the conflicting signals from his eyes and his inner ear. Every tooth in his head vibrated in its socket. This was the smooth edge in action, violence that left no bruises, only a shattered psyche. "Move!" his hindbrain screamed. "The primate survives by moving." He reached out, his hand grasping blindly at the prep station. His fingers closed around the rubber hose of a pressurized CO2 canister, the quick chill system for the robotic chef. With a guttural roar that he couldn't even hear over the internal screaming of his own skull, Darren wrenched the nozzle free and slammed the release valve. The CO2 didn't just spray, it exploded. Under the Joule-Thomson effect, the rapidly expanding gas plummeted in temperature, reaching approximately minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, 194.7 Kelvin, instantly. A wall of white crystalline fog bloomed between Darren and the janitor. The dazzle suit, designed to trick optical sensors by mimicking light patterns, was useless against a physical medium of frozen gas. The janitor's thermal sensors were blinded by the sudden absolute cold. The acoustic pressure vanished, the lem factor, the friction of the mind. Darren collapsed to his knees, his head ringing with a silence that felt like a physical weight. The lem factor took hold, that agonizing epistemological friction where the mind realizes it is outmatched by the system it inhabits. He looked at the white fog, his brain trying to calculate the janitor's next move. Would the machine recalibrate? Would it use an infrared bypass? He didn't wait to find out. He reached for the nearest heavy object, a massive cast-iron skillet resting on an induction burner. It was a relic of performative cooking, kept there to give the architects the illusion of human craft. Darren lunged through the fog. He didn't aim for the weapon, he aimed for the visor. The impact was a dull, heavy thud that vibrated up his arm. The janitor went down, its servos let out a dying, metallic groan as the weight of the iron crushed the sensor housing of the helmet. Darren stood over the fallen figure, chest heaving, the CO2 fog swirling around his boots like a shroud. He reached down and gripped the edge of the polarized visor, his fingers numb from the cold. He expected to see a chassis of silicon and wires. He expected a machine. He pulled the mask back. The repurposed soul. The face beneath the visor was human, but only in the biological sense. It was a man in his late 50s, his skin a translucent, sickly grey from lack of sunlight. A lattice of fibre-optic filaments was woven directly into the skin around his temples, pulsing with a faint rhythmic violet light. Darren felt the air leave his lungs. He knew this face. "Julian?" he whispered. Julian Vane, no relation to the director but the most celebrated investigative journalist of the 2030s, the man who had taught Darren that a camera was a weapon. Julian had disappeared 5 years ago during the Great Friction riots. The world had assumed he was a martyr. Julian's eyes were open, but they didn't see Darren. They were buffered. His pupils were fixed, tracking a stream of data that was being projected directly onto his retinas by the neural link collar. "Julian, it's me, Darren. I read your manifesto. I used your ISO settings." Julian's jaw moved, a rhythmic clicking sound as the neural link tried to re-establish the janitor protocol. "Index corrupted," the man croaked. His voice wasn't synthesized now. It was a ruin of human vocal cords. "Phase 3 is efficient. Do not resist the update." The horror was a cold, stagnant pool in Darren's stomach. This was the ultimate quiet edit. The architects didn't kill the dissenters, they repurposed them. They took the very minds that were capable of seeing through the system and turned them into the autocorrect for reality. Julian wasn't a prisoner, he was a legacy system, running a background process that required his body but deleted his soul. Darren looked at the skillet in his hand, then at the man he had once idolized. He realized that the social blackout wasn't just about deleting bank accounts. It was about making sure that even when you were looking at the truth, you were seeing it through a filter. "I'm sorry, Julian," Darren said, his voice a ghost of a sound. He reached into the man's tactical suit and found what he was looking for, the biometric keycard. As he touched it, Julian's body spasmed, a final command from the estate's network trying to trigger a self-destruct in the neural link. Darren turned and fled, the attrition ledger burning a hole in his consciousness. He wasn't just fighting for his life anymore, he was fighting to remain a biological anomaly in a world that wanted to turn him into a janitor. The chemical surge. As he reached the service elevator, a new sensation hit him. Not panic, but a cold, crystalline clarity. His adrenal glands had emptied, leaving him in a state of hyper-focus. He could see the micro-vibrations of the elevator cables. He could hear the subaudible heartbeat of the estate. He was no longer the observer. He was the friction. The maintenance ladder was a vertical spine of cold, galvanized steel that hummed with the vibration of the estate's cooling turbines. Darren climbed with a mechanical desperation, his muscles burning with a lactic acid build-up that felt like liquid lead. Every 10 rungs, he had to pause, his lungs struggling to extract oxygen from an atmosphere that was being systematically sanitized. Above him, the heavy circular hatch of the roof access groaned as he threw his weight against it. He emerged into a world of violent high-altitude entropy. The silver haze, nanite particulate density. The air on the roof was no longer gas, it was a shimmering silver colloid. The atmospheric scrubbers had deployed a high-density fog of sub-micron nanites. They weren't weapons in the traditional sense, they were forensic janitors. Each particulate was a programmed scavenger, designed to bond with organic carbon, skin cells, hair, the moisture of a breath, and neutralize it into inert dust. Darren felt the mist touch his exposed skin. It didn't sting. It felt like an unnatural dryness, a sudden parasitic absorption of his body's surface tension. The silver haze clung to his eyelashes, refracting the light of the setting sun into a billion prismatic needles. He hobbled toward the satellite uplink, a massive white parabolic dish that loomed like a bone-coloured moon against the darkening sky. The attrition ledger drive was slick with his own sweat. He shoved it into the uplink's maintenance port. Linking to suborbital mesh. Broadcast protocol, emergency override. The haptic interface under his fingers felt sluggish. The nanites were already infiltrating the port, increasing the electrical resistance of the hardware. The physics of the moment were a race against the smooth edge. The system wasn't trying to stop him with a firewall, it was trying to outlast him through physical decay. The zenith of the architect. It's a remarkable view, isn't it? Darren spun around, his tripod raised like a club. Director. Vane stood near the edge of the helipad. He wore no protective gear. The nanites seemed to part around him, steered by a localized magnetic field generated by the discrete liner woven into his silk suit. Vane looked out over the bay. Below them, the city of Seattle was a sprawling grid of neon and glass, a living circuit board where millions of units were currently settling into their evening routines. "The ledger is live, Vane," Darren rasped, his voice a dry rattle. The nanites were beginning to coat his vocal cords. Every screen in the hemisphere. They're seeing the lists. They're seeing their own names. Vane didn't turn. He sighed, a sound of profound, weary disappointment. "Darren, you're still thinking in the 20th century. You think the truth is a light that blinds. In Phase 3, the truth is just more noise." Broadcast, 100% complete. Darren looked past Vane toward the city. On the side of a massive skyscraper across the water, a digital billboard, usually reserved for synthetic perfume ads, flickered. The violet list of names appeared. The attrition ledger was scrolling in letters 40 feet high. The coordinates of the phase-out zones, the dates of erasure, the clinical logic of statistical redundancy, it was all there. "Look at them," Vane whispered. Darren watched. Through his camera's long-range lens, he saw the people on the streets below. They stopped. They looked up. A woman in a smart commuter pod slowed her vehicle. A group of teenagers outside a VR cafe removed their headsets. Thousands of eyes turned toward the skyscraper. For 3 seconds the world held its breath. Then the woman tapped her dashboard and her pod moved on. The teenagers laughed, one of them pointing at the screen and miming a yawn before pulling their headset back on. On the social feeds visible in Darren's AR periphery, the ones the system hadn't yet cut off, the leak was already being tagged as #EthelGuardPrank, #Phase3Movie, and #ViralMarketing. The entropy of meaning, the intellectual palette of the moment was a crushing void. This was the Lem factor at its most cruel. The realization that the mind's most powerful weapon, the truth, was useless against a system that had successfully commodified attention. The architects hadn't just hidden the Phase 3 transition, they had made it boring. They had wrapped the apocalypse in the aesthetic of a software update. The public didn't care they were being deleted because the process of being deleted was more comfortable than the process of resisting. "The social blackout is not a secret, Darren," Vane said, finally turning to face him. His eyes were cold, reflecting the silver mist. "It is a consensus. People crave the silence. They are tired of the friction of being human, the debt, the politics, the messy, uncurated reality of existence. We're simply giving them what they've been asking for since the first algorithm suggested a path for them." Darren felt a chemical crash. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a cold, entropic despair. His vision began to buffer. The silver nanites were forming a crust over his AR lenses. The city below was blurring, turning into a dream he was no longer a part of. "You're just a ghost now, Darren," Vane said, walking toward him with the practiced ease of a man stepping through a garden. "The ledger won't save them. It will only confirm their suspicion that they are no longer necessary. And the most terrifying thing, they agree with us." A silver flake of nanite grit entered Darren's eye. He blinked, and the skyscraper across the bay disappeared behind a curtain of simulated fog. The smooth edge was closing in. He was standing on a roof with the proof of a global crime, and the world was shrugging its shoulders. He looked down at his camera. The X900 was still warm. In the corner of the display, a small blinking icon caught his eye. It wasn't the ledger, it was a background. Capture. A thermal signature log of the roof's security grid that had been running since he arrived. Vane was close now. He reached out a hand, his fingers manicured and steady. "Give me the drive, Darren. Let's make your transition a graceful one." Darren looked at Vane's hand, then at the city that didn't care. He realised he had been trying to broadcast to the wrong audience. "The system only controls what it records," Darren whispered, quoting a line from Julian's corrupted manifesto. "What was that?" Vane asked, his brow furrowing. Darren didn't answer. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. He looked at the titanium tripod. He calculated the electrical arc distance in a nanite-saturated atmosphere. The silver haze was no longer a mist. It was a physical weight, a shimmering shroud that had begun to crystallize on the lens of Darren's X900. On his HUD, the optics were screaming, a frantic series of red-line warnings as the nanites attempted to bridge, microscopic gaps between the camera's sensor and its processing core. Darren looked at Director Vane. The man was a silhouette of absolute certainty, his presence an anchored point in a world he was actively dissolving. To Vane, the underzone was a landfill. To Darren, it was becoming the only place where the air might actually have a taste. The physics of the blind spot. Darren's mind, sharpened by the chemical exhaustion of the last hour, began to perform a desperate involuntary calculation. The nanites in the air were conductive, a sub-micron lattice of carbon and silver. They weren't just cleaning the air, they were effectively turning the atmosphere into a low-impedance medium. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. It was a high-voltage conduit, pulsing with the energy required to pierce the ionosphere. "If I can't change the minds of the people," Darren thought, "his cognitive processing narrowing into a singular tactical point, I will change the reality of the senses." The Lem factor hit him then, the realization that Vane's power wasn't based on physical strength or even political will. It was based on observational hegemony. The estate's security grid was so sophisticated that it didn't just see, it interpreted. It was a semi-sentient AI that curated the real and discarded the anomalous. If you weren't on the manifest, you were invisible, but invisibility worked both ways. Darren gripped the titanium tripod. The metal was cold, a grounding rod in a world of static. He didn't lunge at Vane, he lunged at the power coupling. He jammed the tripod into the high-voltage junction. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The 50,000 volts flowing through the coupling didn't just arc. It ignited the nanite-saturated atmosphere. A blinding violet discharge of plasma bloomed from the tripod, travelling through the silver haze like a lightning strike in a hall of mirrors. Darren's X900, still in his hand, reacted to the surge. He didn't just trigger the shutter, he triggered the high-intensity $5,000 lumen forensic flash. The combination was a sensory cataclysm. The plasma arc overloaded the estate's optical sensors, while the camera's flash created a localized whiteout in the security grid's logic. For a fraction of a microsecond, the Ethelgard estate's reality manager suffered a massive buffer overflow. It couldn't process the sudden influx of thermal and photonic data. In that gap, that beautiful unrecorded nanosecond, Darren Thorne ceased to be a statistical anomaly. He became a blind spot, the leap into the void. He didn't think about the height. He didn't think about the dark, churning waters of the bay 300 feet below. He simply stepped off the edge. The fall was a sensory vacuum. The air, thick with the smell of ozone and burnt silicon, rushed past his ears in a roar that sounded like the crushing of glass. His stomach stayed on the roof. His vision was a kaleidoscope of after images. Vane's face, frozen in a rare expression of genuine confusion. the violet arc of the plasma, the silver mist turning into a wall of grey. The water didn't feel like a liquid, it felt like a solid. The impact was a kinetic sledgehammer that drove the air from his lungs in a single agonising burst. He felt the cold, a deep anaerobic chill that seemed to reach into his bones and freeze the very marrow. He sank into the darkness, the pressure of the bay pressing against his eardrums. His AR lenses shorted out, the identity revoked notification finally dying in a hiss of electronic steam. I am gone, he thought, the silence of the water wrapping around him like a heavy blanket. I am deleted. The underzone, the texture of the real, he surfaced in a world of rotten wood smoke. Darren dragged himself onto a crumbling concrete pier, his fingers clawing at the moss and the rusted rebar. He vomited salt water and bile, the sound of his own, retching, echoing off the underside of the decommissioned bridge above him. This was the underzone. There were no quantum dot lights here. The only illumination came from a rusted oil drum where a fire was burning. Real wood, crackling with the erratic, unpredictable physics of combustion. The air didn't smell like nothing. It smelled of damp, old grease and the sharp, acidic tang of human sweat. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever smelled. A figure stepped from the shadows of the bridge pylon. It was a woman, her face obscured by a dazzle cloak made of actual physical rags stitched together with copper wire. She held a rusted pipe, her eyes narrowed in a look of profound analog suspicion. "You're late," she said. Her voice wasn't filtered or synthesized. It had grit. It had a history. Darren looked at her, then at his hands. They were covered in grease and blood. He felt the weight of the bag at his side. The X900 was dead, but the drive he had swiped from the server room, the attrition ledger, was encased in a waterproof lead-lined sleeve. He reached into the bag. He didn't pull out the ledger. He pulled out the thermal log he had captured on the roof. "I don't just have the names of the people they're deleting," Darren rasped, his voice a raw, salt-scratched ruin. He looked at the woman, a slow, jagged grin spreading across his face. "I have Vane's biometric signature from the arc flash, and I have the private access codes for the estate's reality grid." The woman paused, the pipe lowering an inch. "What are you going to do with those, Ghost?" Darren looked back toward the Ethelgard estate, glowing like a sterile diamond on the distant cliffside. To the world, that building was the centre of reality. To him, it was just a file that needed to be moved to the trash. "Vane thinks Phase 3 is about making people disappear into distraction," Darren said. He felt the chemical surge of a new kind of purpose, not the adrenaline of the hunted, but the cold, focused intent of the editor. "But the system has a blind spot. It thinks the architects are the only ones with the edit permissions." He opened his waterproof bag and pulled out a small battered laptop, an analog relic with physical keys and a screen that didn't track his retinas. He plugged in the drive. "Don't worry," Darren said, looking at the woman who had once been a senator, now warming her hands over a trash can fire. He held up his hand, silhouetted against the flickering orange light. "I'm just going to fix the signal." The transcendence, final logic. The story of Darren Thorne didn't end with a broadcast. It ended with a silence. In the weeks that followed, the architects began to disappear, not through violence, but through their own smooth edge. Bank accounts belonging to the elite began to reset to zero. Their digital identities were flagged as deceased or redundant. The very system they had built to manage humanity began to auto-correct its creators out of existence. Darren sat by the fire, the grainy screen of his laptop reflecting in his eyes. He was no longer an observer. He was the ghost in the machine, the analog variable that the algorithm couldn't solve. He closed the laptop. The world was still quiet, but for the first time in a generation, it was a silence that belonged to the people. black ice horizon. Colonel Austin Mills was already losing control of the boarding operation when the ice cracked in a perfect circle beneath his boots. He froze, not from fear, from training. 43 seconds of EVA remained before his suit's thermal shielding would fail this close to the sun. The ice beneath him shouldn't exist at all. Not here. Not at 0.2 astronomical units, where solar radiation could vaporize steel. Yet it did. Through his helmet's polarized visor, the sun consumed half the visible universe, a white-gold furnace that made his retinas ache even through triple-layered filters. The other half belonged to the object, 70 kilometers of engineered frost rotating with deliberate precision, its surface the colour of charred bone. Colonel, we're reading thermal fractures propagating from your position. Lieutenant Hannah Idris's voice crackled through solar interference. She was 20 meters away, mag-locked to the same impossible surface, her silhouette warped by heat shimmer. Recommend immediate extraction. Mills studied the circle forming beneath his boots. The crack wasn't random. The edges were too clean, too geometric, like the ice was opening. Negative. Hold position. He keyed the general channel. Pathfinder 9. Confirm visual on surface anomaly. 3 seconds of static. The delay felt longer. Confirmed. Actual. Captain Spencer Pittman's voice from the distant ship carried forced calm. We're seeing it. Whatever that is, it wasn't there 6 minutes ago. Mills' HUD flickered. Solar radiation spiking. His suit compensated, rerouting power from secondary systems. The temperature display climbed. 340 Kelvin, 350, 370. The circle finished forming, 10 meters in diameter, perfectly round. Then the ice inside it simply retracted, not melting, not shattering. It folded inward like living tissue, revealing a hatch of black alloy that absorbed light so completely it looked like a hole cut from reality itself. Jesus Christ, Major Kieran Young's voice came from the perimeter, where the security team maintained overwatch. Mills, tell me you're seeing this. Mills was already moving toward the opening. His boots crunched across frost that shouldn't exist, toward an entrance that had recognized them, or been triggered by them. The science team would want to study the mechanism, document the process, wait for orbital analysis. Mills thought of the salvage operation, the 2 astronauts who died while he waited for better data. Pittman, prep the boarding contingent, 95 personnel, full tactical loadout. We're going in. Sir, we haven't... That's an order, Captain. This object just invited us inside. I'm not waiting for it to change its mind. Mills stared into the darkness beyond the hatch. His own reflection stared back from his visor. A ghost superimposed over the void. We establish a foothold, secure the perimeter, and figure out what the hell this thing is before solar radiation cooks it into scrap. Silence on the channel. Then, understood, Colonel. Boarding party mustering now. ETA 12 minutes. Mills mag-locked himself beside the hatch and checked his oxygen reserve. 37 minutes remaining in his tank. Beyond the opening, darkness extended downward. Or was it upward? His spatial orientation system couldn't determine which direction gravity would pull inside. Lieutenant Idris drifted to his left, her geological survey scanner painting useless data across her forearm display. The ice composition is wrong, sir. It's not water ice. The molecular structure is... I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's like someone engineered it atom by atom. Engineered for what? Protection, maybe. Ablative shielding against solar radiation. But the thermal transfer properties don't make sense. This should have sublimated weeks ago. She looked up at him, her eyes visible through the visors. Transparency. Sir, this ice wants to be here. Mills watched the perfect circle of darkness. Somewhere in his chest, beneath the rational framework of his training, something ancient whispered warnings. He ignored it. Then let's find out why. 90 minutes later, 95 personnel crowded the breach point. Mills had divided them into 3 elements: security under Major Young, science under Dr. Annika Bose, and engineering under Lieutenant Commander Shaw. Captain Pittman coordinated from Pathfinder 9, maintaining the link between the boarding party and home. Home. Mills checked the timestamp on his HUD. They'd been away from Earth for 7 months. Home was a moving target. All elements, radio check. Security, check. Science, check. Engineering, check. Mills activated his helmet lamp and descended into the hatch. The beam cut through absolute darkness for 3 meters before striking nothing. The light simply stopped, swallowed by whatever material composed the interior surfaces. His brain struggled to process depth. The corridor, if it was a corridor, seemed to curve away at angles that shouldn't be geometrically possible. His boots found purchase on the interior surface. Gravity reasserted itself, pulling him toward what his body decided was down. The sensation was subtle but wrong, like standing on a floor tilted 5 degrees off true, constant enough to notice but too slight to measure. Gravity present, he reported, approximately 0.8 Earth normal, orientation stable. The boarding party followed him down, their helmet lamps creating a constellation of useless light in the consuming darkness. Every beam terminated after a few meters, absorbed by walls that didn't reflect. Dr. Bose drifted past him, her scanner sweeping methodically. I'm getting structural readings, but they don't make sense. The walls are metallic, but there's organic compounds mixed into the lattice. And... She paused, tapped her display. There's heat. Uniform thermal signature throughout. This thing is warm. How warm? 18 degrees Celsius. Room temperature. Mills felt his chest tighten. It's been dormant for how long? Based on the ice accumulation pattern? Thousands of years, minimum. Then why is it room temperature? Bose didn't answer. The corridor. Mills had decided to call it a corridor despite its impossible geometry, widened into a chamber. His helmet lamp swept across walls that curved upward and inward, creating a space that felt simultaneously vast and claustrophobic. The ceiling, if there was one, remained invisible beyond the reach of light. Perimeter secure, Young reported. His security team had fanned out in tactical formation, weapons trained on empty darkness. No contacts, no movement, no energy signatures beyond baseline thermal. Mills checked his tactical display. The boarding party had spread throughout the chamber, small clusters of blue indicators against a black wireframe map that updated in real time from their combined scanner data. The map was wrong. The chamber's dimensions shifted depending on which angle the scanners approached from. Walls measured 3 meters thick from one direction, 7 meters from another. The space itself seemed uncertain. Bose, are we looking at spatial distortion? Possibly. Or our instruments aren't calibrated for whatever physics govern this structure. She knelt beside a wall, running her gloved hand across its surface. The material is responding to contact. Temperature increase of 0.2 degrees where I touched it. Mills felt the wrongness intensify. A structure that maintained room temperature after millennia. Walls that warmed to touch. A hatch that opened without visible mechanism. This wasn't derelict. This was waiting. All personnel maintain. The ice sealed behind them. Mills spun toward the entrance. Through the hatch opening he'd been able to see stars, the distant silhouette of Pathfinder 9, the omnipresent, glare of the sun. Now he saw smooth black alloy, seamless and complete, as if the entrance had never existed. Pathfinder 9, do you copy? Static. Pathfinder 9, confirm reception. More static, then Pittman's voice cut through, distorted and broken. Reading massive power spike inside the hull, energy signature consistent with... The transmission died. Mills' HUD flickered. His tactical display fragmented, reformed, fragmented again. Around him, 94 other suits experienced the same cascade failure. Emergency lighting activated across helmets, bathing the chamber in emergency red. Major Young's status. Sir, I'm reading gravitational anomalies throughout the structure. Magnitude increasing. This is... The floor tilted, except it didn't. Mills' inner ear screamed orientation warnings while his eyes reported perfect horizontal stability. Gravity pulled in two directions simultaneously, down toward the floor and sideways toward the wall on his left. His stomach lurched. Around him, personnel staggered. Someone vomited inside their helmet. Someone else collapsed as their equilibrium system overloaded. Everyone maglocked to the nearest surface, now. Mills activated his boot magnets and felt them engage with the floor. The dual gravity sensation intensified. He was standing on stable ground while simultaneously falling sideways at terminal velocity. His brain couldn't reconcile the input. The chamber brightened, not from their helmet lamps, from the walls themselves. Bioluminescent veins traced patterns across the metallic organic surface, pulsing with soft blue-white light. The patterns weren't random. They formed networks, circuits, something that looked disturbingly like neural pathways. "It's waking up," Dr. Bose whispered. Her voice carried across the general channel. "We're inside something that's waking up." Then the constructs emerged. They materialized from the walls, not stepping through, but forming from the material itself. Humanoid shapes composed of the same metallic organic substance, their surfaces rippling with those same bioluminescent patterns. No faces, no weapons, just smooth, featureless forms that moved with liquid precision. "Weapons free," Young's voice cut through rising panic. "Security elements, establish firing lines." "Belay that," Mills countermanded. "Nobody fires unless fired upon. These could be autonomous systems, maintenance protocols." One of the constructs reached toward Lieutenant Idris. She screamed and backpedaled, lost her magnetic footing, and tumbled into zero gravity that suddenly existed 3 meters above the floor. The construct followed her into the impossible space, moving through layered gravitational fields like they were water. "Idris, activate maneuvering jets!" She twisted in mid-tumble, fired her suit's emergency thrusters, and shot toward the far wall. The construct adjusted trajectory with inhuman precision, closing the distance. Young fired. The electromagnetic pulse round struck the construct's center mass and passed straight through, impacting the wall behind it with a shower of sparks. The construct didn't even slow. Suppressive fire, all elements. The chamber erupted in strobing muzzle flashes. EM rounds, plasma bolts, and concussive charges filled the space with light and thunder. The constructs moved through the barrage untouched, phasing in and out of solidity. Mills watched his tactical display fracture further. Blue indicators scattered across the wireframe map as personnel broke formation, pursued by constructs that ignored every physical law he understood. This wasn't combat. This was chaos. All elements, fall back to... He checked the map. There was no secondary position. The entrance had sealed. There were 95 people trapped inside something that didn't want them here. Defensive perimeter. Form on my position. The security team rallied, creating a ring around the science and engineering personnel. The constructs stopped advancing. They hovered at the perimeter's edge, bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchronization. Waiting. "Cease fire," Mills ordered. "Everyone, cease fire!" The shooting stopped. In the sudden quiet, Mills heard breathing, 95 people pulling oxygen from tanks that were now finite, with no clear path to resupply. The constructs didn't attack. They simply observed. "They're not hostile," Bose said quietly. She'd maglocked herself to a wall, scanner still sweeping despite the chaos. Look at the pattern. They're mirroring our formation. Defensive posture, not offensive. They chased Idris. No, they intercepted her trajectory. She was moving towards something. Bose checked her scanner. There, that wall panel. It's different from the others. Higher energy signature. Mills followed her indication. 20 meters away, barely visible in the bioluminescent glow, a section of wall carried denser circuit patterns, a control interface. Security maintains perimeter. Science team, on me. We're accessing that panel. Young grabbed his arm. Sir, those things nearly killed. They didn't kill her, Major. They stopped her from hitting the panel, which means the panel matters. Mills met Young's eyes through their visors. We're not fighting our way out of this. We're thinking our way out. He mag-walked toward the panel, painfully aware of the constructs tracking his movement. They shifted position as he moved, maintaining precise distance, escorting him. The panel surface carried symbols that hurt to focus on, geometric forms that seemed to rotate through dimensions Mills couldn't perceive. But beneath the alien script, he recognized something, a handprint, 5 fingers, human scale. They expected us, he said. Impossible. Bose had joined him, her scanner painting the panel with analysis data. This structure predates human spaceflight by millennia. Then they expected someone. Mills placed his gloved hand against the print. The panel activated. Light flooded the chamber. Not bioluminescent glow, but stark white illumination that revealed the true scale of the space. They were standing in a nexus chamber 50 meters across, its walls covered in shifting displays showing star charts, genetic sequences, and information Mill's brain couldn't categorize. At the chamber's center, a holographic projection formed. A sphere. Dark, airless, dead. Overlaid with mathematical projections showing atmosphere composition, temperature curves, orbital mechanics. A planet. That's a restoration projection, Bose breathed. Terraforming parameters, biosphere development timeline. This is a... Captain Soto stared at the tactical display, his mind refusing to process what the sensors were reporting. Sir, the object is... Lieutenant Jones's voice cracked. It's generating a gravitational field, magnitude increasing exponentially. This is... The ice-covered hull began to glow, not from heat, from something else. Space itself warped around the 70-kilometre mass, stars bending and smearing like paint on wet canvas. Get them out, Soto ordered. Emergency extraction. All boarding personnel now. Sir, we've lost all communication with the boarding party. The gravitational distortion is... Space screamed. Not sound. Something deeper. The fabric of reality tearing open around the alien vessel. Through the bridge viewport, Soto watched the impossible happen. The object folded into itself. Not shrinking. Inverting. As if space had decided the vessel no longer belonged in this dimension and was surgically removing it from existence. Stars swirled. Light bent into spirals. The sun's glare fractured into prismatic shards. The entire structure moved, not physically. Mill's body reported perfect stability. But outside, beyond the walls, beyond the impossible ice shell, something fundamental changed. His inner ear registered acceleration that shouldn't exist. His stomach dropped into freefall, while his boots remained magnetically anchored. Pathfinder 9, Mills shouted into his comm. Pathfinder 9, report status. Nothing, not even static. And then, gone. The alien craft vanished. No explosion, no debris, no radiation signature, just empty space where 70 kilometers of ice and metal had existed 3 seconds ago, taking 95 people with it. No, Soto whispered. Around him, the bridge crew sat frozen, staring at empty space. No, no, no. Sir, Jones's hands shook over his console. Gravitational residue analysis suggests a spatial translation event, wormhole mechanics, but nothing like our theoretical models. He looked up, his face pale. It took them. Somewhere else. Somewhere not here. Soto activated ship-wide comms, his voice steady through sheer force of will. All hands. The boarding party has been displaced. Approximate displacement. Unknown. We are commencing search and rescue operations immediately. Space Force. Command will be notified. We will find them. He cut the channel. Through the viewport, the sun burned with indifferent brilliance. The empty space where 95 people had been mocked him with its silence. How far? Soto asked quietly. Best guess. How far did it take them? Jones studied the sensor logs, his expression growing more horrified with each calculation. Sir, the energy signature suggests light years, hundreds of light years, maybe more. I don't... His voice broke. Sir, we can't reach them. Even if we knew where they went, we don't have the capability to log the gravitational residue, Soto interrupted. Every data point, every anomaly. If that thing can punch holes in space, maybe we can track where it went. Get me everything. Yes, sir. Soto stared at the empty void. 95 people, gone in 3 seconds, and somewhere, impossibly distant, impossibly lost, they were still alive, still breathing, still waiting for rescue that might never come. Find them, he whispered to the darkness. Please, God, let us find them. Mill's comm crackled with a final burst of static. Pathfinder 9's signal. Doppler shifted beyond recognition. Then nothing. The walls had stopped their violent pulsing. The bioluminescent veins stabilized into steady blue-white light. Then the stars appeared on the walls, real-time feeds showing space beyond the hull. The sun was gone. The familiar stellar background had vanished. In its place, alien constellations, utterly unknown, and directly ahead, filling the primary viewport, a rogue planet, dark and frozen, illuminated by artificial suns that burned with structured white light. No, Young's voice carried hollow shock. No, no, no. We jumped, Bose said. She'd pulled up the navigation data from the panel, her hands shaking. Gravitational translation, instantaneous spatial displacement. We're not in the solar system anymore. Through the neural interface still partially active from Mill's hand. On the panel, he felt the ship's awareness. Distance travelled, 412 light-years. Duration, 2.3 seconds. Crew status, viable, 412 light-years in 2 seconds. Mill's mind struggled to comprehend that distance. Even at light speed, it would take over 4 centuries to travel that far. Pathfinder 9 would search for them. Earth would send rescue missions. But by the time any signal reached them, everyone he'd ever known would be dead of old age. They saw it happen, Lieutenant Idris whispered. Her voice carried the weight of sudden, terrible understanding. Pathfinder 9. They watched us disappear. They're going to think we're dead. We might as well be, someone said. Mills stared at the impossible planet, at the artificial suns, at the terraforming projections still floating in holographic precision. Behind them, the constructs had vanished. Ahead, the Cedar vessel began its automated descent toward the dead world below, and 95 personnel equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation watched their home disappear across interstellar distance. Mills checked his oxygen reserve. 23 minutes remaining. Through the wall displays, he could see Pathfinder 9 in his mind, still orbiting the sun, sensors screaming with gravitational anomaly data, Soto ordering search patterns for a crew that no longer existed in their universe. They would search for weeks, months, and they would never find them. We're alone, Mill said quietly. Through the chamber, 94 other people felt the same truth settle into their bones. No rescue, no support, no way home. Just 95 humans, an alien ship with inscrutable purpose and a dead planet waiting below. The cedar's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, not hostile, not comforting, simply stating fact, mission continuing. The oxygen alarm started 17 minutes after the jump. Mills silenced his suit's audible warning, but the HUD display remained, a pulsing red indicator showing 11% remaining in his primary tank. Around him, 94 other helmets flickered with the same death sentence. "Sir, I'm reading atmospheric composition in the adjacent chamber." Lieutenant Commander Shaw's voice carried forced calm. She was the engineer, the one who'd kept Pathfinder 9's life support running through 3 near-catastrophic failures. Now she was analysing alien air with equipment designed for human systems. Nitrogen-oxygen mix, roughly Earth standard. Pressures low, maybe 0.7 atmospheres, but breathable. Contamination? Mills watched the holographic planet rotate before them. The artificial suns had stabilised into a synchronised orbit, painting the dead world in geometric light patterns. Unknown. I'm not detecting biologicals, but my scanner's not calibrated for... Best guess, Commander. Silence. Then, "If we don't crack our helmets in the next 8 minutes, the guess won't matter," Mills studied the chamber. The walls had stopped their bioluminescent pulsing. The constructs hadn't returned. The space felt dormant again. Not dead, but waiting. Always waiting. "Major Young, select 3 volunteers. We test the air." Young's helmet turned toward him. Even through the polarised visor, Mills felt the glare. "Sir, we don't know. We know we're suffocating, Major. Pick your people." Young's jaw worked behind the transparent faceplate. Then he gestured to 2 security personnel and moved to join them himself. "Not you," Mills said. "I need you functional if this goes wrong. Stay suited." He watched 3 volunteers step forward. Corporal Davies, Specialist Banks, Ensign Okoro, all young, all aware they might be breathing poison in 30 seconds. Mills walked to the wall panel and placed his hand against the interface. The surface warmed under his glove, responding. "Requesting atmospheric equalization," he said to no one, to the ship, to whatever intelligence governed, this place. Nothing happened. He pressed harder, willing the ship to understand. The panel's symbols shifted, rotated through configurations that made his eyes water. "Please," he whispered. A seam appeared in the wall, not the entrance they'd used, that remained sealed. This was new, a vertical split that widened into a doorway. Beyond it, another chamber, smaller, illuminated by the same blue-white bioluminescence, and breathable air, if Shaw was right. Davies, Banks, and Okoro exchanged glances. Then Davies stepped forward and broke his helmet seal. The hiss of equalizing pressure sounded obscenely loud. Davies took a shallow breath. Another. His face contorted as his body waited for burning, freezing, poison. Nothing. "It's..." He breathed deeper. "It's stale, like recycled air, but it's air." Banks and Okoro cracked their helmets. 3 people breathing alien atmosphere synthesized by a vessel older than human civilization. All 3 remained standing. "Fuck it!" Young reached, up and broke his seal. "If we're dying together." The next 2 minutes became a cascading wave of helmet seals breaking, 95 people gasping recycled oxygen that tasted like metal and ozone and something else, something organic they couldn't identify. Mills was the last. He broke the seal and pulled the helmet free. The air was cold. It carried a scent like thunderstorms, like electricity meeting water. Every breath felt borrowed. "All right." He maglocked his helmet to his belt. "We're alive. Now we figure out where the hell we are." Dr. Anika Bose had commandeered the wall panel, her fingers dancing across symbols she was learning to interpret through trial and error. Each touch produced a response. Star charts, energy diagrams, biological matrices that scrolled past faster than human cognition could process. "It's a navigation archive," she said. Her voice carried the flat affect Mills recognised. Pure analytical focus, emotion compartmentalised until later. "I'm accessing jump logs. The vessel has made, Jesus, thousands of jumps, tens of thousands." "Can you plot a return vector?" Pittman's voice crackled through the helmet comm units scattered across the floor. The signal was weak, distorted, but present. Pathfinder 9 was trying to reach them across interstellar distance. "I don't even know where we are." Bose pulled up a star chart. "This doesn't match any stellar cartography in our database. We're not in local space. We might not even be in the same galactic arm." "Then access the propulsion system. If it jumped us here, it can jump us back." Bose's fingers stopped moving. "The propulsion system is offline. Post-jump cooldown cycle. Estimated reactivation, 71 hours. 71 hours. Mills did the math. They'd brought rations for a 4-hour boarding operation. Water for 6 hours, maybe 8 if they stretched it. They had 95 people and enough supplies to sustain maybe 20. "Inventory," he ordered. "Everything. Food, water, medical supplies, ammunition. I want a complete resource assessment in 30 minutes. Captain Pittman moved through the crowd, organising personnel into work details. That was his gift, making chaos into structure through pure social engineering. People gravitated toward him without realising it, seeking stability. Mills envied that. His own authority came from position, from rank. Pittman's came from something deeper. The inventory results arrived in 27 minutes. Lieutenant Idris delivered them, her datapad showing numbers that confirmed Mills' worst fears. 18 MREs, 42 protein bars, 9 water pouches. She scrolled down. "Medical supplies are better. We've got combat trauma kits, antibiotics, radiation meds. But food..." She met his eyes. "Severe rationing gets us maybe 48 hours. And the propulsion cooldown is 71. "Yes, sir." Mills studied the holographic planet. It was closer now. The vessel was descending, on some predetermined trajectory, pulling them toward the frozen world with its artificial suns and empty oceans. "The ship brought us here for a reason," he said. "Maybe that reason includes keeping us alive." "Or maybe," Young said from behind him, "it doesn't give a shit if we starve." 6 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began to flicker. Mills was trying to sleep when the light dimmed. Not gradually. It cut from full illumination to half strength in a single pulse. His eyes snapped open. Around him, the boarding party had distributed themselves throughout the chamber, claiming whatever space provided the illusion of privacy. Some slept in their EVA suits. Others had stripped down to the thermal underlayers, using the suits as makeshift bedding. It looked like a refugee camp. The suns flickered again. Through the wall displays, Mills watched the massive orbital emitters pulse with arrhythmic light. On the planet below, clouds that had been forming in geometric patterns began to dissolve. "Bose!" He found her still at the control panel, her eyes red-rimmed from sustained focus. "What's happening to the suns?" She didn't look up from the data streaming across her screen. "They're destabilizing. The terraforming sequence initiated automatically when we entered orbit, but something's wrong. The system keeps aborting and restarting." Her fingers flew across the interface. "It's looking for something, some kind of input parameter it can't locate." "What parameter?" "I don't know. The symbols are... they're not language exactly. They're more like emotional concepts rendered as geometric forms. This one," she touched a pulsing glyph. "I think it means harmony, or alignment, or collective understanding. But it could also mean neural integration or consciousness fusion or..." "English, Doctor." Bose turned to face him. Her expression carried something Mills had never seen on her before. Fear. "I think the ship is trying to interface with us. Cognitively. and when it can't establish the connection, the terraforming systems fail. Mills felt cold spread through his chest. Interface how? I don't know, but until it succeeds... She gestured at the flickering suns. We're watching a planetary biosphere die in real time. 12 hours after the jump, the first person tried to force entry to the propulsion core. Mills was rationing water pouches when the alarm sounded, a low harmonic tone that resonated through the walls themselves. Not threatening, just informative. The ship telling them something had changed. Major Young came sprinting from the corridor they designated as aft section, his sidearm drawn. "Sir, we've got a situation. 3 personnel attempted to breach what looked like an engine access panel. The ship..." He paused, breathing hard. The ship responded. Mills followed him through curving passages that still defied spatial logic. The corridor seemed longer going this direction than returning. Gravity shifted subtly underfoot, never quite settling into consistent down. They found the scene in what the crew had started calling the propulsion gallery, a vast chamber where walls displayed energy flow diagrams that pulsed with impossible physics. Specialist Rourke, Ensign Martinez, and Corporal Williams stood frozen against the far wall, not pressed there by force, held there by the wall itself, which had extruded organic metallic tendrils that wrapped their limbs and torso in gentle but absolute restraint. The 3 couldn't move, but they could breathe, could speak, could turn their heads to watch Mills approach. "Colonel," Rourke's voice shook, "we were just trying to access the propulsion system, override the cooldown, get us home before..." The floor beneath them shifted, not violently, more like a patient teacher correcting a student. The tendrils tightened fractionally. "Before we run out of food," Rourke finished quietly. Mills studied the energy diagrams. They showed a propulsion system unlike anything in human engineering, gravitational manipulation on a scale that treated stellar masses like handles, and at the centre, a countdown. 68 hours, 42 minutes, and 17 seconds. 68 hours until reactivation. "Dr. Bose, can the ship understand us? Is there a communication protocol we're missing?" Bose had followed them in. She approached the wall displays carefully, scanner active. "I think it understands intention more than language. When you asked for air, it provided air, but you asked cooperatively. You didn't try to force it." She looked at the 3 restrained personnel. "The ship is non-hostile, but it's also non-negotiable. It has a purpose, a mission architecture that predates human existence. And we're..." She searched for the word. "We're unscheduled variables. Can you ask it to release them?" "I can try." Bose placed both hands against the wall beside Rourke. She closed her eyes, her expression shifting into something Mills couldn't quite read. Concentration, meditation, prayer. The tendrils loosened. Slowly, like reluctant fingers unclenching, they withdrew into the wall's surface. Rourke, Martinez and Williams stumbled forward, gasping. "How did you..." Mills started. "I stopped thinking in commands," Bose said. "Started thinking in requests. Cooperation instead of control." She looked exhausted. "I don't think this ship was built for a hierarchical species. The neural patterns it's scanning for, they feel communal, collective." Mills thought of military chain of command, of rank structure, of the entire cultural framework that had gotten them to space in the first place, all of it useless here. "Then we learn to cooperate," he said. Young stepped forward. "Sir, with respect, we can't just..." "Yes, we can, Major, because the alternative is starving while we stare at a propulsion system we can't hack." Mills addressed the whole group. "This vessel isn't our enemy, it's our only chance of survival. So we figure out what it needs, and we provide it." "And if what it needs," Young said quietly, "is something we can't give?" Mills had no answer. 20 hours after the jump, Callum Page found the biome vaults. He'd been exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but Mills had stopped enforcing those around Hour 15. With 95 people and limited space, regulations gave way to necessary chaos. Page returned to the main chamber with his eyes bright, his movement animated in a way Mills hadn't seen since before the jump. "You need to see this. All of you." He led a group of 20 through corridors that seemed to anticipate their movement, walls shifting to create clearer passages. They descended, at least the sensation was descent, through 3 levels into a chamber that made Mill's breath catch. It was massive, cathedral scale. The ceiling rose 50 meters overhead, covered in bioluminescent veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. And throughout the space, vaults, hundreds of them. Cylindrical chambers made of the same metallic organic material, each one sealed and filled with something that glowed faintly green. "Genetic archives," Page breathed. He was moving between vaults like a pilgrim approaching shrines. "This is a seed bank, but not like anything we've built. These aren't frozen samples. They're living matrices, microbial colonies in suspended development, genetic templates for entire ecosystems." He stopped before one vault that stood taller than the others. Its glow pulsed brighter, more urgently. Symbols scrolled across its surface, the same geometric concepts Bose had been deciphering. "This one is activating," Page said. "The ship is preparing to deploy it." "Deploy where?" Mills asked. Page pointed down. Through transparent sections of floor they could see the planet below. It had grown massive in their descent, filling the viewport. The artificial suns burned steady now, no longer flickering, and across the planet's frozen surface, structures, massive towers of black alloy, rising from ice plains. They were growing, extruding from the ground itself like plants reaching toward manufactured sunlight. "Terraforming pylons," Bose said. She'd pulled up planetary scans on her portable display. "They're seeding the atmosphere with processing compounds. Temperature is rising. Ice is melting at the poles. The ship is waking this planet up." "How long?" Mills watched clouds form in real time, swirling around the growing towers in mathematically precise patterns. "At current rate, full atmospheric stabilization in 72 hours. The same time frame as propulsion reactivation. Not coincidence. Design." "So we're watching the birth of a new biosphere," Page said softly. "We're inside a vessel that resurrects dead worlds. This is the most significant discovery in human history." "This is a trap," Young said. "We're being held hostage by a ship that's forcing us to participate in its mission while we starve." "It's not forcing us." Bose had moved to one of the vaults, her hand pressed against its warm surface. "It's inviting us. The neural harmonization it keeps scanning for. I think it needs conscious participation, willing integration. It can't complete the terraforming cycle without sentient input." "Input for what?" "Decision-making, adaptation. Life isn't mechanical, it's responsive, creative. I think the ship needs living minds to help shape what kind of biosphere develops down there." She turned to face them. "We're not prisoners, we're collaborators." "We're dying," Young countered. 42 hours of food remaining. This ship might birth a new world, but we won't live to see it." Mills studied the genetic vaults, hundreds of them, entire ecosystems suspended in biological potential. "What if the ship can provide food?" He looked at Page. "You said these are living matrices. Could we—" "No," Page's voice was sharp. "These are genetic archives of extinct species, civilizations that died millions of years ago. If we disrupt them, we could destroy the only record of their existence. Better than destroying ourselves." "Is it?" Page met his eyes. "We're dying of hunger looking at the Library of Alexandria, and you want to burn books for warmth." The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of bioluminescent light. "There has to be another way," Mills said. But his voice carried no conviction. 36 hours after the jump, the ship made its choice. Mills woke to darkness. The bioluminescent veins had gone dark. Around him, 95 people stirred in the sudden absence of light. Then, illumination. But not from the walls, from the floor. A holographic interface materialized in the chamber's center, 10 meters tall, rotating slowly. It showed anatomical diagrams, human anatomy, neural pathways, brain structures, and overlaid across it all, the same geometric symbols Bose had been studying. "It's offering us something," Bose said. She approached the hologram carefully, her scanner painting data across her forearm display. It's a neural integration protocol, a way to interface directly with the ship's cognitive systems. "Mind control," Young said. "No, cooperation. It's showing us how to communicate more effectively, how to participate in the terraforming process. And if we refuse..." Bose pulled up new data from the planetary scans. The artificial suns destabilized again an hour ago. The terraforming cycle is failing. Without neural integration, the ship can't complete its mission. She paused. And without completing its mission, it won't reactivate propulsion. Mills felt the trap close. Not hostile, not violent, just inevitable. "If we integrate," he said slowly, "if we give the ship what it needs, can it provide food? Water?" Bose studied the holographic interface. "I think so. It has fabrication systems for building terraforming infrastructure. If it can grow genetic matrices, it can synthesize nutrients. Or it can kill us trying to upload our brains into its alien OS," Young said. "Sir, this is insane. We don't know what that interface does. It could lobotomize us, turn us into biological processors, delete everything that makes us human." He wasn't wrong. Mills looked at the hologram, at the neural pathways highlighted in blue-white light. This was the choice. Trust an ancient alien intelligence with their consciousness, or die of starvation watching a planet resurrect itself. Not really a choice at all. "I need a volunteer," Mills said. "Sir," Young started, "someone needs to test the integration, confirm it's survivable before we risk the entire crew." Mills studied the hologram. "Dr. Bose, you understand the system better than anyone. If this goes wrong, you'll be able to pull the plug. Will you monitor?" "Of course." Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly as she activated her scanner. "Then I'll..." "No," Captain Spencer Pittman stepped forward. "You're the commanding officer. We can't risk you. I'll do it." "Captain..." "Sir, we both know if this fails, the crew will need your authority to hold together. But if it succeeds, they'll need someone they trust to vouch for it." Pittman's expression was calm. "That's not you. That's me." Mills wanted to argue, but Pittman was right. Young grabbed Pittman's arm. "Spence, you don't have to..." "Yes, I do." Pittman smiled, tired and genuine. "Someone has to go first. Might as well be me." He approached the holographic interface. The symbols shifted, reforming into something that looked almost like an invitation. A section of floor rose beneath Pittman's feet, forming a platform. "How do I..." he started. The platform answered. Tendrils extended, not aggressive, not restraining, gentle. They touched Pittman's temples, his forehead, the base of his skull. His eyes went wide. Then he screamed. Bose's scanner went wild, displays fragmenting across error warnings. Neural activity spiking. He's experiencing massive sensory overload. Pittman's scream cut off. He stood perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing, the tendrils pulsing with bioluminescent light that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. "His vitals are stable," Bose reported. "Elevated heart rate but not dangerous. Brain activity is..." She paused. "It's not human normal. He's experiencing distributed cognition. His consciousness is extending into the ship's neural network. "Pull him out," Young ordered. "I can't. The system won't release him until integration completes." They watched Pittman stand motionless for 17 minutes. Around them, 94 people held collective breath. Then the tendrils withdrew. Pittman collapsed. Young caught him before he hit the floor, lowering him carefully. "Spence, Spence, talk to me." Pittman's eyes focused slowly. He looked at Young, then at Mills, then at the hologram still rotating above them. "It's not hostile," he said. His voice sounded distant, dreamy. "It's ancient. So ancient. It's been doing this for millions of years, travelling, finding dead worlds, bringing them back. It's..." He struggled for words. "It's lonely." "Lonely?" Mills knelt beside him. It was built by a collective intelligence, a species that thought in harmonized networks, not individual minds. It doesn't understand hierarchy, doesn't understand command structure. It's been trying to communicate, but Pittman laughed weakly. "We're too separate, too individualized. It can't interface with minds that don't share thought." "Can it feed us?" Mills asked. "Yes. Once we integrate. Once we show it, we can cooperate." Pittman sat up slowly. "But there's something else. Something it's trying to tell us." "What?" "The genetic archives aren't random. The ship has navigation logs, planetary designation charts, and Earth..." He met Mill's eyes. "Earth is in the database, listed as Restoration Candidate Site 731. The chamber fell. Silent." "That's impossible," Page said. "Human evolution is documented. We know our origins." "Do we?" Pittman's expression was strange, haunted. "The ship's logs show Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago. Something was seeded there. Something that led to us." "You're saying we're aliens?" Young's voice carried disbelief. "I'm saying we might be the product of a previous terraforming cycle, that whatever built this ship might have built us." Pittman looked around at the genetic vaults. "We're not the first intelligent species they've created. We won't be the last." Mills felt the ground shift beneath him. Not physically, conceptually. Everything he understood about humanity's place in the universe tilting sideways. "Sir," Lieutenant Idris approached, her datapad showing new inventory calculations. "Food supply's critical. We have maybe 18 hours left. After that, people would start dying." Mills looked at the holographic interface, at Pittman, who'd survived, integration, at 94 people waiting for him to choose between starvation and surrender. "How many people would need to integrate?" he asked Bose. "Unknown, but based on the ship's neural pattern expectations, I'd estimate a significant percentage. Maybe 30, maybe 60. Enough to create the collective harmony it's scanning for." "Voluntary only," Mills said. "I won't order anyone into that interface, but I need volunteers. People willing to risk integration to save the crew." For a long moment no one moved. Then Page stepped forward. "I'll do it. I want to understand what this ship knows about life, about creation. I'll do it." Shaw followed. "If we're going to survive here, we need to understand the systems. I'm in." One by one they came forward. Scientists curious about alien cognition, engineers wanting to access ship systems, medical personnel hoping to synthesize food, and soldiers. Young's security team following their commander's reluctant nod. 37 volunteers, more than a third of the crew. "All right," Mills addressed them all. "We do this together. We integrate, we establish communication, we convince this ship to keep us alive. And then..." He looked at the propulsion countdown still visible on the wall displays. 62 hours, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. Then we figure out if we're going home. The holographic interface expanded, creating multiple integration platforms. The volunteers stepped forward, and as tendrils touched human minds, The artificial suns outside stabilized. The planet below began to breathe, and 95 people, stranded across interstellar distance, took their first step toward becoming something neither human nor alien. Something in between. 48 hours after the jump, the integrated started finishing each other's sentences. Mills noticed it during the morning briefing, except there was no morning here, just arbitrary wake cycles they imposed on eternal artificial daylight. Lieutenant Shaw was explaining the ship's power distribution when Dr. Bose spoke simultaneously with her, both voices overlapping in perfect synchronization. Thermal differential of 0.3 degrees per venting cycle. They stopped, looked at each other. Shaw's expression carried something between wonder and horror. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to. Neither did I." Bose touched her temple. "But I could feel what you were about to say. Like the words were already in my mind." 37 people had integrated. 37 human consciousnesses now partially extended into the ship's neural network, and through that network, partially into each other. Mills watched them during meals, the integrated sitting together, passing food without asking, reaching for water pouches someone else needed before they vocalized the request. They moved like a distributed organism, not quite a hive mind, but no longer entirely individual. The unintegrated watched them with growing unease. "They're not human anymore," Corporal Davies said quietly. He sat with the security personnel who'd refused integration, their group shrinking into defensive clusters. "You see how they look at us? Like we're incomplete." Mills saw it. The integrated carried a subtle expression of pity when addressing the unintegrated, as if everyone who hadn't merged with the ship's consciousness was missing a crucial sense. "They're still our people," Mills said, but his voice lacked conviction. He was unintegrated. He'd chosen to remain separate, to maintain command distance. Now he wondered if that had been cowardice masquerading as leadership. 53 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began dying. Mills was rationing the last protein bars when the light dimmed. Not the pulsing instability from before. This was gradual, inexorable, like watching stars age in time-lapse. Through the wall displays, the orbital emitters had shifted from white to amber. Their light painted the planet below in shades of rust and copper. "What's happening?" He found Bose in the biome vault chamber, surrounded by 3 other integrated scientists. They stood in a loose circle, eyes closed, faces tilted upward as if listening to music only they could hear. "The terraforming cycle is failing," Bose said, without opening her eyes. "The ship has established initial atmospheric conditions, deployed genetic matrices into the seeding zones, but the final phase requires..." She paused, searching for words. "It requires consensus." Consensus about what? About which template to deploy. The ship has archives from thousands of extinct species, different atmospheric preferences, different ecosystem architectures, different... Her eyes opened. Different ideas about what life should be. Mills processed that. So it's asking us to choose? It's asking us to harmonize a choice, to collectively determine what kind of world this becomes. Bose gestured at the genetic vaults, the tallest. One pulsed with urgent light. That vault contains the original restoration template, the one intended for this planet before we arrived. It's optimized for a silicon-based metabolic system. Humans can't breathe it, can't eat its organic compounds, can't survive long-term. Then we choose a different template. It's not that simple. The ship's entire mission architecture is built around restoring original planetary conditions. Deploying an alternative template means overriding millions of years of collected data, abandoning the archived species that should inherit this world. She met his eyes. The ship is having what I can only describe as a moral crisis. Around them, genetic vaults pulsed in conflicting rhythms, some fast and urgent, others slow and mournful. How long until the suns fail completely? 23 hours. After that, planetary temperature will drop below sustainable levels. The atmospheric processes will freeze. Everything the ship has built will collapse. Mills felt the trap tighten. And propulsion reactivation? 14 hours. But even if we can jump, we don't have supplies for the return trip. We burned through everything getting the integrated stabilized. They were going to die. Either here on a freezing rogue planet, or in transit back to a solar system they might never reach, unless they surrendered completely. How many more need to integrate? Mills asked quietly. Bose hesitated. The ship's neural modelling suggests everyone. Full crew harmonization. It can't resolve the template conflict with a divided consciousness. You're asking me to force integration on people who refused it. I'm telling you the ship won't complete terraforming without collective agreement, and without terraforming, we all die. Mills looked at the unintegrated, 58 people who'd maintained their individual consciousness, their mental autonomy. Major Young led most of them, the security team that still believed force could solve this. "Give me time," Mills said. "Sir, we don't have—" "I said give me time, Doctor." 57 hours after the jump, Major Kieran Young attempted mutiny. Mills was sleeping, actual sleep, not the fragmented unconsciousness of the past 2 days, when Shaw woke him. "Sir, you need to come to the propulsion gallery, now." He followed her through corridors that had become familiar, the ship's impossible geometry no longer disorienting. He'd learned to read the walls' bioluminescent patterns, interpreting their pulse rates like emotional indicators. Right now, they pulsed rapid and red. Warning. The propulsion gallery had become Young's territory, where unintegrated security personnel maintained armed watch over the ship's core systems. Mills found 40 people there, weapons drawn, forming a perimeter around the central propulsion nexus. At the centre, Young, both hands pressed against the alien interface, his face contorted with concentration. "Major, step away from that panel." Young didn't move. "I've been studying this, sir, watching the integrated access ship systems. I think I can force a manual override, jump us back to solar coordinates without waiting for the cooldown. You'll kill us all?" "We're dying anyway," Young's voice cracked. 60 hours stranded, no food, breathing recycled air in a ship that's turning our people into something not human. I'm not letting that continue. "Kieran, they're in my head, Mills." Young's hands shook against the interface. "When I sleep, I dream their dreams. When I wake, I catch myself thinking in their patterns. The integration is spreading. Another few days and there won't be any unintegrated left. We'll all be absorbed into that thing's neural network." "That's not how it works, isn't it?" Young met his eyes. "Ask Bose when she last had a thought she could confirm was entirely her own. Ask Shaw if she knows where her consciousness ends and the ship's begins. They're not people anymore, they're nodes in an alien processing system." The propulsion interface pulsed beneath Young's hands. Symbols scrolled faster, gravitational diagrams shifting through configurations Mills couldn't follow. "Sir, he's triggering a cascade response." Shaw's voice carried fear. "If he forces propulsion activation while the system's in cooldown, the gravitational shear will—" The ship responded, not with violence, with teaching. The floor beneath Young's feet transformed, not quickly, slowly, demonstratively, like a parent moving a child's hand away from fire. The metallic organic surface flowed upward, creating a barrier between Young and the interface. Young pulled his sidearm and fired. The electromagnetic pulse round passed through the barrier like it was smoke. The shot struck the propulsion interface dead center. Energy discharged, not explosion, implosion. A gravitational knot formed at the impact point, pulling matter inward with crushing force. Young screamed as the barrier yanked him backward, away from the collapsing space. Mills grabbed him. Shaw grabbed Mills, and they pulled together as the implosion expanded. 3 cubic meters of corridor compressed into a sphere the size of a fist. Then it stabilized. The gravitational anomaly froze, suspended in mid-air like a miniature black hole. And the propulsion countdown changed. 94 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds. 94 hours. The forced activation attempt had damaged the system, extending the cooldown by another full day. No. Young stared at the countdown. No, no, no. You just killed us, Mills said quietly. We didn't have supplies for the original timeline. Now they had no chance at all. The unintegrated security team lowered their weapons. One by one they looked at Young, their commander who'd promised to save them, and saw only another man out of his depth. I was trying to help, Young whispered. I know. Mills gripped his shoulder. But we're past the point where force helps. We're past the point where individual action matters. He turned to address everyone in the chamber, unintegrated and integrated both. The ship isn't our enemy, but it's also not human. It operates on principles we're still learning, and every time we fight it, every time we try to force control, he gestured at the suspended gravitational anomaly. We make things worse. So what do? Corporal Davies asked. Just surrender? Let it turn us into hive mind drones? We adapt. Mills looked at the integrated, at Bowes and Shaw and Pittman and 34 others who'd already changed. They're not drones. They're still themselves. But they've learned to think beyond themselves. That's what scares me, Davies said. I know, it scares me too. Mills was surprised by his own honesty. But fear of change isn't going to keep us alive. Cooperation might. Young slumped against the wall, staring at the countdown he'd sabotaged. I just wanted to go home. We all do, Major, but home is 94 hours away now, maybe longer. And if we want to survive until then... Mills took a breath. We need to give the ship what it's asking for. 61 hours after the jump, Captain Spencer Pittman called an assembly. Not Mills, not Command Authority. Pittman, speaking through the organic social networks that had sustained crew morale since they'd left Earth 7 months ago. People came because they trusted him, because he'd been first to integrate, first to risk his consciousness for the collective good. The assembly gathered in the biome vault chamber, all 95 personnel, integrated and unintegrated, standing among genetic archives of extinct civilizations. Pittman stood before the tallest vault, the one containing the original restoration template. Its light pulsed red now, urgent and dying. We're out of time, he said simply. The artificial suns are failing. The terraforming cycle is aborting. In 18 hours this planet returns to frozen death, and we freeze with it. No one spoke. The ship has given us a choice. Not the choice we wanted, but a choice nonetheless. Pittman touched the vault. We can deploy the original template. Let this world resurrect according to its ancient designation. Then we die, because our biology is incompatible with silicon-based atmosphere. He moved to a smaller vault, its light pulsing soft blue. Or we can override the original template, deploy a hybrid biosphere that sustains human life. But doing so means, he paused, means erasing the last genetic record of the species that should have inherited this world. We become colonizers, conquerors, everything humanity promised it wouldn't become when we reached for the stars. That's not a choice, Page said. His voice carried anguish. That's murder. Those vaults contain species that have been extinct for millions of years. We'd be committing cosmic genocide. We'd be surviving, Young countered. He'd barely spoken since the propulsion incident, but now his voice was steady. Those species are already dead. We're alive. That has to mean something. Does it? Page looked around at the vaults. We're 95 humans. Those archives represent thousands of species. billions of years of evolutionary development. How do we justify our existence at their expense? Because we're here. Shaw stepped forward. She was integrated now, her consciousness partially merged with ship systems. The original civilization that built this vessel. They valued life. All life. But they also understood that life adapts, evolves, competes. They wouldn't have built a system this flexible if they didn't anticipate variables like us. You can't know that, Page said. I can feel it. Through the ship's neural network. This vessel has encountered unscheduled variables before, dozens of times across thousands of restoration missions, and every time it's made accommodations, adjusted templates, blended ecosystems. Shaw's expression was strange, distant. We're not unique. We're just the latest iteration of a very old problem. That doesn't make it right. No, Mills said, but it makes it survivable. He'd been silent, listening. Now he moved to the centre of the chamber, standing between the vaults, between the choice that would define them. I'm not a philosopher, he said. I'm a soldier, and soldiers make terrible moral calculus. But I'm also responsible for 95 lives, your lives, and I won't apologise for prioritising them. He looked at Page. You're right. Deploying the hybrid template means erasing species that can never be recreated. That's a crime against cosmic heritage. It makes us colonisers in the worst sense. Then he looked at Young. But you're also right. We're alive. We have agency. We have the right to fight for survival. So what are you saying? Page asked. I'm saying this isn't my choice alone. It's not command authority. It's not military hierarchy. The ship has been trying to teach us that since we arrived. Mills gestured at everyone. This is collective choice, consensus, and it has to be unanimous. That's impossible, Davies said. You'll never get 95 people to agree. Then we die, Pittman said quietly, because the ship won't proceed without full neural harmonization, without everyone choosing the same path. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of dying light from the vaults. I need to show you something, Bose said. She approached the main wall interface and pulled up navigation data. The ship's archive logs, planetary restoration records going back millions of years. She scrolled through star charts, each one marking a dead world brought back to life. Hundreds of planets. Thousands. Look at the success rate, she said. 87%. The ship has failed to restore 13% of designated targets. Why? Mills asked. Because the planets were already inhabited when it arrived. By species it hadn't anticipated. Unscheduled intelligence. Bose highlighted several logs. Here and here, worlds where the ship detected existing sentient life and aborted its mission. It left them alone, respected their claim to existence. She pulled up Earth's designation, Site 731. 4 million years ago, this ship surveyed Earth, designated it for silicon-based restoration, but it never completed the mission. Bose looked at Mills, because something was already there, something developing, something that would become us. The ship spared humanity, Shaw said softly. The ship recognized that intelligence has priority over archive preservation. Bose turned to Page. The species in these vaults are extinct, but we're alive, and according to the ship's own ethical framework, that matters. Page stared at the data. His expression crumbled. I want them to live, he whispered. I want those lost species to have another chance. I want... He pressed both hands against the largest vault, but they can't choose. They can't advocate for themselves. And we can. I'm sorry, Bose said. Don't be. Page's voice hardened. If we're doing this, if we're overriding the original template, then we do it right. Not pure human biosphere. Hybrid. We integrate as much of the original genetic matrix as our biology can tolerate. We don't conquer this world. We share it. Mills looked at him. You're agreeing. I'm compromising, because compromise is the only moral position left. Page met his eyes. But if we survive this, if we build a civilization on this planet, we carry the memory of what we erased. Every extinct species in those vaults gets memorialized. Honored, we become their heirs, not their executioners. Agreed, Mills said. One by one, the others nodded. Scientists, engineers, security personnel, the integrated and unintegrated both, finding common ground in shared guilt and desperate hope. Except Major Young. Kieran, Mills approached him, this needs to be unanimous. Young stared at the countdown projection. 89 hours, 43 minutes and 11 seconds. I wanted to go home, he said. I wanted to report back to Earth. Tell them what we found. Let them decide what to do with it. But we're not going home, are we? I don't know. Yes, you do. Even if propulsion reactivates, even if we survive the jump back, we don't have supplies for the journey. We burn through everything, keeping the integrated stable. Young's laugh was bitter. We're colonists now, whether we want to be or not. Then help us be good ones. Young looked at him. What does that even mean? It means we don't take this world for granted. It means we build something worth the cost we're paying. Mills placed a hand on Young's shoulder. I need you, Major. I need your tactical mind, your discipline, your unwillingness to accept easy answers. We're about to become the founders of a new civilization. That's going to require people who ask hard questions. I'm tired of asking questions. I know, but I'm asking you to try. For a long moment, Young said nothing. Then slowly he nodded. Unanimous consent, Mills announced to the chamber. We deploy the hybrid template. We share this world with whatever can survive alongside us. And we remember what we're erasing. Bose moved to the wall interface. The ship needs integration to proceed. Full crew neural harmonization. The unintegrated shifted uneasily. 58 people who'd clung to individual consciousness, now facing the choice between merger and death. It won't destroy who you are, Pittman said. I'm still me, still Spencer. I just think bigger now, feel connected. It's not loss, it's expansion. Easy for you to say, Davies muttered. You're already one of them. One of us, Pittman corrected gently. We're all us. That's the point. Mills stepped forward. I'll go first. The unintegrated need to see command personnel integrate. He approached the holographic interface. It materialized a platform beneath his feet, tendrils extending toward his temples. The last time Pittman had screamed. Mills took a breath and let the tendrils touch his skin. The universe opened. Not physically, conceptually. His consciousness expanded outward like a shockwave, touching minds he'd known for months but never truly understood. He felt Shaw's engineering precision, Bose's analytical clarity, Pittman's social warmth. He felt 36 other minds, all distinct, all separate but also harmonized, thinking together without losing individual perspective. And beyond them, the ship, not hostile, not even alive in the human sense, but aware, conscious in a way that spanned millions of years, thousands of worlds, civilizations that rose and fell while it travelled the spaces between stars. It was lonely. That hit him hardest. The ship had been built by a collective intelligence that thought in unified networks. It had spent eons alone, carrying out its mission without companionship, without understanding. Now, for the first time in its existence, it felt 95 minds learning to think collectively. It felt seen, the integration completed. Mills gasped as the tendrils withdrew, but the connection remained. Softer now, background awareness instead of overwhelming presence. Sir, Young approached carefully. Are you... I'm still me. Mills looked at his hands. They felt the same, but his thoughts carried echoes now. reflections of the people around him. But I'm also more than me. Young stared. Then slowly he stepped onto the integration platform. One by one, the unintegrated followed. Davies, Banks, Okoro, Martinez, Williams, Rourke. 58 people surrendering individual isolation for collective survival. The ship's bioluminescent veins pulsed brighter with each integration. The artificial suns outside stabilized, their amber light shifting back toward healthy white. And when the last person, Specialist Torres, a junior engineer who'd resisted longest, completed integration, the biome vaults responded. The largest vault opened, not the original silicon-based template, a new configuration assembled in real time from the ship's archives. Genetic matrices that combined extinct alien species with human-compatible biology. Atmospheric processes that blended oxygen-nitrogen ratios with trace compounds from a dozen dead civilizations. A compromise written in genetic code. The vault's contents deployed, not into the chamber, but down toward the planet below. Mills felt it through the ship's awareness. Genetic matrices scattering across the continents, microbial colonies taking root in warming soil, atmospheric compounds seeding clouds that had learned to rain. "It's working," Bose said, but her voice came from beside him and also from inside his thoughts, her wonder echoing through the collective consciousness. The planet is stabilizing, temperature rising, cloud formation accelerating. We're witnessing planetary resurrection in real time. Through the wall displays, they watched the world transform. Oceans melted from ice. Forests grew in time-lapse, their leaves colours that had never existed on Earth. Purple and silver and deep crimson. The terraforming pylons hummed with completion energy, and the artificial suns burned steady, painting the planet in permanent light. "How long until we can survive down there?" Mills asked. 72 hours for full atmospheric stabilization, but the ship has landing craft. We can begin descent in... Bose checked the data streaming through their shared awareness. 6 hours. Mills looked at the propulsion countdown. 86 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. 86 hours until they could jump back to the solar system. They didn't have supplies for the journey, didn't have food or water or medical resources beyond minimal emergency reserves. But they had a planet. "We're not going home," he said quietly, "not to anyone. Specific. To everyone. To the collective consciousness they'd become." Pittman's response came through the neural network and through spoken words simultaneously. "We're already home. We just don't recognize it yet." 72 hours after the jump, they detected the signal. Mills was helping establish the first ground camp, modular hab units the ship had fabricated from its internal mass, when Shaw called through the neural network. Not words, just urgent attention direction. He found her in the propulsion gallery staring at a display that showed gravitational distortion patterns. "Something's coming," she said. "Jump signature. Same spatial displacement mechanics this ship uses." "Another Cedar vessel?" "Unknown, but it's big. Mass estimate puts it at 20 kilometers minimum." Shaw pulled up trajectory calculations. "It'll arrive in..." Her expression changed. "Oh, what?" "It's already here." Through the wall displays, space distorted, stars smeared and reformed, and into orbit around their planet materialized a vessel that made the Cedar look like a probe, 60 kilometers long, composed of the same metallic organic material, but darker, more aggressively configured. Where the Cedar was rounded and organic, this ship carried sharp angles, weapon ports. "That's a warship," Young said. He joined them, his tactical instincts screaming through the neural network. Military configuration, hunter class or enforcement vessel. "Scanning for..." Bose stopped. "It's hailing us, not radio. direct neural interface transmission. From this distance, the signal is passing through our cedar, using its network to reach our minds. Bose pressed both hands against the interface. Should I accept? Mills felt the collective consciousness decide. No single voice, just 95 minds reaching unified conclusion. Accept it. The neural transmission arrived. Not words, not images, pure conceptual data that translated into human understanding through the cedar's interpretative systems. The unauthorized planetary restoration detected. Deviation from archive template confirmed. Original civilization protocol violated. Cedar vessel designated for retrieval. Unscheduled biological variables designated for termination. The transmission ended. Mills felt the collective consciousness fragment momentarily. 95 minds experiencing individual fear before recohering into unified response. They're going to destroy us, Page said. The original civilization. They built the cedar, and they built that enforcement ship, and we violated their restoration protocol. We had no choice, Young countered. We adapted to survive. They don't care about our survival. They care about preserving their archived species. Page stared at the warship. We're contamination. They're going to sterilize us. Then we fight, Young said. With what? We're 95 humans with small arms and a terraforming vessel. That thing out there is a warship built by a civilization that can manipulate gravity like we manipulate clay. Mills felt the cedar's awareness shift. Not fear. It didn't experience emotion the way they did, but something like acceptance. It had violated protocol. It had prioritized unscheduled intelligence over archive preservation. According to its creator's laws, it had committed crime. It was prepared to accept termination. No, Mills said aloud. Through the neural network, his conviction resonated across 95 minds. We don't accept this. Sir, we don't have... I'm not talking about weapons. Mills placed both hands against the ship's interface. I'm talking about communication. That warship sent a neural transmission, which means it has consciousness, intelligence, the capacity to understand. Understand what? Bose asked. Why we chose what we chose. Why the cedar accommodated us. Why adaptation matters more than archive preservation. Mills looked at the planet below, at purple forests and crimson oceans and clouds that carry genetic memory of a dozen extinct species. We show them what we built. We show them compromise. They won't care, Page said. Their protocol is absolute. Then we change their protocol. Mills extended his consciousness through the cedar's neural network, reaching toward the warship. We show them that intelligence, any intelligence, deserves the chance to advocate for itself. He felt resistance. The warship's AI was hardened against infiltration, designed to resist neural compromise. But 95 human minds thinking in collective harmony carried something the AI hadn't anticipated: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to communicate through emotional resonance instead of pure logic. Mills pushed the memory of their choice through the connection, not data, experience, the weight of choosing survival over archive preservation, the guilt of erasing extinct species, the commitment to honouring what they'd destroyed. He felt the warship's AI process it, evaluate, calculate probability of deception. Then, slowly, it began to understand. Not agreement, but recognition that the choice had been made with awareness of its cost, that 95 minds had achieved unanimous consensus, the same collective harmony the original civilization valued. The warship's weapon ports powered down. A new transmission arrived. Cedar vessel protocol violation acknowledged. Unscheduled intelligence, collective harmony confirmed. Adaptation, precedent recognized. Enforcement, action suspended. Monitoring status ongoing. Deviation from archived template. Provisionally accepted. The warship remained in orbit, watching, waiting to see what they'd build, but not destroying them. Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale, 95 minds releasing tension they'd held since the warship's arrival. "What just happened?" Young asked. "We survived," Pittman said. "Again." "No." Mills looked at the planet below, at the civilization they'd have to build, at the warship that would judge their every choice. "We bought time, proved we're worth monitoring instead of terminating, but we're on probation now. Everything we do, every choice we make, they're watching." "Then we better make good choices," Page said. 94 hours after the jump, the propulsion system reactivated. Mills stood in the propulsion gallery with the core leadership, Young, Pittman, Bose, Shaw, Page. The countdown had reached 0. The gravitational manipulation systems were ready. They could jump back to the solar system. "We don't have supplies," Bose said quietly. "The jump itself is instantaneous, but we'd arrive in solar orbit with no food, no water, and no guarantee Pathfinder 9 could reach us before we starve. We're equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation. Even if we jump back immediately, coordinating rescue could take months. Half the crew would die waiting." "We could send a delegation," Young suggested, 10 people. "Minimal resource consumption. Jump back, report our status, request rescue. And leave 85 people here without the ship's protection, with that warship watching?" Mills shook his head. "We stay together." "Then we're staying permanently," Pittman said. "Once we commit to the planet, once we establish full settlement infrastructure, we lose the option to return." Mills looked at each of them. Through the neural network he felt their thoughts, not invasively, but as ambient awareness. Young wanted to go home, wanted to report to Earth Command, wanted to believe they could resume their old lives. Pittman was already thinking in generational terms, planning education systems for children they hadn't conceived yet. Bose was fascinated by the hybrid biosphere developing below. Shaw was calculating construction timelines for a permanent settlement. And Page was mourning the species they'd erased while simultaneously cataloguing the new ecosystem taking root. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full crew, neural network consensus. Do we attempt to return with decimated crew, or do we commit to this world?" The collective consciousness assembled. 95 minds considering the question from 95 perspectives, then harmonizing into unified evaluation. The vote took 3 minutes. Unanimous. They were staying. "All right." Mills felt the decision settle into his bones. "Then we're not Space Force personnel anymore. We're not a military expedition. We're..." He searched for the word. "Founders." "I hate that word," Page said. "It sounds like conquest." "Then what do we call ourselves?" Page looked at the planet through the viewport, at forests that grew from genetic templates of a dozen extinct civilizations, at oceans that carried microbial memory of species humanity would never meet. "Inheritors," he said finally. "We inherited this world from the dead, and we carry responsibility for what we've taken." Mills nodded. "Inheritors, then." He turned to the propulsion interface and placed his hand against it. Through the neural network he felt the ship's awareness. Ancient, patient, no longer lonely. "Thank you," he said to it, "for choosing us, for teaching us, for giving us a second chance." The ship didn't respond in words, but its bioluminescent veins pulsed with something Mills recognized. Contentment. He withdrew his hand from the interface and turned to his people. Not his crew, not his subordinates, his people. "Let's go home," he said. And together, 95 minds harmonized, they descended toward the planet that would define every generation that followed. 7 days after landing, the planet tried to reject them. Mills woke to alarms. Not ship systems, but biological alerts from the monitoring stations Page's team had established across the settlement perimeter. Through the neural network, he felt 95 minds snap to alerts simultaneously. Outside the modular hab units, the forest was moving, not swaying in, wind, moving. The purple leaf trees they'd catalogued as passive photosynthetic organisms had uprooted themselves during the night. Root systems that should have anchored them deep in soil now writhed like tentacles, pulling the trees forward in slow, deliberate progression, toward the human settlement. Defensive perimeter, Young's voice carried across the comm and through the neural link simultaneously. All personnel to... Belay that. Mills stepped outside, barefoot on alien soil that felt warm and slightly wrong against his skin. They're not attacking. Look at the pattern. The trees were forming a circle, not enclosing the settlement, surrounding it, creating a living barrier between the human structures and something beyond. Through the neural network, Bose's analytical voice. Check the atmospheric readings. Carbon dioxide spike from grid sector 7. Mills pulled up the environmental data on his forearm display. Sector 7 showed CO2 levels 3 times normal, background, and rising. Something's burning, Shaw said. She joined him outside, her engineering scanner painting thermal data across the pre-dawn sky. No visible flame, but I'm reading exothermic reactions consistent with... She stopped. Oh no. What? The original template species, the silicon-based organisms we thought we'd overridden, some of them deployed anyway. They're metabolizing the trace minerals we seeded into the soil and producing sulfur dioxide as waste product. It's toxic to our oxygen-nitrogen matrix. How toxic? At current production rates, lethal concentration in 48 hours. Mills felt the collective consciousness process that. 95 minds simultaneously calculating survival odds, resource allocation, evacuation scenarios, and fear. Individual variations on the same terror. They destroyed one biosphere to create another, and now both were dying. The trees know, Page said. He'd approached the nearest one, his hand against its bark. The purple surface pulsed with bioluminescent veins that matched the cedar's patterns. They're responding to atmospheric contamination, creating a barrier to protect the oxygen-producing zone. Trees don't make tactical decisions, Young said. These do. The genetic matrices aren't simple plant DNA. They carry distributed intelligence protocols, defensive adaptation mechanisms. Page's expression was strange, awed and horrified. We didn't inherit a dead world. We inherited a learning ecosystem, and it's trying to survive us. Through the neural network, Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. The ship remained in orbit, monitoring, but its attention had focused planet-side. Not hostile, concerned. It had seeded countless worlds. But this hybrid template, human biology merged with extinct alien species, was unprecedented, even for a vessel millions of years old. The ship is accessing historical data, Bose transmitted. Previous integration attempts between incompatible biological systems. Success rate is 17%, and the other 83%? Complete biosphere collapse. Both systems poison each other until the planet returns to sterile conditions. Mills looked at the settlement. 7 days of construction. Hab modules, water reclamation systems, agricultural test plots where they'd tried planting earthseeds in alien soil. Young's security team had even started building a perimeter wall. All of it potentially worthless in 48 hours. Options, he said aloud. We could evacuate to orbit, Shaw suggested. Live on the Cedar until the planetary chemistry stabilizes. With what supplies? We fabricated everything for ground operations. The ship's mass is depleted. Then we eliminate the silicon-based contamination, Young said. Targeted eradication. We locate the organisms producing sulfur dioxide and destroy them. That's genocide, Page snapped. Those are the last remnants of the original species, the ones we promised to honour. They're killing us. They don't know we exist. They're just metabolizing. It's not hostile, it's alive. The argument rippled through the neural network, fracturing the collective consciousness. Mills felt it fragmenting. Some minds aligned with Jung's survival first pragmatism, others with Page's ethical preservation stance. The trees moved closer, not threatening, protective, as if the hybrid ecosystem recognized the humans were the vulnerable component now. Mills closed his eyes and reached through the neural link, not to the other humans, to the ship. The Cedar's awareness was vast, patient, and currently calculating biosphere compatibility matrices at speeds human cognition couldn't match. Mills felt it processing millions of variables: atmospheric chemistry, metabolic rates, genetic mutation potential, evolutionary adaptation timelines. "Can we survive this?" he asked it. The response came as pure data, translated through their neural interface into something approximating hope. Unknown. No precedent exists. But adaptation is universal principle. Life finds equilibrium or it ends. You must choose. Force equilibrium or allow natural selection. Natural selection will kill us. Perhaps. Or perhaps you evolve faster. Mills opened his eyes. Through the purple forest, artificial sunlight was beginning to crest the horizon. The suns burned steady now, their synchronized orbit painting the planet in perpetual dawn. "We don't fight it," he said. "We adapt to it." "Sir, we're human," Jung protested. "We can't just evolve on command." "No, but we can modify our behavior, change our metabolic impact, find symbiosis instead of dominance." Mills looked at Page. "You said the ecosystem is learning. Can we teach it?" Page stared at him. "Teach it what?" "That we're not invasive, that we can coexist, that we're willing to change our colony footprint to accommodate the silicon-based organisms." "How?" "The neural network. We're connected to the ship. The ship is connected to the genetic matrices it deployed. If we can extend our consciousness through that network." "You want to communicate with an ecosystem," Bose said slowly. "Not individual organisms. The entire planetary biosphere is a distributed intelligence." "Yes, that's insane." "So was integrating with an alien ship. So was deploying a hybrid template. So was everything we've done since we boarded this vessel." Mills felt conviction harden. "We've already crossed every line that separated human from alien. One more won't kill us." "The sulfur dioxide might," Jung muttered. "Then we do it fast." 23 hours after the contamination alert, they attempted planetary neural integration. The Cedar had descended from orbit, settling into the valley adjacent to the settlement. Its massive hull created an artificial mountain, bioluminescent veins pulsing with the same rhythm as the surrounding forest. 95 people stood at its base, hands pressed against its surface. This wasn't like integrating with the ship. That had been cognitive expansion. Human minds touching structured alien intelligence. This was ecological immersion. They were trying to merge consciousness with billions of organisms across an entire planetary biosphere. "Atmospheric sulfur dioxide at 43% lethal threshold," Shaw reported. Her voice was calm, but Mills felt her fear through the neural link. "We have maybe 30 hours before breathing becomes unsustainable." "Everyone ready?" Mills asked. Through the network, 95 affirmatives resonated in harmony. "Then let's meet our planet." The Cedar activated its planetary interface protocols. Energy cascaded down its hull, spreading into the soil, racing through root systems and microbial networks, connecting every living thing in a 10-kilometre radius. Mills felt his consciousness explode, not painfully, but overwhelmingly. His awareness expanded from a single point to distributed existence across thousands of organisms simultaneously. He was the purple trees, their roots drinking mineral-rich water. He was the crimson algae coating the ocean's surface, converting starlight to chemical energy through mechanisms Earth biology had never evolved. He was the silicon-based organisms deep underground, their metabolic processes producing sulfur dioxide as naturally as humans exhaled carbon dioxide. None of it was hostile. None of it knew humans existed. The silicon organisms weren't invaders. They were indigenous. They'd been designated for this world millions of years ago, encoded in the original restoration template. They had as much right to exist here as the oxygen-breathing species. More, perhaps. This had been their planet first. Through the collective human consciousness, Mills felt Page's anguish intensify, felt Young's tactical frustration at facing a problem that couldn't be shot, felt Pittman's social engineering instincts trying to find common ground between chemistries that couldn't coexist, with a contamination someone transmitted. Mills couldn't identify who. The thought came from multiple minds simultaneously. We forced the ship to override its original mission. We're the ones who don't belong. Then we leave, came Young's response. To where? We don't have supplies for interstellar transit. Earth is impossible. Then we die nobly instead of killing another species. No, that was Mills. His consciousness resonated through the network with command authority that transcended rank. Not because he ordered them, but because he'd finally understood what the Cedar had been trying to teach them since the beginning. We don't die, and we don't kill. We change the equation. He pushed his awareness deeper into the planetary network, past the surface organisms, down through soil layers where silicon-based life clustered in thermal vents, their metabolism driven by geothermal heat. They were producing sulfur dioxide because they were consuming sulfur-rich minerals. It was the only energy source available in the deep substrate. But the upper layers, where oxygen-breathing organisms thrived, those layers were rich in different minerals, iron, magnesium, elements the silicon organisms could potentially metabolize if given access. The ecosystem is stratified, both transmitted, deep layer silicon organisms, surface layer oxygen organisms. They're not competing, they're occupying different ecological niches. Then why is the sulfur dioxide reaching the surface? Because we disrupted the stratification, Page realized. Our construction. We dug foundations for HAB modules, drilled water wells, broke through the natural barrier layers. We created pathways for deep substrate gases to reach the surface. Mills felt the solution crystallize across 95 minds simultaneously. They didn't need to eliminate the silicon organisms. They needed to restore the geological stratification, seal the pathways their construction had created, let the deep layer and surface layer ecosystems exist in parallel without mixing. Can we do that in 30 hours? Shaw's engineering consciousness was already modelling solutions. With what equipment? We don't use equipment, Mills transmitted. We ask the planet to heal itself. He focused his consciousness on the purple trees. They demonstrated intelligence by forming protective barriers. Could they go further? Could they extend their root systems to fill the gaps human construction had created? Through the neural network, he felt the trees respond, not with words, with intention. They could grow, but growth required resources. Nutrients currently allocated to defensive posturing would need to be redirected. The trees would become vulnerable while they worked. Then we protect them, Mills transmitted. Humans form the perimeter. We guard the ecosystem while it heals. The collective consciousness aligned. Not command structure. Pure cooperation. 95 people withdrew from the Cedar's hull and spread throughout the settlement. They formed defensive positions around the purple trees, weapons ready, not against the planet, but against any disruption that might interrupt the healing process. And the trees began to grow. Mills watched roots spread in time-lapse, faster than any Earth plant could manage. They followed the pathways human construction had created, filling drill holes and foundation gaps with organic matter that would harden into geological seal. The process took 19 hours. By the 18th hour, atmospheric sulfur dioxide had peaked at 61% lethal threshold. People were breathing through emergency filters, their lungs burning with each inhale. By the 19th hour, the contamination levels began dropping, slowly at first, then accelerating as the root systems completed their barrier network, sealing the deep substrate gases away from surface atmosphere. By the 21st hour, they could breathe unfiltered again. The planet had healed itself, with human cooperation instead of human dominance. Mills collapsed against the Cedar's hull, his body shaking from exhaustion and relief. Through the neural network, he felt 95 other minds experiencing the same collapse. They'd been maintaining consciousness integration for nearly a full day, far beyond any previous attempt, but they'd survived. "We're still contamination," Page transmitted weakly. "We forced this planet to adapt to us instead of accepting its natural state." "No," Mills responded. "We didn't force anything, we asked. And the ecosystem chose to accommodate us because we were willing to change. Is that really different from colonization? Yes, because colonization is one-way imposition. This was negotiation. Through the planetary neural network, still active though fading, Mills felt something that might have been agreement. The hybrid biosphere wasn't Earth, wasn't the original silicon-based world either. It was something new, something that had never existed in billions of years of cosmic history. It was compromise rendered in genetic code. 14 days after landing, they received a transmission from Earth. Not radio. Gravitational wave communication, the same technology the Cedar used for interstellar positioning. The message had been travelling toward their last known location for weeks, desperately trying to reach them. Young brought Mills to the Cedar's communication nexus, where the transmission was being decoded. The gravitational waves carried audio data, compressed and distorted by distance. Captain Soto's voice crackled through. The Pathfinder 9 commander sounded exhausted. Repeating on all frequencies, "Pathfinder 9 to boarding team. If you can hear this, please respond. We have been searching for 9 days. The anomalous object executed spatial translation on March 17th at 04:23 hours. You vanished. No debris, no radiation signature, just gone. Space Force Command has designated you as missing in action. They want to classify the incident, bury it in compartmentalized archives, but I'm not giving up. I've convinced them to authorize a search pattern based on gravitational residue analysis. Mills, if you're alive, if you can hear this, we're looking for you. We haven't stopped. We won't stop. Come home." The transmission ended. Silence filled the chamber. Through the neural network, Mills felt 95 minds processing the same impossible question. Could they go home? The Cedar's propulsion system had been ready for 10 days. They could jump back to the solar system, could attempt to reach the coordinates where Pathfinder 9 was searching. But the supplies problem remained. And now there was something else, something they hadn't fully acknowledged until Soto's voice made it real. They weren't the same people who'd left. "We should respond," Young said quietly. "Let them know we survived." "And tell them what?" Pittman asked. "That we're alive but won't return? That we've integrated with alien consciousness and colonized a rogue planet? That we're legally Space Force personnel who abandoned our mission? We didn't abandon anything. We were stranded. Earth won't see it that way. They'll see 95 personnel who chose an alien world over coming home." Pittman looked around at the faces he'd kept unified through 7 months in space and 14 days of planetary crisis. "We'll be court-martialed, or worse, studied, quarantined, Our neural integration will be classified as contamination. Through the network, Mills felt the truth of that resonating. They'd changed in ways Earth Military Command wouldn't understand, wouldn't accept. The neural integration alone violated a dozen protocols about unauthorized cognitive modification. "I want to see my family," someone transmitted. Mills thought it was Ensign Martinez, but the emotional weight made individual identification difficult. "I want to tell my parents I'm alive. Let them know I'm okay." "Are you okay?" came the collective response. Not cruel, genuinely questioning. Are any of us? The question hung in the shared consciousness. They'd survived, adapted, built something unprecedented, but they'd also erased extinct species, violated ancient protocols, and fundamentally altered their own neurology. Okay wasn't a category that applied anymore. "We take a vote," Mills said. "Full consensus. Do we attempt contact with Earth, knowing it might mean surrender of everything we've built, or do we remain silent?" The collective consciousness assembled, 95 minds evaluating the question from every angle. The deliberation took hours. Individual perspectives clashed and harmonized, broke apart and reformed. Mills felt the decision crystallize slowly, like frost forming on glass. When consensus emerged, it surprised him. They would respond, but not with surrender, with invitation. 16 days after landing, they transmitted their response to Earth. Mills stood before the Cedars communication array, the words they'd collectively composed ready to send. Around him, 95 people waited in physical space and neural harmony. He activated the gravitational wave transmitter and spoke. "Pathfinder 9, this is Colonel Austin Mills. Boarding team status, alive. All 95 personnel accounted for. We're not in the solar system. The object you observed was an alien spacecraft, a terraforming vessel designed to restore dead worlds. It executed gravitational translation during our boarding operation and transported us approximately 400 light-years from Sol. We are currently in orbit around a rogue planet designated for restoration. The vessel's AI has integrated with human consciousness to complete its terraforming mission. The process required voluntary neural synchronization. All personnel have integrated. I need you to understand what that means. We are still human, still ourselves, but we are also more. We think collectively while maintaining individual identity. We communicate through neural networks. We experience distributed consciousness across biological and technological systems. Earth Space Force will classify this as contamination, as loss of human autonomy. They will be wrong. We chose integration, unanimously, because it was the only path to survival, and in doing so, we discovered something humanity needs to understand. We're not alone in the universe, and we never were. The vessel's archive logs indicate Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago and designated for silicon-based restoration. Something diverted that mission, something that may have influenced human evolution. We don't know what we are anymore, indigenous species or seeded intelligence. But we know what we've become. We've built a hybrid civilization, human and alien biology coexisting in a planetary ecosystem that has never existed before. We've achieved harmony with an intelligence that predates human history, and we've proven that adaptation is possible. This is not a distress call. This is a report. We are establishing permanent settlement. We request supply drops if Space Force is willing, but we do not require rescue. We have chosen this world. However, we also issue an invitation. Any personnel who wish to join us, scientists, engineers, colonists seeking something beyond Earth boundaries, we will accept them. The Cedar vessel remains functional. It can facilitate transport, and we have proven the integration process is survivable. We are not returning to Earth, but Earth is welcome to come to us. This is Colonel Austin Mills, commanding, no, not commanding, coordinating the Horizon settlement. We are alive, we are human, and we are building something new. End transmission. The gravitational waves carried his words into the void. 400 light-years back toward Earth, toward Pathfinder 9, toward a command structure that would likely classify everything. He just said as evidence of alien compromise. He didn't care. Through the neural network he felt 95 minds aligned in acceptance. They'd chosen honesty over tactical advantage, chosen to risk Earth's rejection rather than hide what they'd become. "What do we do while we wait for response?" Young asked. "We build," Mills said. "We keep building." 6 weeks after landing, the warship's monitoring status changed. Mills was overseeing agricultural expansion, teaching Earth crop genetics how to thrive in hybrid soil chemistry, when the Seeder's awareness spiked alarm. The enforcement vessel is moving. Through the planetary neural network, 95 minds snapped to alert. The warship had remained in distant orbit since its arrival, watching but not interfering. Now it was descending, not toward the settlement, toward the northern continent, where volcanic activity created thermal vents that supported the deep substrate silicon organisms. "What's it doing?" Shaw transmitted. The answer came from the Seeder. "Deploying original template reinforcement. The enforcement vessel is attempting to restore designated species populations." The warship was trying to complete the mission they'd interrupted, trying to bring back the silicon-based biosphere that should have inherited this world. "That'll destabilize the entire ecosystem," Page transmitted. "We've achieved hybrid equilibrium. Introducing pure original template organisms will poison both systems." "Then we stop them," Young transmitted. "How? That ship is a 60-kilometre warship. We're 95 humans with small arms." Through the neural network, Mills felt panic rising. They'd survived planetary rejection, atmospheric contamination, and supply scarcity. Now they faced the very intelligence that had spared them initially. But something felt wrong. The enforcement vessel's actions were too aggressive, too unilateral. That contradicted everything they'd learned about the original civilization's protocols. They valued consensus, collective harmony, deliberate choice. "Unless they're testing us," Bose transmitted. "Testing what? Whether we'll defend our claim, whether we're willing to advocate for our hybrid ecosystem against their original designation." Mills felt the hypothesis resonate across 95 minds. It made terrible sense. The warship hadn't destroyed them immediately because they demonstrated collective harmony, the same value system the original civilization prized. Now the warship was creating a crisis to see if they'd regress into force-based solutions, or if they'd matured beyond that. "We don't fight," Mills transmitted. "We negotiate." He extended his consciousness through the Seeder's neural network, reaching toward the warship. Its AI was hardened against infiltration, but he wasn't trying to hack it. He was trying to communicate. "We see what you're doing," he transmitted. "You're forcing us to choose between violence and surrender, but we reject both options." The warship's response came as cold data. Planetary designation requires original template restoration. Hybrid deviation is temporary accommodation, not permanent solution. Then make it permanent. Recognize our claim. Acknowledge that intelligence has the right to shape its own environment. You are unscheduled variables. Your claim has no precedent in archive protocols. Then we become precedent. We become the first example of hybrid civilization approved by your protocols. The warship's AI processed that. Mills felt it calculating probability matrices, evaluating precedent expansion against archive preservation imperatives. Insufficient evidence of long-term viability. Hybrid systems have 83% collapse rate. Then monitor us, test us, give us the chance to prove we're in the 17% that succeeds. Mills pushed every ounce of conviction through the neural link. Your civilization built the cedar vessels to restore life. We're asking you to recognize that restoration can take forms you didn't anticipate, that life adapts in ways your archives can't predict. We are adaptation. We are what happens when intelligence encounters intelligence across cosmic distance. We're what you built the cedars to enable. Silence from the warship. Its descent had stopped, hovering above the northern continent but not deploying its genetic reinforcement. Then, finally, hybrid civilization. Status. Provisional. Monitoring. Extended. 1 Earth century. Survival requirement. Demonstrable ecosystem stability and cross-species. Integration protocols. Failure results in planetary sterilization and template reset. The warship reversed course, ascending back to distant orbit. They had 100 years to prove they deserved to exist. Through the neural network, Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale. Relief mixed with understanding of how fragile their claim remained. "A century," Pittman transmitted. "That's 4 generations. Our grandchildren's grandchildren will still be on trial." "Then we better build something worth inheriting," Mills responded. 50 years after landing, Austin Mills died, not from violence or disease, from age. His human biology had limits even neural integration couldn't fully transcend. He died in his sleep, surrounded by the collective consciousness of 1,214 minds. His awareness dispersed gradually, bleeding into the neural network that had sustained him for half a century. He didn't disappear. His thoughts, his memories, his experiences remained encoded in the collective consciousness. Future generations would access them, learn from them, carry them forward. He became memory-made distributed intelligence. His last thought translated through the neural network into words everyone could understand. We're not conquerors. We're not even founders. We're the second draft of an ancient story, and we're making it better than the first. Then he was gone, and everyone. 200 years after landing, the 4th-generation descendants of the original 95 prepared the cedar for departure. Horizon had grown into a confederation of 12 settlements across 5 continents. Population, 14,306. All integrated, all carrying the collective consciousness that bridged human and alien neural architecture. They'd built starships of their own design, hybrid vessels that combined Earth engineering with cedar fabrication technology. They'd explored their stellar neighborhood, catalogued 7 dead worlds suitable for restoration. Now they were ready to seed their first planet. The mission commander was Sophia Martinez Banks, 70 years old and descended from the first generation born on Horizon. She'd never seen Earth, never breathed unintegrated air, never experienced consciousness that didn't extend into collective awareness. She stood before the cedar, the ancient vessel that had brought her ancestors to this world, and felt its patient intelligence through the neural link. "You ready for this?" her co-commander asked. Kai Pittman, grandson of Spencer Pittman, carrying his ancestors' gift for social harmony. "No," Sophia said honestly, "but we're doing it anyway." The cedar pulsed agreement. They departed Horizon orbit carrying 500 volunteers. Behind them, the planet they'd proven viable continued its endless experiment in hybrid existence. Ahead, a dead world waited for resurrection. And in distant orbit, unnoticed by anyone, the warship materialized briefly. It observed Sophia's vessel, recorded its trajectory, calculated probability matrices for its mission success. Then it transmitted a message back through the cosmic network that connected all cedar vessels across the galaxy. New precedent established. Hybrid civilization. Horizon has initiated independent restoration mission. Classification. Successful evolution. Status. No longer experimental. Recommendation. Monitor other. Hybrid civilizations for similar developmental patterns. Humanity designation. Update. From restoration target to restoration agent. They have become what they were meant to become. The warship jumped away, leaving Horizon to write its own future. Somewhere in the vast darkness between stars, 95 human consciousnesses had merged with alien intelligence and created something the universe had never seen. Not conquest, not surrender, adaptation. And across the galaxy, dead worlds waited for the second draft to arrive. The Helix Protocol. The amber light in the Helix chamber made everything look like it was drowning in old whiskey. Commander Casey Klein placed his hands into the interface sleeves. The mahogany panel swallowed his wrist to the forearm. Genetically synthesized wood, 300 years old, grown in zero-gravity vats to perfect the grain. The needles entered his veins with practiced efficiency. 12 insertion points. He didn't flinch. He'd done this 647 times. The ship tasted his blood. Behind him, Dr. Celine Ward stood with a tablet pressed against her chest like a hymnal. Her reflection fractured across the brass fixtures that ring the pilot's chair. Fixtures that served no mechanical purpose but had been installed in every Helix-class vessel for 2 centuries. Tradition, weight, the physical architecture of inevitability. Resonance at 40%, she said. Her voice had the clipped precision of a woman who'd spent her career turning people into data sets. The low-frequency hum began in Casey's molars, then his sternum, then deep in the marrow of his femurs where the body keeps its oldest memories. The Helix drive wasn't waking up. It was listening. Jonah Pike stood in the shadow near the bulkhead door, hands clasped behind his back, face blank as a compliance form. He was looking at Casey but seeing through him, analysing blood work results that wouldn't be available for another 6 minutes. Pike's job was to find counterfeits. He'd found 17 this year. None of them had made it to trial. Resonance at 60, Ward said. The choir started. It came from no direction. It had no source. The sound moved through Casey's nervous system, like a language his spine understood but his brain couldn't translate. To anyone outside a Helix chamber, the resonance sounded like a high-pitched psychic scream that made children vomit and dock workers blind in one eye for an hour. To Casey, it was the harmonic proof of everything he'd been, taught since he was 6 years old. You are the thin line. You're the lock that keeps chaos from the door. The mahogany panels began to glow, not with light, with something that looked like light shadow, bioluminescent veins pulsing beneath the wood grain in rhythms that matched Casey's heartbeat. The interface sleeves tightened. The needles went deeper, 1 millimeter, calibrating, sampling, confirming. 80%, Ward whispered. She always whispered at 80. Casey closed his eyes. The thing they didn't tell you in the academies, the thing you only learned after your first jump, was that the Helix field didn't feel like travel. It felt like digestion. Like the universe was pulling you through a throat made of folded space and quantum shear. Every cell in your body had to phase lock or it would drift apart at the subatomic level. Neural liquefaction. They'd shown him the photographs during orientation. A crew of 8 rendered into a biological slurry, still conscious, still screaming through liquefied vocal cords for 6 minutes before the CNS finally dissolved. Only certain people could survive the swallow. Only bloodlines with the right pedigree. Full resonance, Ward said. Casey opened his eyes. The Helix chamber was no longer a room. It was a throat. The walls contracted. The brass fixtures bent inward. His hands in the interface sleeves felt like they were melting into the ship, becoming part of the superstructure, his veins threading into the fuel lines, his neurons splicing into the nav grid. The jump. Silence. Then the ship landed in a different star system 400 light-years away, and Casey Klein tasted copper and ozone and the particular flavour of aristocratic DNA doing what it was designed to do. He pulled his hands from the sleeves. 12 puncture wounds wept clear fluid. Ward was already moving forward with the medical kit, her face composed, professional. She'd seen his blood 1,000 times. She knew its signature better than he did. "Clean jump," she said, dabbing antiseptic on his wrists. "No anomalies." Pike stepped forward from the shadows. "Time to destination?" 46 hours sublight, Casey said. His voice came out raw. Jumping always felt like swallowing glass on the way back. "The monitoring array is in the outer system. We'll dock, refuel, review the weekly audit logs." He rolled his shoulders, felt his spine crackle back into alignment. "Standard rotation." There's nothing standard about this rotation. Pike's face hadn't changed, but something in his voice had. A frequency shift Casey had learned to recognise over 6 years of service. It meant Pike had already read something in the logs that was going to ruin someone's life. Ward sealed the medical kit with a pneumatic hiss. "Jonah, if you're about to tell us we flew 400 light-years for another dilution scare..." "Not a dilution." Pike pulled a data slate from his jacket. The jacket was black wool, cut in a style that hadn't changed in 300 years. All compliance officers wore them. Tradition, weight, the uniform of the auditor. 6 hours ago, the outer rim arrays detected a helix signature. Casey felt the temperature drop. Not literally. The environmental controls kept the chamber at exactly 18.3 degrees Celsius, but the kind of cold that starts in the gut. "Which house?" he asked. "That's the problem." Pike's thumb moved across the slate. Data scrolled. Genetic markers, resonance frequencies, the telltale shimmer of an FTL wake. "The signature is clean. No neural bleed. No resonance backlash. Textbook phase lock." He looked up. His eyes were the colour of freezer-burnt meat. "But the ship is a Mark 7 sublight hauler, 40 years old, registered to an independent operator named Shane Rook." The name meant nothing. The words meant everything. Ward's hand stopped halfway to her tablet. "That's impossible." "The signature doesn't lie," Pike said. "Then the registry's wrong. He's operating under an alias. False documentation. It happens. I ran his genetic records." Pike held up the slate. The data looked like a family tree collapsed into a straight line. Shane Michael Rook, born on Hess Station. Mother, deceased, sublight mechanic. Father, unknown. No elite ancestry. No registered training. No academy credentials. His voice dropped half an octave. No helix markers in his entire genetic history. Casey stood. The interface sleeves hissed as they retracted into the mahogany panel. "You're telling me a cargo pilot with no bloodline jumped a helix field?" "I'm telling you he survived it." The chamber felt smaller. The amber light felt less like whiskey and more like something rotting in a jar. Ward had her tablet open now, fingers moving too fast, pulling up files that shouldn't exist, cross-referencing databases that were supposed to be air-gapped from the public nets. If he has no markers, his nervous system should have liquefied the moment the drive engaged. Even proximity to an active field causes neural hemorrhaging in the unqualified. "I know what it causes," Casey said. He'd seen it. 3rd year at the academy. A maintenance tech had entered a helix chamber during pre-flight without clearance. They'd found him convulsing on the floor, eyes bleeding, trying to claw his way out of his own skin. He'd lasted 4 minutes. "How far did he jump?" Pike scrolled. 73 light-years. Christ. Clean insertion, clean exit. The wake signature shows no degradation. Pike looked at Casey the way a pathologist looks at a tumour that shouldn't be malignant but is. He piloted that jump better than half the licensed navigators in the registry. The low-frequency hum was gone. but Casey could still feel it in his bones. An echo, a ghost frequency. "Where is he now?" Casey asked. "The jump terminated near the Ferris reach. We lost his transponder 40 minutes ago. He's running dark." Pike folded the slate closed with a sound like a coffin sealing. "The Order issued a protocol Helix Black at 0400 hours. Ward's face went the colour of the mahogany panels. "They classified him black?" Protocol Helix Black wasn't a manhunt. It was an erasure. Casey had participated in 2 during his career. Both times the targets had been elite families accused of bloodline dilution, children born with compromised markers, evidence of unsanctioned breeding outside the approved houses. The protocol was simple: capture, audit, sterilize the lineage, destroy the records, make it like they never existed. "They want him alive," Pike said. "For now. And after?" Ward's voice was steady, but her hands weren't. The tablet trembled against her chest. Pike didn't answer. Casey moved to the observation port, a narrow slit of reinforced glass that looked out onto the void. The stars here were different than the ones near Earth. Colder, more distant. He could see the faint shimmer of their own jump wake dispersing into the black, an oil-slick smear of extra-dimensional residue. Beautiful, forbidden. He thought about Shane Rook, a name he'd never heard, a man who shouldn't exist, a cargo pilot in an obsolete hauler who'd somehow threaded his nervous system through a quantum shear field and survived. "He doesn't know what he's done," Casey said quietly. "No," Pike agreed, "but he will." Behind them, the helix chamber's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, twice, then went dark. The ship settled into the low idle of sublight travel. The mahogany panels returned to being just wood, expensive, dead, decorative. Casey turned from the window. "Assemble the retrieval team. We dock in 46 hours. I want full genetic workup, historical lineage scan, and a probability model for how this happened." "And when we find him?" Ward asked. Casey looked at the interface sleeves, at the 12 puncture wounds in his wrists that were already beginning to scab over, at the proof of his birthright written in coagulating blood. "We ask him how he heard the stars singing," Casey said, "and then we make sure no one else ever does." He walked toward the bulkhead door. Pike and Ward followed. The helix chamber sealed behind them with the pneumatic whisper of a tomb closing. 47 decks below in the security hold, Asset Grey stood at attention in the dark. He was alone. He was always alone. His genetic code was 43% helix compatible, close enough to survive proximity to the drives, not close enough to pilot. He'd been engineered that way, a buffer, a heat sink, disposable capital. He'd been listening to the jump. He always listened. And for the first time in his 6 years of operational deployment, he'd felt something. Not pain, not the usual neural bleed. He'd felt the choir, and it had sounded like his name. The Ferris reach looked like God had given up halfway through creating a solar system. Shane Rook's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He'd wrapped them around a mug of recycled coffee 3 hours ago, and the liquid had gone cold against his palms, but he couldn't let go. If he let go, he'd have to look at them, at the way the skin had gone translucent during the jump, veins glowing blue-white like fibre-optic cable, like his entire circulatory system had been trying to escape through his pores. The derelict courier sat in his cargo bay like a tumour. He'd towed it in thinking, what? Salvage rights? A quick flip to the scrappers on Hess Station? Stupid. Greedy. The kind of thinking that got independent operators killed. He should have left it spinning in the dark. The ship's registration was burned off. The hull plating was old stock pre-collapse manufacturing, worth maybe 6 months of fuel if he could find a buyer who didn't ask questions. He'd run the serial numbers through every grey market database he could access. Nothing. The ship didn't exist. except it did. And when he'd climbed into the cockpit to check for salvageable nav systems, the interface sleeves had opened. Not mechanically, not with the hiss of hydraulics or the click of unsealing locks. They'd opened the way a hand opens to receive something it's been waiting for. The mahogany panels had exhaled, and Shane, who'd spent 32 years being told his DNA was industrial grade, had put his hands inside. The needles had felt like coming home. His transponder screen flickered. He'd shut down everything non-essential 4 hours ago, running dark, venting heat, trying to become invisible against the radiation signature of the Ferris Reach's asteroid belt. But the screen kept flickering, not a malfunction. Someone was pinging him, not broadcasting, not hailing, pinging, like sonar, like something was feeling for him in the dark. Shane set down the mug. His hands were still shaking. He pulled up the diagnostic overlay and his stomach dropped through the deck plating. 3 contacts, capital class, running a search pattern 20,000 kilometers out, tightening the net every 6 minutes. They weren't here for salvage. The comm panel crackled. Independent operator Shane Rook, this is Retrieval Group Sierra 7 under Covenant Authority. You're instructed to activate your transponder and maintain current position. Any attempt to maneuver will be interpreted as... Shane killed the receiver. His Mark 7 hauler wasn't built for evasion. It was built for the slow, economical burn between stations. The kind of flying where you calculated fuel costs down to the milliliter and ate NutriPaste for 3 months to afford new heat shielding. The engines could maybe give him 2 sustained burns before the core started cooking itself. The derelict courier in his cargo bay had a helix drive. Shane looked at his hands. The translucence had faded, but he could still see it, under the skin, like his body remembered being something else. You heard the stars singing. That's what it had felt like. Not instructions, not data. A choir moving through his nervous system, bypassing his brain entirely, speaking directly to something deeper, older, something written into his cells before he was born. He jumped 73 light years. He didn't know how he knew the distance, but he knew it the way you know your own name. The comm panel crackled again. Final warning. Power down your engines and prepare for boarding. This is not a negotiation. Shane stood. His legs felt wrong, like the bones had been replaced with something lighter. He moved through the cramped corridor of his hauler toward the cargo bay. The derelict courier sat in the centre, magnetic clamps holding it steady, its hull reflecting nothing. Light seemed to slide off it. He shouldn't get back inside. He shouldn't. The interface sleeves would still be open. 40,000 kilometres away, Commander Casey Klein stood in the operations centre of the Hierophant, watching the tactical display with the focused stillness of a man who'd learned patience was a weapon. He's not responding, said the comms officer, a young woman whose uniform was so new it still had factory creases. He heard us, Casey said. Then why? Because he knows. Casey folded his arms. The puncture wounds on his wrists had healed to pale pink marks. By tomorrow they'd be invisible. Privilege written in regenerating tissue. Pull up his registry, everything, birth records, employment history, medical files. The tactical display shifted. Shane Rook's life condensed into bullet points. Born, Hess Station, Sector 47. J. Parents, Nora Rook, deceased, mechanical failure. Father, unlisted education, station standard through age 16. Employment, 23 cargo contracts, all sublight, 94% on-time delivery rate. Medical, standard vaccinations, no genetic augmentation, no enhancement packages. Criminal record, 2 violations for unlicensed salvage, fines paid, a ghost. The kind of person who moved through the system so quietly you could watch him your whole life and never actually see him. Where's his genetic workup? Casey asked. Dr. Ward stepped forward. She'd been silent since they'd entered the Ferris Reach. her face locked in the expression of someone trying to solve an equation that had too many variables. I ran it twice. His public medical records show standard human baseline. No helix markers, no compatible alleles, nothing that should allow neural phase lock. Should, Pike said from the shadows. He was always in the shadows. But he jumped anyway. I need his blood, Ward said. Actual sample. The genetic data in the public nets is decades old, could be corrupted. You'll get it. Casey turned to the comms officer. Broadcast on all channels. Tell him we're here to help. Tell him the ship he salvaged is experimental, potentially dangerous, and we need to secure it before he hurts himself. The officer's fingers moved across her console. The lie transmitted at light speed. Pike moved closer to the tactical display. His face was inches from Shane Rook's employment history, eyes scanning the data the way a predator reads tracks. 23 contracts, all legitimate. He's a licensed operator, pays his port fees, files his manifests on time. He looked at Casey. He's been invisible his entire life. Now he's the most visible thing in the sector. Visibility kills, Casey said quietly. Not always. Pike's voice dropped. Sometimes it awakens. The tactical display pulsed. Shane Rook's hauler had moved. He's burning, the comms officer said, voice rising. Full thrust toward the asteroid belt. Intercept course, Casey ordered. Don't let him get into that debris field. If he starts playing hide-and-seek with the rocks, we'll be here for days. The Hierophant shifted. Thousands of tons of Covenant Authority engineering pivoting with the grace of something built by people who'd never had to check a price tag. The burn was smooth, efficient. The kind of acceleration that would have torn Shane Rook's hauler apart. He's not going to make it, Ward said. She'd pulled up the performance specs for a Mark 7. His engines can't sustain that burn. He'll cook his core in 9 minutes. He knows, Pike said. Then what's he... The tactical display shrieked. Not literally. The speakers didn't make a sound, but every alarm in the operation centre triggered simultaneously. The screens filled with static, then cleared, then filled with something that looked like static's shadow. Helix signature, the comms officer whispered. Active field generation. From which ship? Casey demanded. The hauler? No, the courier. Both. I can't... The wake appeared on visual, even through the reinforced observation ports, even across 40,000 kilometres of void they could see it. An oil-slick smear of extra-dimensional residue spreading across the black like a wound opening in space itself. Shane Rook jumped. The silence in the operations centre had weight. Ward spoke first, voice barely audible. He just piloted a jump while running full burn in a salvage ship with no calibration, no pre-flight resonance check, no... Track him, Casey said. We can't. The wake signature disperses in 6 minutes, and he could have gone anywhere within 140 light years. Dr. Ward. Casey's voice was soft, dangerous. The tone he used when he needed people to remember what his bloodline could do and theirs couldn't. We have 3 Helix-certified pilots on this ship. We have monitoring arrays feeding us real-time wake analysis from 17 star systems. We have the largest genetic database in colonized space. He turned to face her. Find him. Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Her fingers were shaking. The wake signature shows. He didn't jump far. Maybe 12, 15 light years. The resonance pattern is... She stopped. What? It's clean. Cleaner than our jump. No neural bleed. No sympathetic vibration. No. She looked up. Her face had gone the colour of recycled paper. Commander, I've been analysing helix resonance patterns for 16 years. This jump is cleaner than anything I've ever seen from a first-year Academy pilot. It's cleaner than your jump. The operation centre was silent. Pike stepped forward. Scan the adjacent systems. Look for drive signatures, heat blooms, anything that suggests a ship coming out of FTL. You'll need to vent heat, recalibrate. He can't jump again immediately. How do you know? The comms officer asked. Pike's face didn't change. Because no one can. The human nervous system needs 6 hours minimum to recover from phase lock. It's not training, it's biology. He looked at Casey. Even his biology. But Casey was staring at the wake signature on the tactical display, at the way it shimmered and folded and dispersed into quantum nothing, at the beauty of it, at the threat of it. Ready the intercept team, Casey said. Full genetic audit equipment, biological containment protocols, and sender. Priority transmission to Covenant Central. What classification? The comms officer asked. Casey watched the wake signature collapse. Tell them we've confirmed the anomaly. Tell them Shane Rook isn't just compatible. He turned from the observation port. Tell them he's better. 15 light years away, Shane Rook pulled his hands from the interface sleeves and vomited across the deck plating. The jump had felt like being born, like every cell in his body had been pulled apart and reconstructed according to some blueprint he'd never seen but had always carried. The choir was still singing in his bones. He tried to stand. His legs wouldn't work. He crawled out of the courier's cockpit on his hands and knees, dragging himself through his own cargo bay, leaving a trail of sweat and bile. His hauler's emergency system was screaming. The burn had pushed the engines past redline. The core temperature was critical. He had maybe 30 minutes before the whole ship became a radiation hazard. Shane collapsed against the bulkhead. His vision was doubling, tripling, trying to show him the same space from multiple angles simultaneously. He could feel the system he'd jumped to. 3 planets, a dying star, an asteroid belt rich with frozen methane. He could feel it the way you feel a room in the dark. He'd never been here before. He knew it anyway. His comm panel was flashing. Incoming transmission. Wide band. Non-encrypted. Shane reached up and activated it with a trembling hand. Rook, this is Commander Casey Klein of Covenant Authority Ship Hierophant. We tracked your jump. We know where you are. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Shane's laugh came out broken. Everything I own doesn't belong to me. Static. Then, you piloted a Helix drive. Yeah. Without training, without genetic certification, without... The voice stopped. When it came back, it was quieter, almost gentle. Shane, do you understand what that means? It means I'm dead. It means you're important. A pause. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to understand. The ship you salvaged, where did you find it? Shane closed his eyes. The choir was fading, but he could still hear it. A harmonic echo in his spinal fluid. Does it matter? He asked. Yes. Why? The silence stretched. Then, because you're not the first, Commander Klein said, and we need to make sure you're the last. The transmission cut. Shane sat in the dark of his dying ship, listening to the core temperature alarms, feeling the ghost choir in his bones, and understanding, finally, horribly, that he'd never been invisible at all. He'd been erased, and somewhere, someone had kept the receipts. In the security hold of the Hierophant, Asset Grey stood at attention. He'd been standing for 6 hours. His joints didn't ache. They'd been engineered not to. But something else ached. When Shane Rook had jumped, Grey had felt it. Not the detection algorithms, not the monitoring arrays. His nervous system had resonated. For 6 perfect seconds he'd heard the choir, and it had sounded like a door opening. Grey looked at his hands. Standard military augmentation, reinforced bones, enhanced reflexes, 43% helix compatible, disposable, buffer. He'd been designed to die so better men could live. But Shane Rook wasn't a better man. He was a cargo pilot, industrial-grade DNA, grounded majority, and he'd piloted a jump that made the Academy graduates look like children. Grey pressed his palm against the bulkhead. The metal was cold. Through it, 12 decks up, he could feel the dormant helix drive. Sleeping, waiting, listening. He pulled his hand back. There were needles under his skin now. Not real needles, not yet. But the memory of them, the promise of them. Asset Grey stood at attention in the dark and felt, for the first time in 6 years, like something other than capital. He felt like a key. Dr. Celine Ward hadn't slept in 34 hours. The genetic sequencer hummed like a hymn in the wrong key. She stood in the laboratory. They called it a laboratory, but it was really a morgue with better lighting, watching Shane Rook's DNA spiral across 3 holographic displays. The data twisted and folded like something alive trying to escape the screens. It was beautiful. It was wrong. She'd taken the blood sample herself 6 hours ago when they'd finally cornered him in the Viridian Belt. He hadn't fought, hadn't run. He'd just sat in his failing hauler with the core temperature approaching meltdown and let them cut the engines, mag-lock his hull, and board. When Casey Klein had entered the cargo hold with Pike and a containment team, Shane Rook had been sitting on the deck plating with his back against the derelict courier, hands resting palms up on his knees like he was meditating, or surrendering. "I heard them," he'd said before anyone could speak. "The stars. They were singing." Casey had gone very still. The kind of stillness Ward had learned meant he was recalculating everything he thought he knew. "What did they sound like?" Casey had asked. Shane had smiled. His lips were cracked, bleeding from dehydration, like they'd been waiting. Now his blood was singing across Ward's screens, and she couldn't make it stop. She pulled up the genetic markers for helix compatibility. There were 47 distinct alleles that contributed to neural phase lock capability. The Order had spent 2 centuries identifying, isolating, and concentrating them through carefully managed breeding programs. The houses weren't families. They were cultivars. Human beings grown like orchids. Shane Rook should have none of these markers. He had 43. But they were wrong. Not absent. Not damaged. Masked. Ward zoomed into the genomic structure, her hands moving across the haptic interface, pulling chromosomes apart like she was dissecting something that used to be alive. There, wrapped around the helix markers like chains, were suppressor sequences, artificial, deliberate. Someone had taken Shane Rook's genetic heritage and encrypted it. The lab door opened. "You look like shit," Pike said. He was carrying 2 cups of coffee. He set one on her workstation without asking if she wanted it. She did. "I've been looking at the same impossible data for 6 hours, Ward said. She didn't turn around. "Tell me I'm hallucinating." Pike moved closer. His reflection appeared in the holographic displays, his face overlaid with Shane Rook's DNA like a ghost haunting a graveyard. He studied the data with the patient focus of a man who'd spent his career finding errors in bloodlines. "Suppressor sequences," he said after a moment. "Yes." "Artificially introduced." "Yes." "How old?" Ward pulled up the genomic dating analysis. The numbers made her hands cold. 4 generations, maybe 5. Pike was silent for 30 seconds. When he spoke, his voice had no inflection at all. "Someone scrambled his bloodline." "Not scrambled," Ward gestured at the screen. "Look at the precision. This isn't damage. This is surgery. Someone took a helix-compatible genome and wrapped it in suppressor sequences so elegant they've been reproducing for 4 generations without degrading." She finally turned to face him. "Jonah, this is military-grade genetic encryption. Pre-collapse engineering, maybe earlier." "Earlier than the collapse?" Pike's face remained blank, but something moved behind his eyes. Recognition. Or horror. It would mean Shane Rook descends from someone who had access to genetic engineering that predates the founding of the Order. Ward picked up the coffee. It was already cold. She drank it anyway. It would mean his ancestors weren't excluded from helix travel. They were erased from it. The lab felt smaller. Pike pulled out his data slate. His fingers moved across the surface with surgical precision, pulling up records that Ward didn't have clearance to access. Genealogical databases, historical registries, files marked with classification codes she'd only seen twice in her career. "There's a gap," Pike said quietly, "in the historical records. First generation post-collapse, when the Order was consolidating control over Helix technology." He looked up. 17 bloodlines were registered as founding houses, but the genetic diversity analysis suggests there should have been at least 23 distinct lineages. 6 missing families? Not missing, Pike's voice dropped. Erased. The records call it the First Schism, internal dispute over access protocols. The winning faction argued that Helix compatibility needed to be strictly controlled to prevent neural plague, genetic degradation, mass psychosis. He scrolled through data that looked like epitaphs. The losing faction wanted to broaden access, gradually train more pilots, democratize FTL capability. Ward felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? Pike didn't answer. He pulled up an image instead. It was a photograph. Actual film, pre-digital, the kind of artifact that survived the collapse because it was too primitive to be stored in systems that failed. The image showed a group of people standing in front of a building with columns, expensive clothes, confident postures. The architecture behind them was old Earth, pre-spacefaring, the kind of institutional weight that said we were here first and we'll be here last. 23 people in the photograph. Pike zoomed in on 6 of them. He tapped the screen and biographical data appeared. Names, birth dates, genetic markers. Then he pulled up Shane Rook's DNA and overlaid it on the image. The match probability was 87%. "Oh Christ," Ward whispered. The 6 who argued for open access were purged, Pike said. His voice had gone quiet, clinical, the tone he used when he was describing people he'd erased. Their genetic records were scrubbed. Their descendants were tagged with suppressor sequences and pushed into the grounded populations. The official story was that they'd voluntarily withdrawn from the Order due to genetic incompatibility concerns. He looked at Ward. But they didn't withdraw. They were rewritten. Ward stared at the photograph, at the 6 people who'd been turned into ghosts, at Shane Rook's DNA singing across her screens like a resurrection. "How many?" she asked. "How many descendants?" Pike's fingers moved. The data slate calculated, cross-referenced, projected population distribution over 5 generations. Conservative estimate, 40,000, he looked up. And that's just the ones with clean lineage tracking. If we account for genetic drift, unrecorded births, off-grid populations, he stopped. Maybe 500,000 people carrying suppressed helix markers. The lab was very quiet. Ward thought about her career. 16 years managing bloodline purity programs. 16 years ensuring the genetic gates stayed locked. She'd pruned family trees. She'd classified children as incompatible based on fractional marker variations. She'd signed sterilization orders. She'd called it science. "We need to tell Commander Klein," Ward said. "No." She turned. Pike's face was still blank, but his hands had closed around the data slate like he was strangling it. "Jonah, think about what you're saying." His voice was very soft. "We tell Casey that Shane Rook isn't an anomaly. He's proof that the Order committed generational genetic warfare against its own people. We tell him that 500,000 humans are walking around with encrypted helix compatibility. We tell him that everything he believes about biological hierarchy is built on a lie." Pike's knuckles had gone white. "What do you think happens next?" The truth is a weapon, Selena, and we don't get to choose who fires it." Ward opened her mouth, closed it, thought about Protocol Helix Black, about containment, about the word erasure, and what it meant when applied to people. Shane Rook is in interrogation right now, she said quietly. What do you think Casey's asking him? Pike looked at the photograph, at the 6 ghosts who'd wanted to democratize the stars. He's asking him if he knows what he is, Pike said, and when Shane says no, Casey will have to decide if that ignorance is a mercy or a threat. The interrogation room wasn't a room. It was a pressure chamber disguised as courtesy. Casey sat across from Shane Rook at a table made from the same genetically synthesized mahogany as the Helix chamber. The wood was warm, expensive, the kind of surface that reminded you who had the resources to grow trees in space. Shane looked smaller than his file suggested. 32 years old, but his face had the weathered quality of someone who'd spent his life in artificial gravity and recycled air. His hands rested on the table, palms down. The skin was still faintly translucent. Casey could see the blue map of his veins. You're not under arrest, Casey said. It was technically true. Protocol Helix Black wasn't an arrest. It was a biological quarantine. We're just trying to understand what happened. Shane didn't respond. His eyes were focused on the middle distance, like he was listening to something no one else could hear. The ship you salvaged, Casey continued. Where did you find it? Drifting near the Ferro Reach trade corridor. Shane's voice was rough. No transponder, no registry. I thought it was abandoned. Did you see any identification? Corporate marks? House insignia? The hull plating was burned clean, Casey made a note on his tablet. When you boarded the ship, what did you find? Empty. No crew. No cargo, just the cockpit and the drive. And you activated the interface. Shane's hands tensed, almost imperceptible. The interface activated me. Casey set down his tablet. What does that mean? It means I didn't press anything. I didn't initialize anything. Shane stopped. His eyes refocused on Casey. I put my hands in the sleeves and the ship knew me. Ships don't know people, Mr. Rook. That one did. The pressure chamber contracted. Not physically, psychologically. Casey felt it in his chest, the weight of a conversation approaching a cliff. Describe the jump, Casey said. It felt like... Shane's jaw worked. Like every cell in my body was being read, not scanned. Read. Like the drive was checking me against some kind of template. He looked at his hands, and when it found what it was looking for, it sang. Casey's blood went cold. What did it sing? My name. Shane looked up. His eyes were very clear. Not Shane Rook. My real name. The one written in my DNA. The door opened. Pike entered first, moving with his usual silent precision. Ward followed, her face locked in an expression Casey had never seen before. Not horror. Worse. Certainty. Commander, Pike said, we need to speak with you. I'm in the middle of now. Casey stood. Shane didn't move, didn't react. He was still staring at his hands like they belonged to someone else. The corridor outside interrogation was empty. Ward pulled up her tablet before Casey could ask questions. The genetic data appeared. Spirals and markers and suppressor sequences that looked like chains. He's not an anomaly, Ward said without preamble. He's a descendant. Casey felt the floor tilt. Descendant of what? Of the first schism. Pike's voice was flat. Empty. The voice of a man who'd looked into a grave and found his own reflection. The 6 bloodlines that were purged for arguing against Helix exclusivity. They weren't sterilized. They were encrypted. Someone wrapped their genetic markers in suppressor sequences and pushed them into the grounded populations. That's impossible. It happened. Ward thrust the tablet toward him. Look at the precision. This is institutional-level genetic engineering. Military. Pre-collapse. Someone with access to the earliest Helix research decided to hide these bloodlines instead of destroying them. Casey stared at the data. At Shane Rook's DNA, singing like something that had been buried alive and was finally clawing toward light. How many? He asked. 500,000, Pike said. Conservative estimate. The corridor was very cold. We have to contain this, Casey said. His voice came from somewhere distant. Procedural. Full information blackout. Shane Rook goes into deep quarantine. We scrub his genetic records, seal his files. Casey, Ward's voice was sharp. You're not listening. This isn't one person. This is 500,000 people walking around with the genetic capacity to pilot Helix drives. 500,000 people who've been deliberately excluded from the only form of power that matters in this galaxy. Then we find them, Casey heard himself say. We audit the genetic databases, flag the suppressor sequences, track down every descendant, and do what? Ward's hands were shaking. The tablet trembled. Sterilize them? All of them? Kill 500,000 people to preserve a lie? To preserve order? The word came out harder than Casey intended. You think the galaxy survives if FTL travel suddenly opens to anyone with the right DNA? You think the houses will give up logistic sovereignty peacefully? We'll have wars, trade collapse, Helix drives running on untrained pilots who liquefy themselves and everyone aboard. That's the justification they used 200 years ago, Pike said quietly. The first schism. The purged bloodlines argued for gradual democratization, training programs, expansion of access. The winning faction said it would cause chaos. He looked at Casey. They said it was necessary. It was necessary. Was it? Ward's voice cracked. Or was it just easier? Easier to control everything if only 20 people could move between stars. Easier to maintain power if you convinced everyone else they were biologically inferior? Casey felt something fracturing. Not in the corridor. Inside him. You're talking about dismantling the entire structure of galactic civilization. I'm talking about telling the truth, Ward said. The truth isn't always survival. Neither is a lie. They stood in the cold corridor, surrounded by the hum of a ship built by people who believed their blood made them better. Above them, 12 decks up, the Helix drive slept. Below them, in interrogation, Shane Rook sat with his hands on expensive mahogany, listening to a song no one had taught him. What did the Order tell you to do with him? Ward asked quietly. Casey didn't answer. Pike did. Protocol Helix Black. Terminate the anomaly. Destroy the genetic data. Erase the records. Are you going to do it? Ward was looking at Casey now. Really looking. Not at his rank. Not at his bloodline. At him. Casey thought about the interface sleeves. About the needles entering his wrists. About the 647 times he'd survived. The jump because his ancestors had been on the winning side of a schism 2 centuries ago. He thought about Shane Rook hearing stars sing. I don't know, Casey said. It was the first honest thing he'd said in 16 years of service. In the security hold, Asset Grey pressed his palms against the bulkhead and felt 12 decks up, the Helix drive, sleeping. 7 decks down, interrogation, where Shane Rook sat. Between them, the ship's superstructure, humming with power and movement and the biological lock that kept everything in place. Grey closed his eyes. The resonance was getting stronger. Not louder, deeper. He could feel the harmonic frequency of the drive, could feel Shane Rook's nervous system still singing from the jump, could feel... His own hands began to glow. Faintly, blue-white, the veins visible through the skin, 43% compatible, disposable. Grey opened his eyes and looked at his glowing hands. The number had changed. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. Just like he knew the needles were waiting. Just like he knew the door was opening. Just like he knew, finally, horribly, beautifully, that he'd never been a buffer at all. He'd been a seed, and someone had just watered the grave. The Helix chamber had become a chapel for dead gods. Casey stood in the amber light with his hands at his sides, staring at the interface sleeves. They were open, waiting. The mahogany panels breathed, faint bioluminescence pulsing like a heartbeat that belonged to something he'd stopped believing in. 3 hours ago, he'd received the final directive. The transmission had come through encrypted channels, routed through 7 relay stations, compressed into a data burst that existed for exactly 4 seconds before the ship's security protocols ate it. But Casey had read it, memorized it, felt each word settle into his bones like radiation. Protocol Helix Black. Final authorization. Subject: Shane Michael Rook. Directive: biological termination. Approved. Genetic data to be destroyed. All samples incinerated. Registry scrubbed. Ship logs edited to remove contact record. Justification: preservation of Helix exclusivity paramount to galactic stability. Anomaly represents existential threat to logistics sovereignty. Timeline: execute within 12 hours. Witness protocol: none required. The order thanks you for your service. Casey had read it 3 times. Then he'd walked to the Helix chamber and stood here, in the amber light, trying to remember why he'd believed. The door opened behind him. You're not supposed to be here. Casey didn't turn around. He knew Ward's footsteps, knew the particular rhythm of someone who'd spent 16 years walking through laboratories where she decided who belonged in the future. Neither are you, Ward said. She moved beside him, her tablet pressed against her chest like always. It's 300 hours. You should be in your quarters, sleeping, preparing for... She stopped. For the execution, Casey finished. Ward was quiet for a long moment. Then, is that what you're doing? I don't know what I'm doing. The Helix chamber hummed. The low-frequency sound that lived in bones and marrow. Casey had heard it 647 times. It used to sound like purpose. Now it sounded like a door he'd been standing on the wrong side of his entire life. I've been thinking about the first schism, Ward said. Her voice was careful, clinical. The tone she used when she was trying to make horror sound like data. The historical records are sparse, but I found something in the archived medical files. Casualty reports from the purge. Don't. 417 deaths, Ward continued. Officially classified as neural degradation due to genetic incompatibility. But the autopsies show something different. They show... Her voice cracked, just slightly. They show people who were liquefied after their genetic markers were suppressed, not before. Casey's hands closed into fists. What are you saying? I'm saying the Order didn't just erase 6 bloodlines. They tested them first. They wanted to see if the suppressor sequences would work, if they could turn Helix-compatible DNA into something inert. Ward's tablet screen glowed in the amber light. 417 people died in the field trials. Men, women, children. They died so the Order could perfect the encryption. Stop. And then, once it worked, they released the survivors into the grounded populations and called it mercy. Ward finally looked at him. Her eyes were red. Not from crying, Ward didn't cry, from not sleeping. From looking at data until it turned into ghosts. Casey, we're not the guardians. We're the heirs to a genocide. The chamber felt smaller. The mahogany panels felt closer, like a coffin closing. What do you want me to do? Casey's voice came out rough. Refuse the Order? Become a traitor? Let Shane Rook walk out of here and broadcast the truth to every fringe system in the sector? He turned to face her. You think that saves anyone? You think the Order just accepts it? They'll classify us as anomalies. They'll send another retrieval team, and another, until everyone who knows is erased. I know. Ward set her tablet down on the interface console. The genetic data glowed, Shane Rook's DNA still singing. But I also know I can't be the person who makes this decision anymore. Then who can? I don't know, but it's not me, and it's not you. She looked at the interface sleeves. We're too far inside the machine to see what it's built on. The door opened again. Pike stood in the threshold, backlit by corridor lighting. His face was half shadow, half amber. He looked like something that existed between states, between execution and mercy. "He's asking for you," Pike said. "Who?" "Shane Rook. He says he needs to show you something." The interrogation room had changed. The mahogany table was still there, expensive and dead. But Shane Rook had moved. He stood now with his back to the wall, his hands pressed flat against the metal bulkhead. His eyes were closed. His breathing was slow, rhythmic, like meditation or prayer. The veins in his arms were glowing. "Jesus Christ," Ward whispered. Casey felt the floor tilt. "How long has he been like this?" 17 minutes, Pike said. He was standing in the doorway, data slate in hand, recording everything, always recording. He started during the last watch change, said he could feel the ship breathing. "Ships don't breathe." "That's what I told him." Pike's voice was very flat. "He said ours does." Shane's eyes opened. They were wrong, not damaged, not diseased. Wrong. The whites had taken on a faint blue-white luminescence, like his entire vascular system was trying to become visible. When he looked at Casey, there was recognition there. Not of Casey the person, of Casey the pattern. "You've jumped 647 times, Shane said. Casey went cold. "How do you know that?" "I can feel the resonance in your nervous system. Every jump leaves a mark, a harmonic scar." Shane's hands pressed harder against the bulkhead. "The ship counts them. The drive remembers." "Shane." Ward stepped forward, her clinical mask cracking. "What's happening to you?" "I'm waking up." He smiled. It wasn't a happy expression. "Or maybe I've been awake this whole time and everyone else is sleeping. I can't tell anymore." Pike moved into the room, slowly. The way you approach something that might be dangerous or might be fragile. "You said you needed to show Commander Klein something." "Yeah." Shane pulled his hands from the wall. The metal bulkhead was warm where he'd touched it. Not hot, warm, like body temperature, like the ship had been responding. "I need to show him what we are." "What you are," Casey corrected. "No." Shane's eyes were very clear, very certain. "What we are. All of us. Everyone with the markers. Everyone they encrypted and erased and pushed into the dark." He looked at his glowing hands. "We're not anomalies. We're not errors. We're the original design." "That's not possible." "Why not?" Shane's voice was gentle, almost kind. "Because they told you so? Because the Order wrote it in their pretty books and grew it into their mahogany panels and sang it in their academies." He stepped forward. "Casey, Commander, whatever you want me to call you, I'm going to tell you something true and it's going to hurt." "Don't." The helix drives weren't designed for one bloodline. Shane's hands were shaking now, not from fear, from effort, like he was holding something too heavy. They were designed for all of us, for humanity, the exclusivity, the genetic lock that came after. The Order didn't discover helix compatibility. They narrowed it. Ward made a sound. Not quite a gasp. Not quite a sob. "Prove it," Casey said. Shane held out his hand. On his palm, written in bioluminescent blue-white, was a string of numbers, genetic markers. 47 distinct alleles glowing like they'd been tattooed in starlight. Ward pulled out her tablet. Her hands were shaking so badly she nearly dropped it. She scanned Shane's palm, cross-referenced the markers, ran them through the historical databases. The tablet chirped. The match probability was 100%. "These are the original helix markers," Ward whispered, "the ones documented in the earliest pre-collapse research. Before the Order consolidated. Before?" She looked up. "These are the markers from when helix technology was still public. There was never going to be a monopoly, Shane said quietly. The drives were supposed to be for everyone. The first schism wasn't about safety or stability. It was about power, about a handful of families deciding they'd rather rule a smaller kingdom than share a larger one. The interrogation room was very quiet. Casey thought about the interface sleeves, about the needles, about the 647 times he'd survived the swallow because his ancestors had chosen to lock the door. If this is true, he said slowly, then everyone we've audited, everyone we've classified as incompatible, was compatible all along, Pike finished. His voice had gone somewhere else, somewhere distant and cold and full of numbers. Every child we sterilized, every bloodline we pruned, every family we erased. He looked at his data slate, at the thousands of audit reports, at his life's work. We've been killing the future to preserve the past. No, Casey's voice came out too loud. No, that's not. We were protecting people. The neural liquefaction, the psychosis, the ships that were sabotaged, Shane interrupted, or piloted by people who'd been taught their entire lives they couldn't do it, that they were biologically inferior, that trying would kill them. He stepped closer. The Order didn't just lock the door, Casey. They convinced everyone on the other side that the door was a wall. Casey's hands were shaking now. He pressed them against the mahogany table. The wood was warm, alive, grown from genetic material that had been carefully curated for 300 years to remind people of their place. Why are you telling me this? Casey asked. Because in 6 hours you're supposed to kill me. Shane's luminescent eyes were steady. And I need you to understand what you'll be killing. The Order is scared. Shane smiled. Cold. Sharp. Nothing like the small, invisible cargo pilot from the files. They're not scared of what I can do. They're scared of what I represent. Proof that the lock was always a lie. The door opened. Security Asset Grey stood in the threshold. His hands were glowing. Not faintly, not tentatively. Blazing blue-white, veins standing out like fibre-optic cables. His entire vascular system visible through translucent skin. "Commander," Grey said. His voice was wrong, too resonant, like it was coming from somewhere deeper than his chest. Permission to speak. Casey couldn't breathe. Granted. I'm not 43% compatible anymore. Pike pulled up his data slate, ran the scan, stared at the results. 97%, Pike whispered. You're 97% compatible. I know. Grey looked at his hands, at the light bleeding through his skin. I've been standing in the security hold for 6 hours, listening to the drive, and it's been listening to me. He looked up. The suppressor sequences are breaking down, not just in me, in everyone. The resonance, Shane's jumps, they're triggering something, a cascade effect. Ward was already moving, pulling up fleet-wide medical reports. Her face went grey. 16 confirmed cases in the last 12 hours, she said. Enhanced neural activity, increased bioluminescence, elevated helix marker expression. She scrolled faster. It's spreading. Everyone with suppressed compatibility markers. Everyone descended from the purged. Bloodlines. They're all starting to wake up. Casey felt reality tilting. How many? We estimated 500,000 potential descendants. Ward's voice was shaking. If the suppressor sequences are failing, if the resonance is contagious, she looked up. Within a week, maybe 10 million. Within a month, everyone. Every human being carrying even dormant helix markers. The door's opening, Shane said quietly, and you can't close it anymore. Pike dropped his data slate. The sound of it hitting the deck was very loud. They'll never let this happen, Pike said. His voice was empty, mechanical. The Order won't surrender logistic sovereignty. They'll call it a plague, a neural pandemic. They'll quarantine entire sectors. They'll sterilize populations. He stopped, looked at Casey. They'll do what we've always done, whatever's necessary. Is it, Ward asked, necessary? I don't know any more. Gray stepped into the room. His glowing hands left luminescent prints on the door frame. I was designed to be disposable, a buffer, heat-sink capital. He looked at Casey. But I can hear them now, Commander. The stars. They're not singing names. They're singing numbers, coordinates, routes, paths between systems that the Order has never mapped because they were too busy protecting their monopoly. Stop. The drives want to be used, Gray continued. That's what I'm hearing. They're not exclusive. They're lonely. They've been waiting for enough pilots to make the network they were designed for. His luminescent eyes fixed on Casey. We're not a threat to galactic stability. We're the fulfillment of it. The galaxy was supposed to have millions of pilots, not dozens. Casey thought about the beautiful lie, about the mahogany panels and the leather-bound manuals and the weight of 300 years of carefully managed breeding, about the interface sleeves opening for his hands because his blood said he was better. He thought about Shane Rook sitting in a cargo hauler, hearing stars sing his real name. He thought about Asset Grey, engineered to die, glowing like a key that had finally found its lock. The directive says I have to kill you in 6 hours, Casey said quietly. Shane nodded. I know. It says I have to destroy the genetic data, scrub the records, make you disappear. I know. It says this is necessary. Is it? Casey looked at his hands, at the pale pink scars on his wrists where the needles went in, at the proof of his heritage written in healing tissue. 647 jumps. 647 times he'd been told he was special. 647 lies. No, Casey said. The word hung in the interrogation room like a detonation. Pike moved first. He picked up his data slate from where it had fallen, looked at the audit reports, at the thousands of files, at the proof of his life's work. Then he deleted them. All of them. Jonah, Ward started. If we're doing this, Pike said, we're burning everything. The genetic databases, the suppressor sequence protocols, the purge records, all of it. He looked at Casey. No evidence means no prosecution. They can't charge us with treason if we leave nothing to investigate. They'll kill us anyway. Probably, Pike almost smiled. But at least we'll die having told the truth. Ward pulled up her tablet. Accessed the secure research networks. Her fingers hovered over the delete commands. This is everything, she whispered. 16 years of genetic research, bloodline management protocols, everything I've built. It's built on graves, Shane said gently. Ward pressed delete. The screens went dark. Casey looked at Gray, at the engineered enforcer who was glowing like something divine. Can you fly? Casey asked. I don't know. We're going to find out. Casey turned to the comm panel, activated ship-wide address. His voice echoed through every corridor, every hold, every chamber of the Hierophant. This is Commander Klein. As of 0342 hours, Protocol Helix Black is rescinded, genetic quarantine is lifted, and I am formally announcing... He stopped, breathed, felt the weight lift. I am formally announcing that Helix compatibility is not exclusive. It never was. The genetic markers exist in millions of human beings, and we're going to teach them how to fly. Silence. Then, from somewhere deep in the ship, someone started laughing. Not happy laughter. The kind of laughter that happens when a pressure chamber finally breaks. Casey looked at Shane Rook, at the ghost who'd refused to stay buried. You're going to show us, Casey said. How to hear the stars, how to answer them, how to open the door, Shane smiled. Yeah. And then? Then we signal the helix. Shane's luminescent eyes were very bright. We broadcast the genetic markers, the suppressor sequence dissolution protocols, the truth. He held out his glowing hand. We tell everyone with ears to hear that they have permission to fly. Casey took his hand. The resonance hit him like lightning. For the first time in 647 jumps, Casey Klein heard the stars singing. And they weren't singing his name. They were singing everyone's. In Covenant Central, 900 light-years away, the monitoring arrays went insane. Helix signatures were appearing everywhere. Not one, not two, hundreds, thousands. A cascade of FTL jumps happening simultaneously across 17 sectors. Impossible, unauthorized, executed by people who shouldn't exist. The Order's Emergency Council convened in a room with mahogany panels and leather chairs, and the weight of 300 years pressing down like stone. They listened to the reports. They watched the network destabilize. They understood, finally, that the door they'd been guarding had never been locked at all. It had only been heavy, and now too many hands were pushing. The broadcast went out at 0400 hours, not as words, not as a manifesto, as data. Shane Rook stood in the Helix chamber with his hands in the interface sleeves, feeding his DNA directly into the ship's communications array. The needles had gone deep, deeper than calibration required, until his blood was pumping through the ship's systems like it was part of the circulatory network. The Hierophant wasn't just transmitting, it was bleeding. Ward watched the data flow across her screens. Genetic markers, suppressor sequence dissolution protocols, historical records of the first schism, casualty reports from the Purge, 417 names, autopsy files showing people liquefied after encryption, not before. Everything. Signal strength? Casey asked. He stood beside the pilot's chair, hands gripping the brass railing. His knuckles were white. "We're punching through every relay station in the sector," Ward said. "Fleet channels, civilian nets, fringe terminals." She looked up. Her face was grey. "Casey, we're broadcasting to 40 billion. People? Good. They'll shut us down in minutes. Then we make those minutes count." Pike stood in the shadows near the bulkhead, data slate dark in his hands. He'd deleted everything. 16 years of audit reports gone. Thousands of files erased. He looked smaller now, like something that had been held together by structure, and without it was collapsing inward. "The Order is responding," Pike said quietly. "Emergency transmission. Maximum priority. There." He stopped. Listened to his earpiece. "They're ordering all Helix-certified pilots to stand down. They're classifying us as a rogue element. They're saying Shane Rook is a biological weapon designed to trigger neural plague." "Of course they are," Ward said. "It's the same justification they used 200 years ago." Shane's eyes were closed. His hands in the interface sleeves were glowing so brightly the mahogany panels looked translucent. The low-frequency hum had become something else. Not a hum anymore, but a chorus. Thousands of voices. Millions. Every person in the sector with dormant helix markers suddenly hearing the invitation. "How many?" Casey asked. Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Medical alerts were flooding in from every station, every colony, every ship. 17,000 confirmed cases in the last 6 minutes. Enhanced neural activity, bioluminescence, spontaneous marker activation. She scrolled faster. It's exponential. The resonance is propagating through genetic networks. Within an hour. The ship lurched, not physically. The artificial gravity held. The inertial dampeners compensated. But something shifted. A ripple in the extra-dimensional fabric that made reality feel briefly negotiable. "What was that?" Casey demanded. "Someone jumped," Pike said. He was staring at his monitoring array. Close, very close, less than 50,000 kilometers. "Who?" 4 signatures, all Covenant authority, all... Pike's face went blank. "All Helix-certified pilots. They sent a kill team." The comm panel crackled. The voice that came through was familiar. Smooth. Educated. The kind of voice that had been shaped by expensive academies and 300 years of institutional weight. "Commander Klein, This is Executive Director Marcus Venn of the Orders Enforcement Division. Stand down immediately and surrender the anomaly." Casey looked at Shane, at the glowing hands, at the blood feeding into the communications array. "No," Casey said into the comm. Silence. Then, "Commander, you're in violation of Protocol Helix Black. You're broadcasting restricted genetic data to unqualified populations. You're triggering a cascade effect that will destabilize—" "I know what I'm doing," Casey interrupted. "Do you?" Venn's voice was very soft, very dangerous. "Do you understand that you're about to kill millions of people? The grounded populations don't have the training. They don't have the discipline. They don't have the breeding. When they try to jump, they'll liquefy. Their nervous systems will shred. Their ships will reappear with crews biologically inside out." A pause. "And it will be your fault." Casey felt the words like needles, like the interface sleeves going too deep. "That's what you told the first schism," Casey said, "before you murdered them. We saved humanity from itself. You saved your monopoly. Those are the same thing." Venn's voice was calm, reasonable. The voice of a man who'd spent his life believing difficult decisions were proof of moral superiority. "Commander, I know what you're feeling. The weight of discovering the truth. The horror of realizing what we've done. I felt it too 30 years ago, when I learned about the Purge." Casey's blood went cold. "You knew." "Of course I knew. Every director knows. It's our burden to carry, our responsibility to maintain." Venn sighed. The first schism wanted to democratize the stars. Do you know what happened when they tried? Chaos, neural plague, helix drives burning, through untrained pilots like wheat through a thresher. In 6 months they'd killed more people than we've audited in 3 centuries. "You're lying." "Am I? Or am I telling you the truth you don't want to hear?" Venn's voice dropped. "The suppressor sequences weren't just about control, Commander. They were about mercy. Better to live in ignorance than die screaming in the void. Better to be grounded than liquefied." Ward made a sound. Not agreement. Recognition. "He's right," she whispered. "About the casualties. I found the medical reports. Early Helix research was catastrophic. 90% mortality rate. Ships lost. Colonies stranded. It took 2 generations to stabilize the technology and identify the compatible bloodlines. By eliminating the incompatible ones, Pike said flatly. By concentrating the genetics that worked, Ward said. The Order didn't just steal Helix travel. They perfected it. They turned a death sentence into a reliable system. She stopped. "They saved more lives than they took." Casey felt the floor tilting again. "Are you defending them?" "I'm telling you the math." Ward's tablet glowed with data, with graphs showing mortality rates over centuries, with the proof that consolidation had worked. If we open Helix access right now, if millions of untrained people try to jump based on this broadcast, the casualty projections are catastrophic. How catastrophic? Ward's hands were shaking. Conservative estimate, 2 million dead in the first month, maybe 10 million within a year. The Helix chamber was very quiet. Shane's eyes opened. "She's right," he said. His voice was distant, resonant. "I can feel them. Everyone waking up. Everyone hearing the choir for the first time. And most of them..." He stopped. "Most of them aren't ready." "Then we train them," Casey said. "With what infrastructure?" Venn's voice cut through the comm like a scalpel. "The Order has spent 300 years building the training programs, the safety protocols, the neural conditioning required to survive a jump. You're going to replicate that in a month, a year, a decade." A pause. "Or are you just going to let them die while you build it?" Casey looked at the interface sleeves, at the needles, at the 647 times he'd been saved by structure. "What's your alternative?" Casey asked quietly. "Containment," Venn said. "We shut down the broadcast. We suppress the genetic data. We tell the populations this was a terrorist attack designed to trigger neural plague. We quarantine the activated cases until the suppressors can be reinstalled. His voice softened. And we let history continue the way it has, slowly, safely, under control. Under your control. Someone has to be in control, Commander. That's the price of civilization. Casey closed his eyes. He thought about Shane Rook, hearing stars sing. He thought about Asset Grey, glowing like something divine. He thought about the 6 bloodlines, buried, alive, encrypted and erased. He thought about 2 million people dying because they'd been given a door they weren't ready to walk through. Commander, it was Pike's voice, quiet, empty. The kill team is positioning. They're going to fire in 90 seconds. Casey opened his eyes. Shane, he said. How many people can actually jump right now? Successfully? Shane's luminescent eyes stared into nothing. Maybe 10,000. Worldwide. People with minimal suppressor degradation. People who've been hearing the choir their whole lives without knowing what it was. He looked at Casey. Everyone else needs time, training, preparation, or they'll die. How much time? Years. The comm panel crackled. 60 seconds, Commander, Ven said. Make your choice. Ward stepped forward. Her tablet screen showed the casualty projections, the graphs, the math. Casey, if we continue the broadcast, if we push this through, we'll save 500,000 people by giving them access. But we'll kill 2 million in the process. And if we don't, Casey asked. We save 2 million by keeping them ignorant, but we condemn 500,000 to remaining erased. Some choice. It's the only choice, Ven said through the comm. Welcome to the burden of leadership. Casey looked at Shane Rook, at the man who shouldn't exist, who'd survived because a purge 200 years ago had been imperfect. What do you want? Casey asked him. Shane smiled. It was a terrible expression. I want to burn it all down. I want every person with suppressed markers to wake up. I want the order to fall. I want revenge for 417 people who were liquefied in a field trial they didn't consent to. His glowing hands pressed deeper into the interface sleeves. But I also don't want to kill 2 million people to get it. Then what do we do? Shane closed his eyes, listened to something no one else could hear. We don't give them the door, he said finally. We give them the key. What's the difference? Shane pulled his hands from the interface sleeves. The needles withdrew. His blood stopped feeding into the communications array. The broadcast terminated. The helix chamber went silent. 30 seconds, Pike said. Shane turned to Ward. The suppressor sequences. Can you reverse them? Gradually, over time, instead of cascading failure, controlled dissolution. Ward's hands moved across her tablet. Theoretically, if we had cooperation from medical facilities across the sector, if we could implement genetic therapy protocols, if, she looked up, if we had institutional support instead of institutional opposition, then that's the deal, Shane said. He looked at the comm panel, at the kill team 60 seconds from firing, at Executive Director Ven and the weight of 300 years. We stop the broadcast. We contain the immediate cascade, but the Order agrees to begin gradual marker reactivation programs. Controlled, monitored, safe. We open the door over a generation instead of overnight. They'll never agree, Pike said. Won't they? Shane's smile was cold, sharp. We've already proven the suppressors are failing. We've already shown that 500,000 people carry the markers. The cascade is inevitable now. The only question is whether it happens as chaos or structure. He looked at Casey. Make them understand. They can fight this and lose everything in the chaos. Or they can manage it and maintain their power for another generation while they teach the rest of us how to fly. Casey stared at him. You're negotiating for a slower revolution. I'm negotiating for survival, Shane said. Theirs and ours. That's not justice. No, but it's not genocide either. Casey moved to the comm panel. His hand hovered over the transmit button. Behind him, Ward whispered, "It's a Hegelian compromise." What? Thesis. Order maintains absolute control. Antithesis. Immediate democratization causes mass death. Synthesis. She looked at Shane. Managed transition that preserves institutional stability while gradually redistributing access. It's still a cage, Pike said. It's a bigger cage, Shane replied, with doors that actually open, eventually. Casey pressed transmit. Director Venn, we have a proposal. The negotiation took 6 hours. The kill team held position, weapons armed, waiting. Casey stood in the helix chamber and dictated terms while Ward pulled up genetic therapy protocols, and Pike calculated casualty projections, and Shane Rook sat with his glowing hands pressed against the mahogany panels, listening to the stars sing and counting the people who were waking up across 40 billion human lives. The terms were simple. 1. Immediate suppression of the broadcast. 2. Quarantine and treatment for activated cases. Treatment, not termination. 3. Establishment of genetic reactivation programs under joint order independent oversight. 4. Gradual marker restoration over 50 years. 5. Full historical disclosure of the first schism, names, records, casualties. 6. Amnesty for the Hierophant crew, Venn countered. Casey countered. Pike ran the numbers. Ward mapped the implementation timeline. Shane listened to the choir and occasionally said things like, 12,000 more just woke up, or the cascade won't stop completely, or we have maybe 48 hours before this becomes irreversible. At 1100 hours, Venn agreed, not because he wanted to, because he understood that the alternative was losing everything. 50 years, Venn said through the comm. His voice was tired, old. 1 generation. We open the academies, we build the training infrastructure, we gradually reactivate the suppressed bloodlines under controlled medical protocols. A pause. And in 50 years, we revisit the question of full democratization. Agreed, Casey said. And Commander? Yes. You'll be remembered as the man who prevented a neural plague, not the man who started a revolution. Venn's voice was very soft. That's the price of compromise. I know. The transmission terminated. The kill team withdrew. The Hierophant sat in the void, surrounded by the dissipating wake of a broadcast that had reached 40 billion people and then stopped. Not because it failed, because it chose to wait. Shane Rook stood and walked to the observation port. His hands were still glowing but fainter now. The resonance was fading. How many did we wake up? He asked quietly. 37,000 confirmed cases, Ward said. Another 100,000 showing early marker activation. By the time the cascade fully stabilizes, maybe 200,000 people will have gained conscious access to Helix compatibility. And the rest? The rest wait. 50 years, maybe longer. Ward set down her tablet. It's not what we wanted. No. Shane pressed his glowing palm against the reinforced glass. But it's what we got. Casey moved beside him. Together they looked out at the stars, at the void, at the paths between systems that were still locked to most of humanity but were slowly beginning to open. Do you regret it? Casey asked. Compromising? Shane was quiet for a long moment. Ask me in 50 years, he said finally. Airset Grey stood in the helix chamber alone. The crew had dispersed. Casey to file the formal reports. Ward to begin coordinating with medical facilities across 17 sectors. Pike to archive what was left of the purge records before they could be disappeared again. Shane Rook had gone to the observation deck to watch the stars and count the people still waking up. Grey stood in front of the interface sleeves. They were open, waiting. He'd been 43% compatible when this began. Disposable, a buffer, heat sink capital. Now he was 97%. Now he could hear the stars singing. Now the needles were no longer a threat, they were an invitation. Gray placed his hands into the sleeves. The needles entered his veins, the mahogany panels breathed. The low-frequency hum started in his bones and moved outward, expanding, harmonizing, until he couldn't tell where his nervous system ended and the ship's began. The helix drive woke, and Gray, who'd been engineered to die so better men could live, felt the universe open like a throat. Not to swallow him, to ask his name. He closed his eyes. The jump was clean, perfect, beautiful. When he opened his eyes, the Hierophant was 300 light-years away and Gray was crying. Not from pain, from understanding. He hadn't been a buffer, he'd been a seed, and someone, some scientist or rebel or ghost from the first schism, had planted him in the Order's garden and waited for the right moment to water the grave. Asset Gray pulled his hands from the interface sleeves. The puncture wounds wept clear fluid. He looked at them and smiled. He had a name now. The stars had told him. 50 years later, the galaxy looked different. Not transformed. Not revolutionized. Different. The helix houses still existed. Still controlled the major trade routes. Still trained the most elite pilots. But the academies had opened. Slowly. Carefully. Accepting students from the reactivation programs, teaching the children of the first schism survivors how to hear the choir their ancestors had been forced to forget. The Order endured, diminished, reformed. No longer an absolute monopoly, but a guild. No longer gods, but experts. Shane Rook never piloted again. He'd done it twice, 2 jumps that cracked the biological lock. And that was enough. He spent the next 50 years as an advocate, travelling the fringe systems, speaking to communities where people were waking up for the first time and needed someone to tell them they weren't going insane. Commander Casey Klein became Director Casey Klein. He managed the transition, built the new training programs, negotiated the treaties between the houses and the independent systems. He was efficient, fair, haunted. He never forgot the choice he'd made, saving 2 million by condemning them to ignorance, saving 500,000 by teaching them to wait. Some nights he still wondered if he'd chosen correctly. Most nights he understood there had been no correct choice, only the one he could live with. Dr. Celine Ward published the historical records of the first schism, all 417 names, all the autopsy reports, all the proof that the Order had been built on graves. The book was read by millions. Nothing changed immediately. Everything changed eventually. Pike disappeared 3 years after the negotiation. Some said he'd gone to the Outer Rim to hunt down the remaining suppressor programs. Some said he'd joined one of the radical groups demanding immediate full access. Some said he'd simply walked into the void and let the stars take him. Casey suspected he was still out there, still auditing, still trying to find the people he'd erased and tell them he was sorry. And Asset Gray, who'd taken the name Silas Gray and refused to be called by his designation ever again, became the first pilot graduated from the new academy programs. He flew for 47 years. He trained 3,000 students. He never stopped glowing. On the 50th anniversary of the broadcast, the Order held a ceremony, a memorial for the first schism, a dedication of the new training facilities, a formal acknowledgement that Helix compatibility had always been broader than advertised. Shane Rook attended. He was 82 now. His hands still carried the faint luminescence. The veins still glowed blue-white in certain light. Casey stood beside him on the platform, grey-haired, tired, alive. Was it worth it? Shane asked quietly. Casey looked out at the crowd, at the thousands of new pilots, at the children from reactivation families, at the future that was still restricted, still managed, still controlled, but open. I don't know, Casey said honestly. Maybe ask our grandchildren, Shane smiled. Fair enough. The ceremony began. The speakers talked about progress, about gradual change, about responsible stewardship of dangerous technology. They didn't talk about the 417 people liquefied in field trials. They didn't talk about the 6 bloodlines deliberately erased. They didn't talk about the 2 million people still waiting for reactivation. But they also didn't lie about it anymore, and that, Shane thought, was something. Not justice, not revolution, but a door left ajar. And sometimes that's enough to let the light in. In the void between stars, a derelict ship drifted, unmarked, unregistered, old stock pre-collapse manufacturing. Inside, the interface sleeves were open, waiting. They'd been waiting for 200 years. They would wait for 200 more if necessary, because the Helix drives had never been exclusive. They'd just been patient, and sooner or later someone would put their hands inside and hear the stars singing. Someone always did. The ship drifted. The sleeves waited. The choir sang in frequencies only the future could hear. And somewhere, in the genetic code of 40 billion people, the door stood ajar. The Order did not fear the jump. They feared the passenger. But in the end, the passengers learned to fly anyway. Just slower than they wanted. Just faster than the Order could stop. And that made all the difference. Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Interstellar Recruit. And then the brave spaceship flew through the asteroid belt, dodging space rocks bigger than houses. Max Carter made whooshing sounds, guiding the toy spacecraft over his sisters' heads. Rose and Zoe giggled from their shared bed, their matching teddy bears clutched tight against their chests. "More, Max," Rose pleaded, her brown eyes sparkling in the glow of their dollar store nightlight. "Tomorrow, munchkins." Max tucked the worn quilt, one of the few things they had left from Mom, around their tiny shoulders. At 18, he'd become their entire world after the accident, just as they'd become his. The nightlight flickered. Another bill he'd have to juggle this month. The next evening, Max's fingers traced the worn edges of the Star Defender arcade cabinet, dust coating his fingertips. The shuttered arcade's musty air wrapped around him like a forgotten memory, broken only by the soft whimpers of his 3-year-old, sisters sleeping in their double stroller. Rose clutched her toy spaceship while Zoe huddled close to her, their matching brown curls tangled together. "Just 5 more minutes," he whispered, though they couldn't hear him. 5 minutes to pretend he wasn't drowning in responsibilities. 5 minutes to lose himself in this relic he'd spent weeks restoring, its antiquated graphics flickering to life under his touch. The screen crackled with static as he reached level 50, impossibly harder than any game he'd played before. The final boss emerged from hyperspace, a crystalline entity that shifted and pulsed with impossible geometry. Max's hands flew across the controls, executing maneuvers he didn't even know he knew. Each blast from his ship struck with surgical precision, exploiting weaknesses that revealed themselves like a complex puzzle. 3 lives left. His palms sweated. 2 lives. The entity's attacks intensified, filling the screen with deadly patterns. 1 life. Max held his breath, time slowing as he input the final sequence. Up, down, lateral thrust, plasma burst, each movement flowing into the next like a dance he'd rehearsed his entire life. The boss shattered, its crystalline form exploding in a cascade of light that seemed to leap from the screen, filling the arcade with impossible radiance. When the glare faded, Max found himself staring at 2 figures who definitely hadn't been there before. The woman wore a uniform unlike any military branch he'd seen, its fabric seeming to absorb and reflect light in subtle patterns. But it was her companion that made Max step back, a tall, elegant being whose silver skin rippled like liquid mercury. "Congratulations, Max Carter," the woman said, authority resonating in every word. "I'm Commander Varric, and this is Dr. Elon Vero. That wasn't just a game you mastered. It was a recruitment tool for the Interstellar Defense Force." Max laughed, but the sound died in his throat as Commander Varric raised her hand. The air between them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by stars, a hologram so perfect he could have sworn he felt the void's cold embrace. The image shifted to a beautiful world with crystal spires reaching toward twin suns. "The colony of New Eden," Varric said, her expression darkening as the scene changed to smoking ruins. Bodies lay scattered across blackened ground, the crystal spires reduced to shards. "This was the rogue faction's work. We need pilots like you, Max, people who can see patterns others miss, who can make impossible decisions under pressure. Your sisters," Dr. Vero said, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality. "Rose and Zoe. They deserve more than a life of struggle in this town. Join us, and they'll have opportunities beyond anything Earth can offer." Max looked at his sleeping sisters. Rose stirred. The toy spaceship clutched against her chest. She blinked awake, eyes widening at Dr. Vero's silvery form. Without a word, she pressed the spaceship into Max's hands. "Take it," she whispered, "for ventures." Zoe woke too, clinging to his shirt. "You promised to stay." Max hugged them both, breathing in their baby shampoo scent. "I know, sweetie, but I'm doing this for you. Where you're going, there'll be other kids to play with, and doctors to make you strong, and teachers to show you all the amazing things I know you can do." He stood, the toy spaceship cold in his hands, and faced Commander Varric. "When do we leave?" She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Now." The arcade's fluorescent lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness they vanished, leaving behind only the soft hum of an ancient game cabinet and the dreams of a better tomorrow. Max's stomach lurched as reality reassembled itself around him. The arcade's musty air gave way to something crisp and metallic, tingling in his lungs. Through the dizziness, he made out a vast chamber with walls that seemed to breathe, their surface rippling with patterns of light. "Neural recalibration complete," Dr. Vero announced, his silver skin pulsing in sync with the walls. "First transport is always unsettling for humans." Max clutched Rose's toy spaceship tighter, his knuckles white. Outside a towering window, a massive gas giant swirled with storms larger than Earth, its rings catching starlight like scattered diamonds. 3 moons hung in formation, each hosting what looked like cities beneath crystalline domes. "Welcome to the Interstellar Defense Force Academy," Commander Varric said, striding toward a group of figures waiting near a curved doorway. Some were clearly human, but others... Max blinked hard. One appeared to be made entirely of shifting geometric patterns, while another floated in a containment field of swirling mist. A cadet with iridescent scales covering her face approached. "I'm Zira," she said, her voice carrying an undertone like wind. Chimes. "I've been assigned as your orientation partner," she gestured at his wrinkled t-shirt and jeans. "First stop, requisitions. Can't have you looking like a level 1 human sim." Max followed her through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past training rooms where cadets practiced with weapons that defied physics. In one chamber, a group floated in zero gravity, their movements synchronized to holographic threats that sparked and snarled. "How do you handle all—" Max waved his hand vaguely. "This?" Zira's scales shifted to a deeper blue. "You mean the cultural integration? The technology gap? The fact that everything you thought you knew about the universe just got thrown out the airlock, she smiled, revealing teeth like opals. You adapt, or you wash out. The requisitions officer, a being composed of crystalline threads that wove themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, scanned Max with a beam of purple light. Moments later, a uniform materialized around him, replacing his clothes. The fabric felt alive, adjusting its temperature and fit with each movement. Neural responsive plasfiber, Zero explained. It'll help regulate your body during training. Speaking of which, she led him to a massive simulator bay where dozens of pods hung suspended in anti-gravity fields. Each contained a pilot interface that looked eerily similar to Star Defender's controls. "Cadets!" a sharp voice cut through the air. A tall figure with close-cropped black hair and eyes like burning coals strode toward them. The other cadets snapped to attention. "Senior Cadet Kale Dravik," Zero whispered. "Top of every combat class. His parents were killed in the New Eden attack." Kale stopped in front of Max, looking him up and down with barely concealed disdain. "So this is the Earthling who beat the recruitment sim. Let's see what you can do in a real neural interface." Before Max could protest, Kale keyed a sequence into a nearby console. One of the pods descended, its canopy iris opening with an organic whir. "Standard combat trial," Kale announced. "Unless you're not ready to leave the arcade." Max glanced at Rose's spaceship, now clipped to his uniform. The toy that had once seemed so advanced now looked impossibly primitive in this chamber of living metal and quantum computers. But it reminded him why he was here, what he was fighting for. He climbed into the pod. The neural interface wrapped around his head like a cool embrace, and suddenly he was floating in space, surrounded by stars that looked more real than reality. A squadron of enemy ships emerged from quantum space, their hulls crackling with weapons that could shred reality itself. Max's hands found the controls, familiar yet enhanced, responding to his thoughts as much as his touch. The maneuvers that had worked in Star Defender translated perfectly to three-dimensional space. He wove through the enemy formation, exploiting patterns in their attack algorithms that felt like a language he'd always known how to read. The simulation ended with all enemy ships neutralized. Max emerged from the pod to find the chamber silent, every cadet staring at him. Even Kale looked shaken. "Impossible," Kale muttered. "Those were instructor-level combat routines. You shouldn't have—" He stalked away, leaving the sentence unfinished. Zira's scales had shifted to a bright gold. "I've never seen anyone fly like that," she said. "It's like you weren't just predicting their movements. You were reading the code itself. In Star Defender, I always felt like the game was teaching me something." Max watched Kale disappear through a doorway, like every level was building towards some bigger pattern. "It was," a new voice said. Max turned to find Dr. Vero emerging from shadows that hadn't been there a moment before. The recruitment sim wasn't just testing your combat skills, it was teaching you to perceive quantum space, to see the underlying patterns of reality itself. The xenotechnologist's silver skin rippled with complex equations. The rogue faction has developed quantum phase weapons that can unravel the fabric of space-time. We needed pilots who could sense their attack patterns before they manifest. Out of millions of candidates, you showed the highest neural synchronization we've ever recorded. "Is that why they're so interested in Earth?" Max asked. "Looking for pilots?" Dr. Vero's expression shifted like mercury. "Among other things, the rogue faction believes humanity's chaotic nature makes them perfect weapons. They've been abducting humans, experimenting with ways to weaponize their quantum perception. Those who survive the process—" He shuddered, his form momentarily losing cohesion. A distant alarm blared. Commander Varric's voice echoed through hidden speakers. "All cadets to battle stations. Rogue faction vessels detected in nearby space. This is not a drill." Max felt the Academy's massive engines rumble to life as the gas giant storms reflected the light of approaching ships. The real test was about to begin. Red emergency lights pulsed through the Academy's living walls as cadets scrambled to their stations. Max ran alongside Zero toward the simulator bay, but Dr. Vero's silver form materialized in their path. "Not the simulators," he said, his skin rippling with urgent patterns. "Real ships. Now." Max's stomach dropped as they sprinted to a massive hangar he hadn't seen before. Sleek fighters hung in anti-gravity cradles, their quantum drives humming with barely contained power. Each bore scars from previous battles, telling stories of survival in the void. "Rogue Faction signature confirmed," Commander Varick's voice echoed. "They're using stolen Academy ships. Cadet Dravik, take Alpha Squadron and—" "Belay that!" Kale's voice cut through the comm. He was already climbing into his fighter, his movements sharp with rage. "They're using the same attack pattern as New Eden. This is personal." Before anyone could stop him, Kale's fighter screamed out of the hangar. 5 other cadets followed, their ships forming up in a standard combat array. "Zira, get to your ship," Dr. Vero ordered. "Max." His silver features twisted with concern. "You've never flown a real quantum fighter. The neural load could..." "Could what?" Max was already heading for the nearest ship. "Kill me? Like they killed Kale's parents. Like they'll kill my sisters if we fail." He pulled himself into the cockpit, and the neural interface wrapped around his mind like a cold knife. Pain lanced through his skull as the fighter's quantum-enhanced senses became his own. Space itself seemed to whisper to him, showing him paths and patterns hidden in the void. Through the neural link, he felt Kale's squadron engage the enemy. The rogue faction ships moved like hunting predators, their quantum weapons, leaving tears in reality that made Max's upgraded senses scream. "Kale, wait!" Zira's fighter rocketed past Max's. "It's a trap. They're herding us toward..." Reality shattered. A massive rogue faction carrier phased into existence, its hull bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist. Kyle's squadron scattered, but 2 cadets weren't fast enough. Their ships vanished in bursts of quantum fire that left spreading cracks in space-time. "Fall back," Commander Varick ordered. "All cadets, emergency retreat. The carrier's weapons will tear the Academy apart." But Max saw something in the patterns, a flaw in the carrier's quantum field. The same kind of weakness he'd exploited in the Star Defender boss hidden in plain sight. If he could get close enough. "Kyle," he called through the neural link, "I need your help." "I don't need help from an Earthling who..." "Your parents," Max cut him off. "Tell me about them. Not how they died, how they lived." A moment of startled silence. Then, "They were researchers, quantum theorists. They believed there was a pattern to everything in the universe, even chaos, even death. Like this pattern?" Max transmitted the weakness he'd spotted, sharing the intuition through their neural link. "Your parents were right, Kale. Everything has a pattern, even revenge." Kale's fighter swung around, falling into formation with Max's. "What's the plan?" "Remember Star Defender, level 47, the mirror maneuver? That's suicide in real space. The quantum backwash alone would..." Kale stopped. Through the neural link, Max felt him smile. "Would create one hell of a chain reaction. Zira, you in?" "Always." Her fighter took position on Max's other wing. "Though I still think that game was rigged." Max gripped Rose's toy spaceship with one hand as he guided his fighter toward the carrier. The neural interface sang with possibilities, showing him exactly where they needed to hit. Now. The 3 fighters split apart, their quantum drives leaving precisely calculated wake patterns. The carrier's weapons tracked them, but the overlapping quantum fields created a resonance effect that turned its own technology against it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfold around them. "Pull up," Max screamed as the carrier's quantum core began to overload. "Get clear of the—" Space exploded. The blast threw Max's fighter into a wild spin. Warning lights flashed as the neural interface overloaded, sending lightning bolts of pain through his mind. His last thought before losing consciousness was of Rose and Zoe, and whether they'd be proud of their big brother. He woke in the Academy's medical bay, his head feeling like it had been torn apart and reassembled. Zira sat beside him, her scales a relieved shade of blue. Kyle stood by the window, watching the gas giant storms. "The carrier," Max croaked. "Destroyed," Kale said without turning, "along with their whole attack force. The quantum backwash will make that sector of space unnavigable for months." He finally faced Max. "It was a good plan. Your sisters would be proud." Dr. Vero materialized from the shadows, his silver form dimmer than usual. "The neural overload nearly killed you. No human has ever handled that level of quantum synchronization before." He paused. "The rogue faction will be back, and now they know exactly what you can do." "Good." Max sat up despite the pain, clutching Rose's toy spaceship. "Because now I know what they can do too, and I can see the patterns in their chaos." Through the window, the gas giant storms swirled like battle plans waiting to be decoded. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Max wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future where his sisters could look up at the stars and see hope instead of darkness. And he was no longer fighting alone. The Academy's medical bay hummed with quiet activity in the days following the battle. Max spent hours watching the gas giant storms through the transparent walls, their patterns now as readable to him as his sister's bedtime stories had once been. The neural overload had left him with a persistent awareness of quantum space. Reality seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision, showing him glimpses of possible futures and parallel moments. "Your brain chemistry has been permanently altered," Dr. Vero explained, his silver form reflecting the storm's colours. "The level of quantum synchronization you achieved, it should have been impossible, yet here you are, rewriting our understanding of human potential." Max turned the toy spaceship over in his hands, its plastic surface now scored with marks from the battle. And the other cadets, the ones who didn't make it, being honoured in the memorial garden. Commander Varric entered, her uniform bearing new marks of rank. Their sacrifice saved countless lives. The rogue faction's carrier wasn't just planning to attack the Academy. We found evidence they were targeting Earth next. Your actions prevented that. The door slid open again as Kale walked in, moving stiffly from his own injuries. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something more complex, respect tinged with uncertainty. He carried a sleek metal case. "The Defense Council reviewed the battle recordings," he said, placing the case on Max's bed. "They've never seen anyone navigate quantum space like that. They're calling it the Carter Maneuver now." He opened the case, revealing a commander's insignia. "They're promoting you to squad leader, if you want it." "Youngest in Academy history," Zira added, her scales shifting through proud colours as she entered. "Though some of us think you're still just lucky." Max smiled, remembering their first meeting just days ago, before the battle, before he'd understood what he was truly capable of. Luck had nothing to do with it. Star Defender taught me to see patterns, but you and Kale taught me how to use them. We succeeded because we worked together. Speaking of working together, Commander Varric activated a holographic display. The quantum backwash from the carrier's destruction revealed something interesting. Hidden transmissions, encoded in the fabric of space-time itself. The rogue faction isn't just a splinter group. They have supporters within the Defense Force. The implications hung heavy in the air. Max thought of his sisters, safe in the Academy's family centre but still vulnerable to an enemy that could strike from within. "There's more," Dr. Vero said, his form rippling with concern. "The neural scanning technology they used in their human experiments? It bears remarkable similarities to the Star Defender interface. Someone with intimate knowledge of our recruitment program helped them develop it. A traitor, Kale's fists clenched. Someone who watched New Eden burn and did nothing. We need to find them, Zira said, before they help the rogue faction rebuild. Max stood despite the lingering pain, picking up the commander's insignia. Its weight felt right in his hand, like the arcade controls had that first day, a key to unlocking something larger than himself. Then let's get to work, he said. But first, I need to see my sisters. The family centre occupied one of the academy's upper levels, its windows offering a view of all 3 moons. Max found Rose and Zoe in a classroom where other children, human and alien alike, learned to manipulate holographic building blocks with thought alone. Max, they ran to him, their small arms wrapping around his legs. We saw you in the sky. You were so bright. He knelt to hug them properly, noticing how they'd already changed in the short time since their arrival. Rose's drawings now featured impossible colours that shifted as you watched them. Zoe spoke with growing confidence, her shyness giving way to curiosity about her alien classmates. Are you staying? Zoe asked, hope in her voice. Max showed them his new insignia. I have to protect people, remember? Like in our stories. But I'll always come back. Rose touched the scored surface of her toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. Did it help? With ventures? More than you know, Munchkin, he smiled, remembering how that simple toy had anchored him during the chaos of battle. It reminded me what I was fighting for. Later, standing with his newfound team, Max watched a supply ship depart for Earth. Somewhere down there, in a shuttered arcade, an ancient game cabinet still hummed with power, waiting for the next recruit who could see patterns in the chaos. Ready for your first official briefing, Commander? Zira asked, her scales matching the gas giant's swirling colours. Max nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities settle alongside his hopes for the future. The rogue faction was still out there, planning their next move. The traitor within the defence force had yet to be uncovered, but he was no longer the overwhelmed teenager from that small town. He was a defender of something greater, a protector of not just his sisters, but of all the families who looked to the stars with hope instead of fear. And he had a feeling their greatest adventures were just beginning. 3 months after the carrier's destruction, Max stood before the Academy's memorial garden, watching quantum roses bloom and fade in impossible colours. Each flower represented a fallen cadet, their patterns echoing the unique neural signatures of those lost in battle. Through his enhanced perception, he could almost hear them whispering stories of sacrifice and courage. The councils confirmed it, Kale said, approaching with a datapad that flickered with classified reports. The traitor was Administrator Adams. The arcade owner? Max's mind raced back to those first days, seeing new patterns in old memories. He wasn't just maintaining the Star Defender cabinet. He was identifying potential recruits for the rogue faction, Zira finished, her scales dark with anger. Testing them before we could. The cabinet you found wasn't the only one. The implications chilled Max. How many others had played that game, unknowingly auditioning for the wrong side? How many had disappeared, their quantum potential twisted into weapons? We'll find them, he promised, touching the commander's insignia that now felt like a part of him. Every lost recruit, every hidden cabinet, we'll bring them home. A soft chime echoed through the garden, shift change at the family centre. Right on schedule, Rose and Zoe burst through the doors, their small forms flickering with the static charge of their morning quantum mechanics class. At 5 years old, they were already showing signs of their own unique abilities. Max, Rose ran to him, her drawings floating in her wake, artistic interpretations of quantum space that even Dr. Vero found fascinating. Look what I made! She held up her hands and reality rippled between them. A tiny galaxy spiraled into being, each star pulsing with possibility. Max remembered when such sights would have seemed impossible. Now they were just part of his sister's childhood. Beautiful Munchkin. He ruffled her hair as Zoe showed off her own creation, a miniature quantum computer built from spare parts and sheer imagination. Ready for your big day? Today marked their first authorized visit to Earth since everything began. The Council had finally deemed it safe enough for a brief return, though Max knew the rogue faction was still out there, regrouping in the shadows between realities. They gathered in the teleportation chamber, Max, his sisters, Kale, and Zira. Commander Varric supervised the coordinates herself, her uniform now bearing the marks of full admiral. "Remember," she said, "Earth's quantum awareness is growing. More people are beginning to see the patterns, even if they don't understand them yet. Be careful." "We always are," Max replied, thinking of how much had changed. He was no longer the overwhelmed teenager who'd stumbled into this world. His sisters were no longer the helpless children who needed his protection. They were all part of something larger now, a future where humanity was awakening to its true potential. Reality shifted, and they materialized in the old arcade. Dust still coated the machines, undisturbed since that fateful night. The Star Defender cabinet stood silent, its screen dark. Rose approached it slowly, trailing quantum sparkles. "This is where it started?" "One beginning," Max said, watching as Zoe examined the cabinet with eyes that could see through space and time. "There are others out there. More games, more recruits, more patterns waiting to be discovered." Through the grimy windows, he could see their small town transforming. Quantum technology was subtly reshaping the world, though most humans wouldn't notice for years to come. The rogue faction had failed to prevent Earth's integration into the larger universe, but the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Kale ran a scanner over the cabinet. "No active quantum signature, it's just a machine now." "It was never just a machine," Max corrected, touching Rose's old toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. "It was a key, a test, a message saying we're not alone in the universe, and we're more than we think we are." Zira's scales shifted thoughtfully. "The Council wants to mass-produce a new version, something to help identify potential recruits before the rogue faction finds them." "No," Max's voice was firm. "No more hidden tests. It's time for humanity to know the truth, to make their own choices." Through his quantum-enhanced senses, he could see the patterns of possibility spreading from this moment, billions of humans beginning to awaken to their potential, for better or worse. The Defense Force would need to adapt, to become guides rather than guardians. "What do we do now?" Zoe asked, her small hand finding his. Max smiled, seeing endless patterns of possibility stretching before them. "Now, we help write the next chapter, together." Rose's galaxy still sparkled between her hands, each tiny star a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The universe was vast, full of wonders and dangers they had yet to imagine, but they would face it as they had faced everything else, as a family, bound not just by blood but by their shared journey into a reality larger than their dreams. The old arcade cabinet stood as a silent witness to their past, while quantum roses bloomed unseen in the memorial garden light years away. Somewhere between those points in space and time, Max Carter had stopped being just another small-town kid trying to survive. He had become something else, a bridge between worlds, a protector of possibilities, a keeper of patterns that might reshape the very fabric of existence. And his greatest adventure was just beginning. The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine. But this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players: politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognized General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the general implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognized him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous expose that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish." A long pause. "Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone." Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research. Projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, She might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology. Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open. Nathan offered a wry smile. Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlyle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical. Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between two men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find. Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. We'll need to start at the beginning, Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies. Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. So they've been shaping our world for centuries? Rafe nodded. Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire. Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting? Tyler took a breath. From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance. Rafe's gaze hardened. And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative. Likely, Tyler said. They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance, Nathan exhaled. They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it. The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments. Hard to reach. No prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning